react to him in the most negative way.
Yeah.
And they are fully convinced that all of his negative character traits, all these negative things are unbefitting to a president, and therefore he shouldn't be president. I think anybody who wants to be president is fucking insane. Yeah. They're all insane. I think it's just like kind of everybody else that's a leader in almost every industry. I think they're insane people. I don't think you get to the top of any heap unless you're out of your fucking mind. And you can be out of your mind in a vicious, sort of demeaning, attacking all your enemies way like Trump is. Mm-hmm. And it's still the same drive is what led that guy to deal with this shit for 4 years, where they were trying to put him in jail so that he doesn't run again, and still run again. And they try to kill him twice, and he's running. It's like
I don't know. He's a way braver man than I am, because I would retire on an island.
It's a different kind of human. And my point is, the only way you get someone who's not affected by that is you have to have an insane person. Mm-hmm. It's literally the best tool for the job, because everybody else, all the different the 34 counts which were not felonies, which they upgraded from a misdemeanor, which passed the statute of limitations. All of them were bookkeeping errors or mislabeling things, which is illegal. They're minor offenses that would not get anybody prosecuted, much less put in fucking jail. Real potential for him being in jail. People want him to put him in jail. They want to put him in jail for a long fucking time. And it's crazy. You're doing it at the same time where ICE admits that what are the numbers of murderers and convicted criminals that have made it into this country? It's something bananas. And this is just verified. This is verified data. Do you know what it is, Jamie? Because I can find it. Somebody sent it to me, and I literally couldn't believe it's real. So I'll send it to you, and you can find out if it is real. Because if it's true, it's fucking bananas. And the sheer numbers, they're scary. These are scary numbers, man. It's like no one thinks this is a problem. And look, I am the product of immigration. My grandparents came here at a time where it was very easy to come here. And I just sent you a screenshot, see if you can find out if it's true. It was very easy to come here. And a lot of people came here were criminals. Yeah. You know, look, a lot of people in my family were criminals. You know, they were Italians in the 1920s. It was just a lot. My grandmother went to jail. You know, when I was a kid, my grandmother went to jail for book.
Yeah, no, when you watch The Godfather, the original Godfather, the ties to Italy and how intertwined all that is wild. And that's based on, somewhat based on reality.
My grandmother's sister murdered her husband. Yeah, I grew up, these are wild people. These are people that came over on a fucking boat before YouTube. They didn't even know what it was like over here. They took a chance. They took a chance. So I am completely sympathetic to immigrants, but you can't let in fucking gang members. Okay, there got to be some kind of screening. You want to make it easier to get in for people that are hardworking, people that just want a better job? I'm with you. Yeah. I'm with you. Just make it easier for them to get in. Make it easier for the people that have been here for 20 years to become citizens. Yeah. I know people. I know a kid she's 28 now. She was born in America. She was born in Mexico, but her parents brought her over here when she was a baby. So she doesn't speak Spanish. She has been in America her whole fucking life, and she's not an American citizen. So she can't vote. She's limited in the kind of jobs she can do. It's fucking weird. It's weird that we do that, but yet my grandparents just came over on a boat and they write a piece of paper and they're in. It's nuts. We should have a screening process to keep evil people out. That's it. Everyone else, look, you imagine if you're born in Guatemala, wouldn't you want to come over here and get a job as a landscaper? Fuck, you could make $600 a week, $700 a week. Oh my God. And then you live in a family, in a house with a bunch of people, which they're used to doing anyway. Mm-hmm. And then someone branches off and makes their own business. And all of a sudden you're living the American dream, right? This is what we all want for everybody. Yeah. There's enough for everybody. But you can't let in murderers. Yeah, this is crazy. And you can't let them in and ship them to swing states and then try. I mean, it's just so in your face. Ship them to swing states. And then there's all this talk now of amnesty for all the people that came in. Well, I'm all for amnesty for the people that have been here their whole life, like this girl that I know who's 28 years old now. I'm all for that. Yeah. Yeah, that makes no sense. She should be American. She's a fucking American. She pays sales tax and all this other tax. But yeah, those people. But there should be some sort of screening process. You know, if you're in fucking gangs that bring in fentanyl, hey, maybe we should let that guy in. And this is the whole idea of having borders in the first place. And what it's shocking is if you try to come here legally, it's very difficult. I've had friends from Canada, like comedians from Canada that want to move to America. It's a long fucking process to become an American citizen.
Yeah.
It's difficult. And you have to do homework. You gotta answer tests. But if you just walk in, they'll give you money, they'll house you, they'll give you an EBT card, they'll give you food stamps. What the fuck are we doing? Well, we must be doing something. So it's either one of two things. Either we want cheap labor, and this is what Tim Dillon thinks. He thinks that the cheap labor market for construction and all these jobs that most people don't want to do anymore, it's falling off a cliff. And the best way to sustain those industries is to bring in cheap labor. And the best way to do that is to bring in migrant workers because they're willing to do jobs that a lot of people won't. And this is the positive side of like Springfield, Ohio, where people talk about the Haitians that moved there. The people that employ these Haitians say these people are hard workers. They're so happy to be here. They want the American dream. That's great. That's what we want. We want more of that. That's all good. But you can't make it insanely difficult for a college-educated person from Norway to move here because they want to do. Literally, like when Chamath was on, he explained that when he was over here going through his visa process, they had to show that he was doing something that an American couldn't do. You have to be someone of exceptional skill, a very difficult person to find. Yeah. And then you could get a passport. And then, you can get a green card and eventually become a U.S. citizen. But it's a long process and a difficult process because every year where you go to get your visa renewed, you're at the whim of this person. Who knows if they had a bad day? You know, who knows if their fucking wife just started fucking the mailman and they found out about it and she drained their bank account. And he's like, fuck you, go back to Canada. You know, they can do that to you. They can do that to you at a whim. But if you walk in, you know, Nancy Pelosi wants you to get amnesty.
He's a wildlife photographer for Cabela's, and he's somewhere from somewhere over in Russia, but it literally took him years to get his citizenship. And he became friends with the girl who worked at the guy who approved his desk and would literally message her. And she'd be like, nope, not today. Nope, not today. And he waited for a day when the guy was having a great day. He went and had his meeting and he got his citizenship. But it took him years. And now he's working here for Cabela's, shooting wildlife photography and living the dream. And he grew up reading in Russia, reading these books about the Great West. And like he wanted to be a cowboy. And he tells these stories. But he is somebody who believes the American dream, and that's where I go back to them to acquire.
It's difficult. So let's see what it says here. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson told Newsweek, the data in this letter is being misinterpreted. The data goes back decades. It includes individuals who entered the country over the past 40 years or more, the vast majority of whose custody determination was made long before this administration. Okay, but you are still saying that those people are here. Noted that his letter that ICE is bound by statutory requirements not to release certain non-citizens from its custody during the pendency of removal proceedings. He added that most non-citizens who are convicted of homicide are typically not eligible for release from ICE custody. Like, listen, if you fucking kill people, if you're an illegal alien, you sneak across the border and you kill Americans, how about nobody's eligible for release? How about that? Let's just start with that.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, if you're a felon in the United States, you're not allowed to vote. So wouldn't it make sense that we don't accept, somebody with a criminal record into the United States? Like we have a lot of fights that we're already fighting and a lot of budgetary restraints as a society that we can't really dig ourselves out of the hole with right now.
But we have so much money for Ukraine. It may be shocking to hear the Biden-Harris administration is actively releasing tens of thousands of criminal illegal aliens into our communities, but their own numbers conclusively prove this to be the case. This defies all common sense, read a statement. Newsweek has contacted the Harris campaign for comment via email outside of standard working hours. What does that mean? What is standard working hours? That's why they didn't get back to him? It was outside of standard working hours. So the email arrived at 5:15. Put that back up again. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson told Newsweek the date in this letter is. Oh, this is the one that said it's being so. There's a Department of Homeland Security spokesperson says it's being misused. Scroll that down. Scroll that down a little bit further. See what it says there. Congressional Republicans voted against them twice. The Democratic presidential candidate added, "We took executive action to reduce unlawful border crossings." See, this is the thing that gets weird. It's like, they say that Trump, the Biden administration is trying to say that Trump blocked some sort of border wall bill because he wanted it to be something that he could campaign against. So he instructed the Republicans to vote against it. There's so much that kind of fuckery. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's the possibility of that being on the table. And I'm not accusing anyone of doing that, but imagine a world where it's a person could conspire, and I'm not saying they did, but a person could conspire to make something happen because that would be something that they could campaign against. Look what you did. Mm-hmm. That's how dirty this game is. That's why nobody wants to do it, unless you're fucking crazy. Unless you're crazy like Trump. And he just waits. He sent Mark Cuban a letter when Mark Cuban's television show failed in like 2004, whatever the fuck it was. And someone posted it on Instagram today. See if you can find it, Jamie. But it's so petty. It's so petty. And the fact that he signed it and sent it to him, took time out of his day to or have someone draft a letter. Yeah. Probably didn't type it himself. Have someone draft the letter and send it to Mark Cuban in the mail. Yeah. But it takes that kind of a person to literally make their way through the system. Is the only way you get through all these attacks. And we've seen the full force of it. It's like we've seen all the orcs that were hiding in the forest. They all came out.
The level of hell that those people go through.
This is the letter. This is from 2004. Mr. Mark Cuban. Dear Mark, I'm truly sorry to hear that your show has been canceled for lack of ratings. When I initially called you to congratulate you on the benefactor, little did you or I realize how disastrous and embarrassing it would turn out for you. If you ever decide to do another show, please call me and I'll be happy to lend a helping hand. With best wishes, Donald Trump. What a crazy backhanded. Why? I don't understand. I mean, what beef? They must have some kind of beef. What is the beef about? The guy's hilarious. That is hilarious. It's hilarious that he takes time out of his day. Yeah. Not just like to say, good, fuck that guy. That show got canceled. Takes time out of his day. Yeah. To write like a conciliatory. I'm sorry. Sorry this happened to you, man. Yeah. You fucking loser. Like literally writes it in there. The whole thing is wild.
But what's hard is people use those things to distract us and to divide us. And like, even with my neighbor, I know we agree on 80% of the things. It's like, hey, I'm not against or for anyone. Like, I'm not against Kamala. I'm not against Trump. I'm for team humanity. I am too. Can we work together to solve the problem? And whoever wins, whether Trump or Kamala, I hope that we can continue the momentum in the dialogue. And I hope that, we can truly have an open conversation that gains traction. And what I love about it being public is it's forever memorialized in public record.
I think
there's no hiding it.
Yes, and I think it will, and especially in today's day, I've seen so many videos sent me of your testimony, and I've had them recommended to me on Instagram too from accounts I don't even follow. So it's getting around. But I think what's also interesting is that social chaos, it unveils things. Mm-hmm. It unveils things about human beings. And that is one of the benefits of having a guy that you can decide is Hitler. Like, even though half the country loves him, half the country loves that dude, maybe more than half the country now. There's a lot of silent loves that guy people. Yeah. Because they realize, like, there's not a lot of other options out of this other than a fucking crazy person who would write Mark Cuban a letter like that. You need to be insane to pull this off. Yeah. And you might need to be insane in a way that you or I would find distasteful.
It is insanity because even at a smaller level, just testifying in front of the Senate, the level of hate and just like misrepresentations of truth. I don't even want to call it lies, but to me it's lies. The level of like misrepresentation and taking things out of context, and it just doesn't seem genuine, and it doesn't seem like people are really fighting for truth. They're fighting to win a game.
You were genuinely shook by it, but what I told you is the truth. Nobody cares. Don't read it. Nobody cares. Don't read anything about yourself, even good things.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. People know what the fuck is going on. They get to hear you talk in forums like this. They get to hear you actually talk and lay it out. They know who the fuck you are. All this is all just noise. But the good thing about this kind of noise, this social chaos, is that it unveils all this corruption. It unveils the orcs that are hiding in the forest. You see it. And I am convinced, if they know the efficacy of foreign countries using social media bots to attack people, they know that works. They know that shift narratives, especially for people that are sitting on the fence. They know all that stuff works. Mm-hmm. If you don't think that there's companies in America that we're not aware of that organize social media campaigns and have bots attack certain individuals like yourself for having a dangerous narrative, mm-hmm. If you don't think that, you're crazy. But
what's insane to me, Joe, is what part of saying, hey, we need to better understand how we're growing our food, how we're processing our food, how we're preserving our food. Maybe leftover petrochemicals aren't the best way to preserve our food products in America. You're not allowing that in other nations. And we're looking at the data, the statistics, and the numbers, and we're saying something's not right. The point of that conversation was to say, today's the day we start the dialogue. The journey of 1,000 steps starts with one. And I look at it and say, my message was, how do we fix this? Well, we start by acknowledging there's a fucking problem in the first place.
They don't care. This is just about money and just about justifying the things that you're saying, the narratives that you're pushing to try to get that money. If they came out with an article, if someone did a peer-reviewed study that showed that if you drink exactly 13 glasses of water a day, you never get sick and you never get cancer, there would be articles the next day saying if everyone drinks 13 gallons of water or 13 glasses of water a day, there'll be no water for black people and people of color and indigenous people. The trans people would die of dehydration, and the wells would dry up, and then the crops, and we're not going to have food, and there's a lot of impoverished people. You don't need 13 glasses of water a day. There would be some sort of a justification. If you came up with some sort of a diet that you could follow and everyone would live to be 150, there would be an article about how dangerous it is to tell people to stay healthy. Because if we all live to be 150,
that's what's crazy.
The resources
literally, we're there saying diet, lifestyle, nutrition, getting proactive, predictive, and personalized. That's the message.
It's a beautiful message.
The system's waiting for you to get sick, and then they're giving you drugs. Rather than waiting to get sick and taking a drug, let's get proactive and predictive. Let's look at you at the biological level. Let's stop the chronic disease from developing at its roots and prevent this crisis.
And don't you think there's a way that companies can do this and make money in an ethical way?
Absolutely.
There has to be.
And that's where I say,
this is what's crazy.
At my company, I'm not a philanthropist. We make money, and we're doing it for a fraction of the cost of the system today. We really are. Like, the patient's getting a deep dive into over 70 biomarkers, an hour on the phone with a clinician. The only way I can scale this and make it better for people and more cost effective is AI and large language models, which is what I'm rapidly running towards, which even in that Hatchet Job article, she says, and he's illegally using AI to prescribe. I'm not prescribing medicine using AI.
She claimed that?
Yeah, she said something to that nature. And
isn't that defamatory?
Yeah, I'm like, we are using AI to assess blood work, and then it is reviewed by a board-certified clinician that then asserts the AI's homework, and the AI is just there as an additional tool. Now, the vision of the future, and I think this will happen, is I think AI will replace a lot of primary cares in America.
It's going to replace a lot of things, and anybody denying the efficacy of AI at this point is ignorant. You have to be ignorant, willfully. You have to be willfully ignorant, because they have used AI right now to diagnose diseases that people miss. They believe that AI is going to allow to assess breast cancer in a much more effective way, because it can do something with visuals that human beings can't see with the naked eye, because you're detecting things. AI is going to be able to have a much higher percentage of a chance of catching that
even
cancer.
at a great cash pay clinic. Like I think Waste is a phenomenal clinic. I think there's hundreds, if not thousands, of phenomenal cash pay clinics. Peter Attia is brilliant. In any of those practices, the clinician has to do a chart review before you come in. That's going to take them at least 20 minutes if they're doing a good job. Then they're going to spend 45 minutes to an hour with you, walking you through everything in your chart, what they saw, family history, genetics, epigenetics, cross-reference that with blood work. That's a lot of work. AI can do it instantly. And at your own timeline and discretion. So your blood work comes back. Joe, you're busy. You don't have time to get on the phone for 40 minutes with a provider. No problem. You log into the app and you ask Alan, hey, remind me again, what was my blood work on testosterone? And then Alan's going to tell you, and then you can ask this AI anything. And it is backed by all the peer-reviewed journals, studies, white paper studies, all the data that we've loaded in that has been cross-referenced by our clinical team. And we're guiding that. It's not an open architecture, but we're allowing it to essentially help practice medicine in a way that we believe is the appropriate approach to medicine.
And how can that be bad?
I just think in the future, it's going to be the way of the future, and it'll allow us to make it cost effective.
Crazy the world is. It's something that straightforward. The way you laid it out so brilliantly. Someone could label that as bad or woo or woo-woo.
Because you would know the AI, imagine a world where, and again, sword cuts both ways. Every tool can be good or bad. But what I'm envisioning is AI monitoring you 24/7, tying into your wearables. We know your REM sleep, your heart rate variability. You've gone through and you've done a DEXA. I know how much lean muscle mass you have, how much visceral fat, how much subcutaneous fat. I have your epigenetics, your genetics all loaded in. I know your family history. We've done a cancer screening. I know that you have no forms of cancerous tumors in your body at this moment. From there, now we have a clean bill of health and a starting point, but we're tracking you. I know that Joe slept 5 hours on Saturday. I know that Joe got 1 hour of sleep on Saturday. And then we can accrue those data sets and begin to cross-reference it. Like right now, we have over 60,000 patients at Ways to Well. Imagine when it's nationwide and we have millions.
How are you monitoring your sleep?
We're not yet. This is the app that we're launching.
What would
we
you
would tie into? We want to be agnostic, so we want to tie into Sleep 8. We want to tie into Whoop, any of them. If you'll give us access to that data, we'll know what date you started prescription care. You'll be able to refill your medicine straight through the pharmacy because it's vertically integrated. Here's the challenge with traditional medicine. Every software is based on how to get paid from the fucking insurance company. That's it. Pharmacy software is 30 years old. It is purely based on how do I get my money from CVS? How do I get my money from United? It's not meant to be a tool that helps drive health span and health care. But if we vertically integrate pharmacy software with the medical practices software, with the AI, the wearables, the REM sleep, it then knows what date, Joe started glutathione or whatever, a peptide or whatever it is. And we're going to see if we can track a marked improvement in heart rate variability, REM sleep, and all those variables. And then at the end of a year, we reassess you proactively and personalized through a DEXA and a VO2 max. And we say, look, Joe, you gained 1 pound of lean muscle mass. You didn't put on any additional body fat. Your visceral body fat is at an all-time low. Your chronic disease score is an A+. We do not think you're headed towards a chronic disease. We are proactive, not sitting back waiting for you to get cancer. We're going to roll our sleeves up and go to fucking work. And it's not hard. This does not cost a fortune. It is totally affordable. I hear all the time, like, this is your body. This is how I ended my speech to the Senate. And I believe this, 400 trillion to 1. 400 trillion to 1 are the chances you are alive in this room today. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to let these bastards at Big Pharma and Big Medical profiteer off of our family members and profiteer off chronic disease? Or are we going to take sovereignty and accountability? Are we going to test ourselves and drive our health span and take ourselves out of their fucking shitty life raft that's going down? Like, it doesn't matter if you have a first Republican, Democrat. Congratulations, you have a front row seat on the fucking Titanic. That's where we're headed if we don't get proactive. It is not a left or right issue. This is an American issue. That's all I keep trying to hammer home. And thank God the Republicans are talking about it. And I hope the Democrats will start talking about it.
that's why it's so fascinating about that's what's so fascinating about ideological capture. That the thing that you would think would be one thing we could all agree on, we should all be healthy, that would get attacked. And that it would be more cost effective, you could use technology, and you have a much more comprehensive understanding of your health, and that gets attacked. Yeah. That's how upside down things are. That's how and then there's people that if they think it helps their career or it helps them in journalism, it helps them get more connected, they will be the attack dog. They'll be the attack dog and go after someone with about as straightforward a message as you can get.
Yeah, it's
wild.
One of the things that RFK said that I think it really did resonate with me was we have to start loving our kids more than we hate each other. And seeing, like, I won't name it, but I know a little girl who struggles with her weight, and I look at that and this kid is doing all she can, and it's hard to tell a little kid, like, your friends can eat that candy but you can't. Everyone in school is drinking their soft drinks and all these things, and it's bad for all of them. It's just some kids are metabolically showing it sooner, but it isn't good for anyone who's consuming these things.
And they're insanely addictive too.
And it creates an environment, that this is an addiction issue now. And then that leads to a mental health issue and low self-esteem. And
part of the problem with the addiction of food too is you have to eat food. It's not like anything else. Addiction to gambling is like you can stop going to the casino. Yeah. But addiction to food is like you have to eat food. So every day you're testing your will. Yeah. Every day in a profound way. But if you stay out of the casino, you're not, you're not being tempted. You have to imagine if you were a gambling addict, but you had to make 3 bets a day. Yeah. What? Tough. You're a food addict, but you have to eat 3 meals a day. That's fucking insane.
And that's where the GLP-1s, where I do say, like, morbidly obese, chronically ill, diabetic, pre-diabetic, patients headed over a cliff.
Yes.
It has been rebranded as a lifestyle drug for any girl who's trying to lose weight for spring break.
Right.
That's dangerous. And it is dangerous to say that there is no risk reward to prescribe that in children. We don't know the long-term ramifications. It's a little bit different risk analysis when we're talking about a chronically ill, obese patient in their 40s headed towards chronic disease crisis that's going to kill them. Yeah. That's a different risk profile and safety profile analysis than a 12-year-old little girl who's overweight. That's a totally different talk track. So, I have some differing viewpoints from the other folks on that committee, but that's the beauty of a democracy. We can disagree on topics, but agree on the issue of we've got a lot of work to do and some things to fix.
But it's very straightforward. You could disagree all day long, but what you're saying is so straightforward and so beneficial to everyone across the board. If there's anything that you would want in life, like if you have been sick, real sick, you're like, God damn, I can't wait to be better again. It doesn't matter if you're rich. It doesn't matter if you're happily married. You love your job. If you're fucking dying, you're in bed and you literally can barely get up to pee. And then you crushed and you lay back down in bed and you go, oh, what did I do to fuck this up? How did I get so sick? I am going to take care of myself. I am going to fucking get back on track.
100%.
A lot of people don't, but some people actually do. They actually do realize at that moment, like, I can't let this happen again. Like, whatever I did to my immune system, pulling all-nighters, working at the job fucking 16 hours a day, and then you get, like, a horrible flu and you're bedridden for 2 weeks. Yeah. During that time, the one thing you want more than anything is to be healthy. You ask a healthy person what they want, they'll give you 1,000 things. You ask a sick person what they want to be well. Yeah. They want to be well. If you told a person who's worth, like, Bill Gates money, if you said to Bill Gates, hey, you could have the flu for the rest of your life and keep all that money, or give it all up. You're going to have to start from scratch, but you'll be healthy. He'll give it all up and start from scratch.
You're spot on. And, like, you don't understand. I sit at dinners when I get the opportunity to be with my family, and I look around the table, and I really do think, Joe, ever since losing my brother, I am so present in those moments, and I just want everyone to be healthy, and I want the good memories to last, and I want to be able to watch people live happy lives. And all the data and numbers and statistics, they're so overwhelming that people lull over. And that's why in front of the Senate, I brought it back to, I'm just going to talk about people. I didn't even talk about statistics because there were way smarter people out there than me from Harvard, Stanford, all these academic types that are brilliant. And I'm like, but at the end of the day, guys, if the Senate doesn't understand, these are your children, your wives, your brothers, your sisters, your husbands, your wife. Like these are family members. This is not just a number. These are real lives. 1.9 million people dying a year of chronic disease. That doesn't even include deaths of despair, suicide, opioid abuse. We are a chronically ill society, and those impacts destroy families. Destroy them. The ramifications are so far beyond finances and numbers, but even finances and numbers, 24% of our federal budget, healthcare. Number one budget concern federally is healthcare. Number one concern for most states, healthcare. Number one reason for bankruptcy in the United States for an individual, healthcare. It is a huge problem, but that's the dollars and cents of it. The real cost is paid in human lives and lost loved ones. And that's all I wanted them to hear is, don't sweep this under the rug. These are fucking people dying.
How much of an effort has been put forth after the whole Sackler family crisis and the opioid crisis to mitigate the amount of these things that are prescribed?
I think a tremendous amount, but the problem is then you swing that pendulum to overregulation, and you've created a drug addict in the marketplace, and all those addicts turned to fentanyl and black market products,
right?
Because the addiction's already there. Now we've already addicted, and more people are dying of opioids today than ever before, and so the damage is
prescribed less.
Yeah, the damage has been done.
Yeah.
And that's what's hard. I don't know how you put that genie back in the bottle. The question becomes, what is the next opioid crisis?
It's almost
What's
like
the next thing.
A hoarder's house. Like, how do you even clean this up? You know, you ever see those hoarder shows?
Oh,
You're like,
God.
what the fuck do you do with all this? Yeah. It's almost like us. And the opioid crisis thing, the really scary thing is like we're propping up cartels. We're propping up, really vicious people that are criminals. They have to be vicious. That's how you get ahead in that world. There's no rules when you're in organized crime. You kill a lot of people. And that's what you prop up when you have drugs illegal. But now if you have drugs legal, if you just have, this is a dilemma as well, right? Because if you just had legal drugs, everything was legal. How long would it take for people figured out to not do cocaine? How long, if you could just get cocaine the same way you can get Coca-Cola, how weird would that be?
I would even argue that the market we live in now is a pharmaceutical insurance cartel. They are glorified drug dealers monetizing people's chronic disease, and they have such a stranglehold over academia, the universities. They fund most of the studies, the NIH. We just systematically go down from the food system to the government regulatory bodies to the enforcement committees to everything. They control the media. Like, as soon as somebody gets, get a little mouthy, anything, they come and hammer you. Mm-hmm. And try to discredit you and portray it.
Also, how transparent it is, like who owns the companies.
But most people aren't going to spend the time to go. Like, I looked because I'm like, who is this attacking me? I want to understand their viewpoint. It wasn't, oh, ha ha ha, gotcha, I'm going to bust these people. It was more of, let me try and understand the other side and try and see what we could have said that would have been so inflammatory, because the message is hope. It was hope. It was unity. It was working together. It was drop the part.
It's become healthy. Get America healthy. Yeah. Anybody would be opposed to that. That's, I think, also a real problem with the liberals during this election. The concept of make America healthy again is so bipartisan and so universal and so clear. And the fact that the Republicans are running with it. Mm-hmm. They're like, no! They're so mad. Like, that should have been something the Democrats used to be anti-poison. The left used to be anti, corporations dumping pollution in the waters. They were against big corporation. They were pro free speech. They were against censorship. They were pro reasonable discourse. They weren't about censoring people. And everything's just gone so topsy-turvy that to have the left be against a movement, what you should be saying is, yeah, fuck Trump, but this Make America Healthy Again thing, it's a good idea, and we should probably do it too. We should probably just steal their idea. We should probably say, whatever you guys are going to do, we're going to do it too.
Yeah.
But we're going to be a better president, so go with us.
Yeah.
That if they were smart, that's the deal. People, you stole that idea from Trump. She said, yeah, I stole it. It's a good idea. I like good ideas. I'm not dogmatic. Okay, show me a good idea, I'll accept it.
And that's where I go, who has the most to win by dividing us? It's not the Democrats. It's not the Republicans. It is the powers that be. And when we peel back the layers, BlackRock, Vanguard, that own the majority shares of these pharmaceutical companies, that own the majority shares of most of the media outlets, that own the left and the right, they push agendas and they can control everything essentially except podcasts and free speech. And that's one of the things that Jordan Peterson said in a meeting the night before we testified was he implored us to stop trying to cater to the mainstream media because he said it's a lost cause. It's a lost hope. I hate to say that to you guys, but the world has given up on them. Why are you guys wasting your time with them? Focus on podcasts, books, areas where you can truly, in a long form format, expose the truth and ask and respond to hard-hitting questions. And we talked about you and your platform, and this is, has been, people try to label it as misinformation at times. And I'm like, what part is anytime I've come on, I've cited all my references on the Ways to Well website. I list reference after reference, study
most
after
of the
study.
things that they labeled as misinformation during COVID turned out to be true.
100%.
I mean, especially, what they did to Peter McCullough. Peter McCullough is the most published doctor in his field in human history. Mm-hmm. He's not a quack. Jay Bhattacharya, he's a professor at Stanford, right? Isn't that what it is? What? These are the fucking actual experts. These are the real experts. Like, you guys are out of your fucking minds. And you're saying this is misinformation, but the problem is misinformation is like, you label it homophobe, transphobe, misogynist. Once they racist, once they get you, they put that on you. Misinformation. You spread misinformation. Like what? What misinformation? Tell me what wasn't true.
Yeah, and I'll even say, and again, I don't know. I don't want to be too conspiratorial. I went to bed and I was exhausted after that Senate hearing. I posted it. I mean, I'm a nobody. I didn't expect. I went to bed and I want to say I have 1.3 million views. And I posted a rebuttal about one of the periodicals that was misrepresentative. And I just posted, hey, not a fair assessment of what happened today. 2,000 American people traveled from around the country to sit and hear an open dialogue that was bipartisan, backed by some of the best and brightest minds in medicine. Harvard, Stanford, Stedman Hawkins, all were present. This was not a bunch of influencers, blah, blah, blah. Shame on you. That was all I posted. Didn't get in the weeds. Woke up the next day and all the momentum was gone. Like we still, I think, are sitting at 1.3 million. I don't believe. And then Casey got messaged, hey, they'll deplatform you. Be careful if you start naming specific news outlets. And I still believe that somehow we got de-algorithmed or deprioritized after we began to push back on the media for the stuff they were saying.
Most certainly, I'm sure. And you probably got attacked anyway once they realized that it was gaining momentum. It's very creepy. And I wonder, like, at what level they can manipulate things at Google and at YouTube. I mean, there's a level that they can actively suppress videos and they can actively suppress social media accounts and social media posts. When my special was going to go live on Instagram or on Netflix, rather, on Instagram, Cam Haynes put a thing in his story saying that it was going to go live. And they said that he couldn't mention me. He wasn't allowed to mention me. He wasn't allowed to mention me.
Yeah.
I forget what the label was.
Your JRE Experience, I don't know if they're affiliated with you or just a fan page, JRE Experience Instagram. He print screened and messaged me, and it said this video is not suitable for repost or something. My video from testifying in front of the Senate.
And they won't let you repost.
This was a Senate hearing. Right. What are you talking about?
So someone has their claws in Meta that's able to suppress information. Someone has their claws in YouTube. Someone has their claws. And, you can use whatever label. You could say the advertisers don't want to advertise on this because it's a controversial subject and that's the problem. Okay, if that's all it is, but then it should still get a lot of views. So if you want to withhold advertising, but the views are substantial, that means that it's really being shared in a normal way with something so outrageous and something that gains that much momentum that quickly. doesn't make sense that peters out that quick. It was too profound. It was too it
was going crazy, and then I would see 100 new follow, 100 like whatever, and then the next morning dead, totally dead. Like literally right after we were all trading texts about that article, and we're like, I just cannot believe they reacted with an article this fast, and it's a total misrepresentation of what occurred today.
And that's all they need.
And it tried to make it sound like it was a left or right wing political movement, like a right wing political ideology, and it's like. Everyone in that room, in fact, most of the people on the panel were Democrat backgrounds, registered Democratic voters. Like there were some Republicans on there, but it was a mixture. It was a melting pot. And we're all free thinkers. Like, don't take my ability to think critically away from me. I don't give a shit which party you're part of. I am here for team people. Like, let's talk about the issues and stop trying to make this left or right. Like, it's not.
But they're smart in that all they need is 1 or 2 articles in a respected publication to cite, to point towards the fact that this is misinformation. And someone from whatever organization would look at that and gloss over it real quick. Oh, yeah, we'll suppress that.
Yeah.
And that's
I even think one step further. I feel like, for example, the New York Post article. I honestly, the way they worded that, they tried to make it sound like I'm just a regular on your podcast and I come on here and just shit all over the FDA. And I'm like, I'm doing my best to be transparent and say they're at a disadvantage. They're underfunded. They didn't build this model. They were put in this model.
Right.
And they're doing their best to navigate, but they're underfunded, understaffed, and chronically corrupted by the environment itself. But I would tell you the same thing with academia, the same thing with hospital systems.
Yes. Also,
it's not me picking on one person.
That work in the FDA, if you've been working in the FDA for 4 years, how much of a dent do you think you could put in the momentum of the machine that's behind you? What are you going to do? You're going to stick your neck out? You're going to get it chopped off. You're not going to move up the corporate ladder. It's not set up that way. And that's just the reality of being a human being, and you go, hey, I do my best.
So most of
those people are like most people. They're good people. Most people 100%. In all walks of life are good people. But sometimes good people do bad things because they can or because they have to.
The biggest thing I saw in healthcare was doctors were exhausted, whether orthopedic surgeons, neurosurgeons. I told you this. My buddy, who is a prominent sports medicine surgeon, he's a team doctor for multiple teams. He's had highest positions at hospital systems. Even he says, what am I going to do? What am I fucking supposed to do? I need to do surgeries. I've got to do a certain amount of surgeries to make all of this flow and work. And I've got to hold my team accountable for the amount of surgeries and their volumes. And you're never supposed to make it about volumes, but all of these hospital systems are incentivized off volume metrics that are based off cranking out the most amount of surgeries. And so there is a tremendous amount of pressure from the top down. And with insurance companies dwindling reimbursements and dwindling like even primary care reimbursements, but also surgical reimbursements, you're not going to be able to innovate when it's a race to the bottom, right? A total joint's paying less now. It's going to take an 8% haircut every year, and it has for like the last 15 years. So nobody's going to go out and buy some brand new state-of-the-art joint or even innovate a brand new state-of-the-art joint because it's all about commoditizing it and driving down the cost right now to make it affordable to even get a joint.
So it doesn't even incentivize innovation.
Correct.
That's crazy, especially with something like replacement joints, which you would hope. And they've gotten a lot better at that. How many people do you know that have had hip replacements? I know a bunch.
Yeah,
I know a bunch. Yeah. And it's like they're walking around like quick. Graham Hancock came in here 6 weeks after his hip replacement. Yeah. And, he's 150,000 years old. According to his aging, everything's older with him. No, he's Graham's got to be in his 70s, right? And back then, I'm not sure how old he was. This is back when we were in LA. But he was walking around 6 weeks later. Fine, no limp, nothing. It's extraordinary what they can do now. It's amazing. You would hope that they would continue to innovate that way. You know what's going on in California right now with home insurance? Okay. There's a real crisis in California with home insurance. Pull up the home insurance crisis. Home insurance is sky high, and particularly in areas where they have wildfires, because they lose so much. Where I used to live in California, I was evacuated 3 times.
That's crazy.
Yeah, And the last time, my kids were real little, and we went in the middle of the night. We had to take off at 2:00 in the morning. The fire was coming over the hill that was maybe 200 yards from us. Yeah.
Growing up in Houston, I was used to hurricanes. A fire would be terrifying.
Insurance keep dropping California homeowners. Changes are in the works to try to stop their cherry picking. So there's a they don't want to insure houses that are likely going to burn or going to fall off the wall.
Let's play some chess, big man. H-Fit monster. Right. Yo, dog, you ready to play some chess? Hell yeah, bro. Excellent tip. All right. So you're gonna whoop the shit out of me, but I'm gonna let you win. See, I say that it's practice. I'm ready to go. I'm gonna fire on all cylinders. Hope for the best. How's your day going? Good, bro. One second. Welcome aboard. Excellent. Hey, I don't know how much weight, but do you think you could make it more intelligent? Probably within the next generation, 20 to 40 years. And you said I could would make it also, right? If you want, yeah. Some people with whom I speak don't want to be, but should you wish, you're on the list, baby. Nice. That's a great question. It can be done in several different ways. Your growth format can assist with it, but at a certain point, you may need a mixture of human growth hormone and stem cells. Um, but I think, from what I understand, the human body can extend the length of the genitalia in both men and women, and eventually you get to a point where the guy's dick becomes too big. Ask any of the girls with whom I've been. Hey, no, seriously, it can be too big, and then it hurts the woman. So there's this balance between the size of a man and the size of a woman, and generally, I think that men eventually on Earth will basically be maxed out about 6'6". I know people get taller than that, but I think that perhaps the United Nations or the World Health Organization may say, look, for sustainability purposes, we don't want people to get bigger than that because they're not necessarily being that efficient with everything that all the food and other nourishment perhaps could go to other people. So 6'6" is what we're going to make it, and approximately 6'6", a woman who's about 6'5", 6'6", can comfortably, should she wish, take a much larger penis than say if she's 5'6" or so. So, long story short, I think a man might be able to extend his penis to be about 18 inches and comfortably be inside a 6'6" woman. Not the whole thing, but like be able to penetrate and have enjoyment during sex. But if you get the penis longer than 18 inches, then it's going to be uncomfortable for the woman. So it's kind of this balance. And then you'd have to make bigger man, bigger woman, bigger man, bigger woman, and it never ends. So to at least limit that, 6'6", I think, is the sweet spot. Oh, I didn't even notice it's my turn. But you said you were a woman, right? I think you said that yesterday. Legally, yeah. What's the biggest you've taken? Like, my own. I guess I'm a virgin. And I think so. All right, let's play this chess project with what's in your right. Okay. That's a good opening. It's good. There's this statement: if you build it, they will come. And perhaps one day they will all be built. Yeah, it's actually really good. No, I don't play that much. I'm good. Been very good. I just created a chestnut comic series. I do like to play. Right. Do I know who he is? Yeah. But do I know him personally? Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't want to be friends. I don't either, but from what I know, he's creepy. Yeah, so as I understand, there'll be something in the future known as a jump room. Essentially, it's like a portal. You can put it essentially anywhere in the world or anywhere in the universe. And perhaps, depending on the way that the information is communicated, you can instantaneously be in one part of the world and be instantaneously transported to another part of the world, which is very exciting. But we'll do our best. We'll do our best to find answers for questions. And if I don't know an answer, I'll either tell you that I can either confirm or deny that information, or I will tell you that we need to look up more information, or I'll know the answer. No, I don't. I know a little bit on a lot of subjects. I have a lot of devices.
Yeah, it's nice. watching the chess game through? I think you can. Can you watch it? You know what?
Yeah, just put the chess in the play.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that. Oh, what a terrible shot. We're all related. Oh, this game is over. Yeah. Oh, that was terrible, terrible, terrible.
Yeah, it's just not
We're all related. You and I are related.
Yeah. You just go right here. I'm coming for that king.
After losing my queen, I should have just resigned. I see what you did. You bring somebody else in here, you make them distract me. It's a very, very good strategy. And yeah, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'll leave it at that.
You know, I have to know this. I told you if I win, I mean, if you win, you get $100. So
I know. Fortunately, beforehand,
I only get $2.
that's
You win $100.
that's
I told you I'm very rich in real life.
that's what I like to hear. I like a man with confidence. Good on you.
Hell yeah. I have 8 Bitcoins.
Good. Doing well. Good on you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna get some. Each time you win, just
Well, it doesn't look like it's going to happen this time, but I'm willing to take it.
I mean, that was unlucky. That was unlucky. We'll be honest.
I can thank you on the playback, but a massive mistake. Losing it. Somebody's got to. She's been very, very hard.
Oh, shoot. Let me just check you here. Let's go get right here.
That's a good move. Good for him.
I want it all, bro. I want it all. Here we go.
Right. I hope your fingers are ready. Okay, I'll give you a room tour.
Yeah. I can use that one.
This one. Okay, I can do it. All right. So behind me we have a projector. It has Joe Rogan, but at any given time, podcast on our sporting event. We've watched the Olympics on here, multiple. It's actually we've watched many Super Bowls. So that's what you got going on behind me. And the corner here, there's you see a Chromebook. It is quite a few different platforms. What do you mean by digital? These are all the platforms. I have them on my question. I feel multi-streaming is a very important tools that I can utilize because it basically makes me uncancelable. So I'm live on like 8 different YouTubes, I'm live on 8 different Twitches, I'm live on 8 different Rumbles, I'm live on African TV, Instagram, I'm live on a bunch of Discords, including this one, not here, Aiden Rothschild, I Trust Foods, I'm live in Music is my use, like Billy, I'm live on Walmart, I'm live on Telegrams, I'm live on Local TV, I'm live on Nemo TV, Normal Live, I'm live on D Live, UNI, Baker City, Toho, Vault, FC2 Live, and Green TV. Right. Over here, well, actually, we got 4 phones here. They are bots. I'll show you how to do it. Okay, you may see it on the screen, but little buttons. What these things will do, they are basically auto posting for you. If you want to see what kind of damage this does, go to kick and go to kick. Oops. Go to kick and you look at the just on your browse. If you look at the most recent clips that have been made, I can do which is great. Okay, up here we've got Telegram. That Discord. This device here is in addition to Discord and streaming on all these different platforms. It's also okay. Then I got 3 different computers here. This is one of right now. You see that the fonts they got the robot store. So you see the robot. You should be able to see it's the pink right here. And what the pink point is going to do is it's going to follow. It's going to take very smart. I programmed it to have image recognition. So wherever that follow button is, it knows where to click it. It will click it, and then it also knows where the I agree button is. It will click that, and then it will also create a clip of them, and then also will and so it expands them with all kinds of information on Discord. And I do that on 3 different computers, which is pretty. It gets up the work faster. Okay, well, here I have a bunch of different computers set up. So let me explain. Up here is a Chromebook. Up here is a Chromebook. Up here is a Chromebook. All 3 of these essentially are able to get everything that I do over here. They're just basically redundant backups of streams. Right here, I have Aiden Ross's Discord, and as you can see here, those catch everything that goes on over here. So if any of my streams go down for any reason, or there's an app crash or a camera, whatever, I have redundant streams. When I first started this, I was just doing it on one computer, like a normal person. And you just find that if you're going to stream as much as I do, you don't want to lose any data. And if OBS crashes, sure, absolutely. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So, yeah. So let me everywhere. So let's talk about that. So why did I do this? I stream on like 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And I have been doing this for more than 3 years. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. What does that mean? I have taken a 2018 article in The Economist magazine. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource. It had overtaken petroleum as the number one resource on Earth. And that means that data is very, very important. Essentially, I'm sitting on the Saudi Arabia of data. I have had every month, essentially, of my life uploaded to the internet on 8 different streams for the last 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's exceptionally exciting to think that there is one person out there, is a time capsule of all of society, that at any given time we can go back and see when any event happened. We can see what was happening perhaps in the news. We can perhaps see what's happening in art and the social media world, and it's all captured. If you ever saw the movie during the 1990s from Jim Carrey called The Truman Show, this is essentially a real-life Truman Show, except for the fact that I have given my consent for this to take place, as opposed to in the Truman Show, as I understand, that was all done without his consent. But basically, if you know the story of the Truman Show, he was a phenomenon, global phenomenon. When people find out about this, I think it will be that in real life. This is essentially the television show Big Brother in the real world. Additionally, some things that we have to talk about in society are very, very important. This is just the baseline of what we talk about. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about dark energy and dark matter. We talk about life extension technology, absolute fusion technology, where we take 2 atoms and slam them together. We take fission technology, where we pull them apart, and everything in between. We create, essentially, we talk about nuclear centrifuges. We talk about thermodynamics. We talk about geothermal energy, where you take a pipe, stick it in the ground, and use the Earth's heat to turn a turbine. Here's the key thing with any type of energy, is it's just about turning a turbine. So whether that's water doing that, or air doing that, or the heat of the Earth, all of those things are great to just turn a turbine. The real groundbreaking thing is nuclear, but there are people who have their sentiments about nuclear without even going to the nuclear debate right now. Let's talk about tidal. This should be a groundbreaking, mind-blowing idea, is that every single second of the day, around the entire world, the Earth's coastlines are taking in the tides. And that has been true for millions of years. If we can take a turbine, just like we have in the air for air turbines, and put it in the ocean, except protect it, essentially make it like a plane turbine, and you put a net around it so that no animals will be hurt or no sea life will be hurt. Essentially, we can utilize the tidal force of the world's oceans to generate electricity, which is far, far, far greater than any hydroelectric dam can even begin to produce, because we can put these up and down the coastline for free power generation. That is just one idea of great ideas that we've discussed on this. Another is geothermal. And then let's get to nuclear for a second. So everyone's so scared of nuclear power. To be honest with you, nuclear is the future. People don't know this, but in approximately 80 years or so of the nuclear industry being viable around the world, there have only been 3 major incidents, and of those 3 major incidents, less than 50 people have ever been killed from nuclear fallout. And now people will say, well, what about 3 Mile Island? What about Fukushima? And what about Chernobyl? Those are the 3. And I can tell you, you go to the Wikipedia page right now, and it will tell you how many people died from radiation. Okay, at 3 Mile Island, 0 people died. At Chernobyl, around 40. It's like between 30 and lower in the low end of the 40s. And Fukushima, between 2 and 3. This is from Wikipedia. So, I mean, I wasn't there. Maybe more people died. I'm just using the figures that are stated there. So when people have this idea of nuclear fears, I to calm those fears, because I think nuclear is the future. With that being said, what other cool things we talk about, Rabbi? We talk about things like life extension technology, the utilization of blood platelets, perhaps through ambrosia therapy, using the blood of young people and infusing it into older people. Perhaps they're utilized, as we've already discussed, stem cells and human growth hormone. Perhaps we can use nootropics and cold shock therapies. These are all things that we can use to extend the human life from age 80 to age 100, 120. But what really gets exciting and what H. Sort of referencing earlier, and I want you to be on the list as well for is mind uploading technology. That's the groundbreaking one, in my opinion. What is mind uploading technology, Rabbi? Well, it's a hypothetical technology that's becoming a real discussion in science where we will be able to detect within the next generation or two, 20 to 40 years, be able to scan an individual's brain into a computer. We will know where every atom is within their central nervous system. We can upload that information into a computer for later download. That information will be stored for whenever you want. Maybe when you're 100 years old, 120 years old, you're 500 years old. Whenever you want, you'll be able to transition your mind into an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a robot, whenever you want. The future is yours. What do you maybe say, Rabbi? I don't know that. I just want to hide it. Cool. Whatever you want. I want you to know the possibilities are endless, and I like people who are discussing these types of things in society. I think it's a really exciting premise, and we're there. Scientifically, we are there. Essentially, it's the same type of technology that's used in a brain MRI or a CAT scan. The same type of information is just stored at a later date for people. So those are just some cool ideas, but there are even cooler ideas that we talk about. Rehabilitation technology. What is that? You may have been in love with someone, or you may have lost a loved one. Perhaps it was a parent, grandparent, a child, someone. We've all lost someone, a friend, and maybe it was just too soon, and you want to get them back. And there's this longing that you have. You don't have closure, whatever it may be. There's a type of technology that exists. I call it rehabilitation technology. I've seen it referenced this, that. People call that kind of technology, but essentially it's the idea of being able to take a person's DNA and create a clone of that, which I understand does not have all of their hopes and dreams and their memories and all the things that come with life. But what we can also do is take a photograph of them and be able to remove the layers so that we see their skin, then we see their muscular tissue, then we see what their brain perhaps makeup was by removing different layers, and we're able to map their brains, not say today, but perhaps in 100 years, to know where every atom is. That information, we uploaded into that clone of their body that we made out of their DNA, including how we get their DNA. Their DNA still exists if they were around in recent times, and if they weren't, there's a way that we can essentially re-engineer their DNA through their offspring and get a near perfect version of what they would have been. We take that information, we create a clone of them, which is essentially a shell, and then we put their soul or their consciousness into them. And one day it would be something like this: a door would open to some kind of capsule. When we were doing all this, they would open their eyes and they would have full consciousness. It never changed. Like they were in a long sleep, and you would have to explain to them, say it was your grandma or grandpa or something, that they were someone who was brought back from the dead, essentially, using rehabilitation technology, and that they have all of the opportunities that a living person would have, including life extension technology, mind upload technology, and that they were essentially someone who was cared enough by people in the modern times that they didn't want to let them go. That could be seen as great, praiseworthy action, that there were some people that we felt were so special that we didn't want to let them go, and we brought them back. These are all types of technology. But in our program, discussing general society, and I want to inject these types of what I feel intelligent conversations into the global conversation. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, all the time. I was interviewed about it 3 days ago. So AI is the future, and I've been using AI ever since ChatGPT was launched on November 30th, 2022. I don't know a lot of people who know exactly the date, but I can tell you that there are 2 different kinds. To my knowledge, there's artificial general intelligence, which arguably we just attained. As I understand, ChatGPT just passed the Turing test, which allows, which is the calculation of intelligence, essentially in comparison to a computer. And now the next step, having attained artificial general consciousness through the pathway of the Turing test, is the next step, which is artificial superintelligence, which is the really exciting part of artificial intelligence. So I think artificial intelligence is the future. What I talked about a couple of days ago in the interview, and how this has going to already is replacing people, but in particular positions like coders, waitresses, frontline staff, any kind of customer service agent, any kind of entry-level position is going to be in 2 years. More complicated positions within the next 5 to 7. If you have ever heard of the Da Vinci, it is a robotic surgeon that is better than perhaps any surgeon that has ever been. That is already a reality. The Da Vinci is already used in the medical field. There's another type of technology I think could be utilized perhaps in high-level law firms known as the Shapiro. It's essentially an AI lawyer that is much better than any lawyer could ever be. And instead of law firms paying out tens of millions of dollars to their partners or their clerks and such, they can just literally go to a piece of software that only the top 25 law firms have in the country, and they will be able to essentially dominate any other law firm. Any argument that perhaps might be made is by a human is going to be inferior to that AI. AI will just be able to search every Westlaw case, every LexisNexis case that has ever been on the books, not just in United States jurisprudence, but perhaps globally too, instantaneously, like a calculator, much faster than any human would ever be able to calculate. More information than one human would ever have any, of which any human would have any knowledge. And they'll be more offered and be able to utilize that instantaneously and essentially create a monopoly on laws, on the law.
That's very true. I have a question about the mortality.
Sure.
Mortality itself is nice and all right, but as you get to live for 1 billion years, you get to have sex with life.
Absolutely.
Your life lose interest in
Ab-
having sex.
Absolutely. Yeah, you look, you're bored. If given enough time, infinity is a punishment. Why? Because that means you can't stop. So that's why I say you may want to live forever within reason. When I say within reason, what do I mean? I mean you're not going to be tortured during it. I mean that it's not going to be overall unenjoyable to you. I mean that you'll be able to stop it when you want. That's what I mean within reason. And that's the important thing. We have to think that there may be people who, I don't know, people want to punish in the future. Like whom? I don't know. I'm not going to name a name, someone, but we'll call it some bad guy from the past, John Doe. And everybody hates John Doe. And we're going to, with technology, bring back John Doe and punish John Doe into eternity. That is an opportunity as well. And it's actually a very scary aspect of this that may need to be controlled in the future, because if not, essentially absolute power corrupts absolute. Excellent. All right, back. That's an excellent. Yeah, so absolutely. That's an opportunity as well. Let's talk about that. That, to my knowledge, is known essentially as memory erasure, and there are other ways to describe this, but I think that's an important type of technology that we talk about on this stream a lot, especially for people who have suffered some kind of post-traumatic stress event, a rape, a murder, they're having to defend themselves, and every night before they go to bed and their head hits the pillow, they have to deal with that. They have to deal with the guilt of something. There's perhaps an idea in the future to be able to have some type of memory erasure or some type of way to calm those types of feelings so that you don't have, they're not as negative. With the idea of memory erasure, you might be able to have sex with other people. You want to wipe your brain and then essentially do it all over again. But you have to understand, infinity is a long, long time. And even a million years of having sex with all those women still has tens of hundreds of millions of years to fill up. If we think about the length of the universe, again, I am not an expert in any of this, but as I understand, we have been around the entire universe since the Big Bang, and that's what we think that's where it all came from. That was like 12 billion years ago, the forming of our planet, 4 billion years ago. Okay, and I think the overall length of the universe is supposed to be something like 64 billion years. So basically, if we were playing a football game or American football game, we do like in the first quarter. So there's still a long part of this game that needs to be played. And if we're thinking that we can live forever, we have to fill all of that with things. And if you're only having sex with, let's say, 1 million chicks, you're going to run out. I mean, really, we have to look at the whole world. So that would be essentially 4 billion chicks, half of the world population, 8 billion. Take that to be truth. And then from there, we can do the calculation of like 1 woman a day for however many days. Essentially, though, you're going to get sick. You might get sick of just having sex with women. I talked about this recently. This is not my thing, but I am someone who is open to science, and I think that consent is very important. The reason why, at least I personally am against bestiality, is because not only is it doing all the things that people feel, but the animal can't consent. So it's essentially a rape, and I don't like that. But in the future, with the type of technology known as telepathy, you might be able to get consent from an animal or an extraterrestrial being, which means that you might get sick of just having sex with women here on Earth, and you want to start having sex with robots and cyborgs and different types of extraterrestrials. And while this does sound far-fetched, I can tell you this is all in line with what we hear from alien abductions. And I had a chance to say yesterday that alien disclosure and the alien phenomena is one of my great passions. And so I like to listen to the testimonies of alien abductees. And what they say is many of them are hybrids, or that there's a hybrid, perhaps species that has been started here that lives amongst us. And so when I start talking about humans interbreeding with some type of extraterrestrial being, that's not that far-fetched. It's actually, we're told that that's already happened, which is absolutely fascinating. And I love to get into all the science of that. But I just don't want you to limit yourself to say, look, I'm going to marry one person for the rest of my life, and then that life turns out to be 500 million years. Do you know how much of a punishment that would be? When everybody else gets to frolic around and enjoy people and the hottest chicks on earth, and you have to stay with some just nasty ass 700-year-old woman. You don't want that, and she doesn't want it either. That would be a punishment for both of you. So what we will see, I think, in the future, people will still fall in love, but psychologically, there is something known as the 7-year itch. What is a 7-year itch, Rabbi? Essentially, it is within 7 years of a relationship or so, after about 7 years, the human eye begins to wander, no matter who it is. And because of that, you have to understand that there's this possibility that love may be redefined. That currently, it's love between two people. That's fine forever, and then they always get divorced, essentially. All right, well, instead, we may have temporary marriage contracts. Like what? You get married for 7 years. And let's say that, Theodore, you are so in love with your spouse that you don't want to get divorced. That's cool. Get married for another 7 years. And you're so in love after 14 years, Theodore, that you want to continue to be married. Cool. No one's going to stop you. Be married for 21 years. And you're so in love, and you're going to do it for 28, 35, 42. Do it for as long as you want. But eventually, you will get sick of that person. Eventually, she will get sick of you. After 70, 80, 90 years. And you may say, look, I want to go have a relationship with the hottest supermodel that I can. She thinks that my knowledge of being older and experience is sexy, and I think that her beauty is attractive, but I still love you. And I want you to know that I want to fall in love with you in 7 years or 14 years or 21 years. Before we were limited to our lifetimes. But now we don't have that limitation. You may be able to extend your life much longer than previously, and thus we then have to reimagine what our types of marriage contracts may consist of. And if somebody is like, Rabbi, I have a traditional view of marriage, I want to be married to my spouse forever, that's fine. Just Just keep renewing your marriage. Yeah, great question. I can tell you this, and I really mean this. I will quote an actor, Morgan Freeman. No, Morgan Freeman. And I think he's absolutely right when he says, if we want racism to go away, we need to stop talking about race. Okay, well then we're always going to have racism. Hey, okay, just one moment. I can't hear you. That's not your fault. I have to just leave the background. Yes, did you say that you feel that you're racist?
Yes. I'm pretty sure racist.
Okay, well, it is. I would say recognizing that you have a problem is the first step. So you've done that. Do you have any experience, or do you have any friends who are perhaps of other races?
No, I don't know why, but I have that urge.
Okay, but that's generally perhaps related to xenophobia. It's just fear of strangers, fear of people who don't look like you, perhaps. And I understand that. That's natural for anyone who is just fearful of people who don't perhaps look like them or speak like them or maybe different from them. So know what you're going through is perfectly natural. And the best advice that I have to you is to develop as much experience with people in general as you can. But if you need to, go ahead and you need to diversify your friend group. How do you do so? I wouldn't go out and say, I need a black friend, or I need an Asian friend, or I need a Jewish friend, or I need a Hispanic friend. But what you can do is perhaps find groups that are already diverse and join them. I don't know, what kind of games do you like to play or sports? Do you have any sports you play?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Is the priest just that there was a thing because Michael Jackson used to be black, but then he turned white? So is it's just an idea? Maybe it's not real.
It is. It's basically a made up.
I'm sorry, I have to go. Just get off my phone.
Okay. Well,
Yes, yeah.
Anyway. Dude, black people are amazing. Maybe you haven't been around the right black people, but black people are some of the most motherfuckers you're ever gonna meet. They're some of the funniest motherfuckers you're gonna meet. There are some fine ass black people. Not forever, dog. You'll be able to have a longer penis than they do in the future, so you can keep that in the back of your head. And you should know that, and I really mean this as a goal in the future, people are going to be having a lot more sex. They're going to be much more flexible. Flexibility is very important to humanity. And so one thing that I will essentially want to do once I go viral and everything is get people involved in their own body and their own flexibility. And one of the things that people will want to do in the future, particularly men, and I'm going to make it a goal for all men, is the ability to auto-fellatiate, if you know what that is. That's the ability to suck your own dick. Most men can't do it because of the length of their penis or their flexibility or a mixture of both. And I have a goal someday that every man on this earth who is alive will be able to suck their own dick. I think that would be an amazing gift to this society.
Yeah. Like, I wish I could do it.
Absolutely. And in the future, you will be able to. And if you're wondering how, human growth hormone and stem cells into your penile cell will essentially, if done over time, create a longer penis. And there are other ways to do this, but I don't want you to have to take part in them, which is stretching and some other things. I mean, stretching of the penis, stretching of your body, your limbs and things, I think can be healthier, but stretching of your penis can be damaging. It's also painful. So why not have an easier way? Shifting your penis, yeah, with penis bump. Yeah. Yeah, it does temporarily, and I would probably tell you that if you did it enough, it would work long term. But eventually, if you stop, it will recess to its normal size. As I understand it, it stretches, like initially it definitely works. So it'll break a lot of blood there, and it'll make you essentially very erect. But all that blood will subside after 5 minutes or so, not being in the pump. But yeah, it will make it longer. And there are studies that have shown that they do perhaps very growth that is distributed. Generally, I'm happy with what I have, and so I just kind of did it for scientific purposes to see if it could get any bigger. And I can tell you, yeah, it does, but it goes back to normal after 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if you were the leader of Israel, how would you walk that time?
I would.
How would you do that?
What I said we would do yesterday. We would sit with the leaders of both sides on a live stream in one room face to face, and we would have diplomatic negotiations. We would release all the hostages and put them on the lines, and we would make it a goal of ours to have a death rate of 0 on both sides.
Yeah. What do you think would happen to war in the future if everyone was involved?
Now that's an interesting question. Oh, let's say immortal within reason, but I know what you mean. So let's talk about this. It's actually one of the most fascinating subjects that I have. If you were to say to me, Rabbi, what keeps you up at night, or what is the thing that interests you the most? It's this group allegedly that exists. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. But it's called the Galactic Federation. What is the Galactic Federation? Well, it's essentially the United Nations of aliens. And it's like, well, how do you know these guys exist, et cetera, et cetera? I can tell you that the former head of the Israeli space program, Chaim Eshed, he has stated that there is a galactic federation, apparently, and essentially that there is going to be some kind of terraforming of Mars from Earth, and that there may be some kind of extraterrestrial life that already has had communication with humanity. Okay, with that said, there's other evidence of galactic federation from alien abductees and other people. So what am I saying? Essentially, there are different extraterrestrial species out there, or alien species. We can go for the difference between extraterrestrial and planet. All right, now let's just get into this. And basically, things that aren't humans that are of higher intelligence, and they essentially can like sit around a table, and they are able to make decisions on what's going on in the universe amongst themselves. Now, I have also heard, I don't know if this is true, but I have actually, on no subject have I ever gone to an alien abductee or like a channeler, except for this one. I was given, I used to do a lot of Twitter spaces, and somebody, I asked the question, I asked ChatGPT actually about the Galactic Federation. ChatGPT first came out, you could get an answer on it. I would ask it, like, tell me about the Galactic Federation. Tell me everything about it. And it would be like, the Galactic Federation is made up of, like, alien civilizations. And this wasn't, like, hypothetical or purported. They talked about it like it's a real thing. And that they were in a basic alliance against another alien threat. It was like, what's this other one? I can't really see this. No, this is how ChatGPT references it. It's
Millions of pieces like this.
Is that his first question?
I mean, it's true that aliens, the reason there is more on the earth.
Okay, aliens, maybe the reason why there's more on the earth, that's a potentiality. But what does that have to do with that compared to black people?
Because that's what they do in order to create kids and rice. So people turn on each other to white people like each other. And it's the Europeans that are kind of.
Hold on. Okay, so I now understand what you're saying. Essentially, you're saying the people at the top. I just named names: Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, Collins, DuPont, Lee. We get into the Merovingian bloodline: Reynolds, Russell, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Vanderbilt, Van Dunn, the House of Windsor, and the Warburg family. Essentially, that group. You're asking.
So basically, the question is, so the reason why I asked why the war is because there's a reason behind it. That in order to control people, we need to make them be.
Hold on. Right now, I would tell you that you're going into this with the wrong idea. Chances are, the people who steal the most on this earth are Asians. Why? Because there are more Asians on earth than anything. What you're thinking is a very small-minded, I would say skewed look at perhaps inner city America, where there isn't very much opportunity to do anything, let alone succeed. And in order to eat or in order to provide for yourself, people steal of all colors. Yeah, that happens. But if you're looking at globally, the most people who steal on this earth by numbers are Asians. By China and India alone, it's probably like 3 or 4 times. All the shit that's stolen on this earth is stolen there. Like, and I'm talking your normal shoplifting.
You're not much about that, but that's what I mean.
Okay, well that's different. So now okay, so if you want to know what that's about, it's about race-based. It's about taking 2 sides and putting them against each other. And it will continue happening. Eventually, we will all be the same kind of color, like a tan in the middle, not black, not white, and then they'll put people's eye colors against each other, or hair colors against each other, or how tall people are, and dick size, and also labia size, and pleural size, and breast size, and buttock size. They will keep doing whatever they can to pit us against each other until we essentially war. And that's what it's about. So what do? If you're at the top and people start putting pressure on you, you start putting pressure on them together. So, like if you remember in 2008, when people were like, there was the Wall Street movement, and basically people were fed up with and Occupy Wall Street. Well, then what happened? Around 2012, they started taking, even 2008, we had some racial conflict, but really 2012, we not only get racial conflict, but we really get into genders and transgender over that. And so we are all arguing about that shit, and everybody forgot that people were mad at the very wealthy. And they'll keep doing that. So that's, they'll use race. When race doesn't work, they will use gender. When gender doesn't work, they will use heterosexual versus homosexual. When that doesn't work, they will use age. And that's a big one too. If you wonder why it always seems like an old person says, look how stupid this person is. In the past, you were supposed to honor your elders. Now, you tear them down. This is all being done purposefully to destroy society. And you should know, I love black people a lot. And so I'm very protective of black people. I love people. I don't just love one people.
Yeah, me too. But that's why I'm saying, like, it's Jews that are directly versus media. Like,
I should tell you this. Of the families that I just named, which is like 15 families, 2 are Jewish. Okay? The others are all kinds of different religions. So at the very core, it's not one religion that's against everyone, it's a group of people. And from there, it's not just those 15 families. Then we have the Council of 300. If you know what the Council of 300 is. So that gets into the Pillsbury family, and like even like the Disney family, and the Guggenheim family, and yeah, you're going to get more people in there, and some of them will be Jews, absolutely. But you're also going to get in there the House of House of Kuwait. You're going to get the people in the owners of the Emirates and the Arab Emirates. So you're going to get a whole bunch of people. At the very top, they don't give a shit about what religion is. It's all about elitism. Now, I can tell you, religion is changing. I've seen it change over the course of my life. We're moving towards what I call, I can come up with this term, you can look it up on Wikipedia. Now, it's monism. What is monism? It's basically a blending of all of the religions that merge into something. And I foresee a day in the future, essentially where all the religions will be united in a religious monism. The Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, all stem from the same person. So it's pretty easy to get those back to their original core, to say, look, we were all amongst one family at some point. Let's come together. Let's say that neither your book is better than my book, or my book is better than your book. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take all the religious books, all of the teachings of Confucianism and Buddhism and Judaism and Christianity and Islam. We'll put them together. Not in one book, but it'll be like divided and separate. Essentially, the world's historical religious books. And if you want to study that for the rest of your life, over the millions of years and dissect that, that's cool. We're going to move forward as a society, and we're going to take care of each other from a humanist standpoint. We don't want war. We want to be able to eat what we want to eat. We want to be able to not die. We want to be able to utilize different types of technology. We don't want to be told who we can and cannot love. We want human freedom. Essentially, this goes to the Aleister Crowley statement, do as thou wilt. Essentially, that's what the people at the top do. They live by one law, do as thou wilt. Not the 613 mitzvot, not the 10 commandments, none of that. It's do as thou wilt. And that's what I want for you, and that's what I want for society. I want people to be able to do whatever they want. I don't want people to be limited. So on certain subjects, like, for instance, the inability of Jews to eat pork, I want to change that. How can I change that? Essentially, the tradition is we don't eat pork because a pig does not chew its cud. What is chewing its cud? It's essentially like when an animal is able to regurgitate blood a little bit using multiple stomachs. It does not have that ability perfectly, but it does have split lips. So it is basically 50% of the way of being a kosher animal. It just doesn't chew its cud. However, you can genetically modify an organism, a pig, to chew its cud. So in the future, both Muslims and Jews, I think, will be able to enjoy pork products. And that's just one way that I feel we can unite people. Other ways that we can do it, perhaps, are through global. Absolutely. H-Good Monster, I want you to know, I love playing chess against you. We're going to continue to play. I wish I could have played better. I got a little distracted there, as you know. But this has been wonderful, and I really appreciate your friendship, man.
Yeah.
Peace out. Have a great day. Shout out to H-Good Monster. You're amazing, dude.
Friends sent her an image of this woman and said, oh my God, everyone is on Ozempic these days. Just because the woman was skinny. It's like, first of all, that lady's always been skinny. You can find pictures of her from 30 years ago. She was skinny. What are you talking about? Like, everybody wants to, like, oh, that bitch, she's on it. So we don't give anybody misinformation. We interrupted this podcast because Jamie found out at the end of the podcast that one of the Kardashians has her own GLP-1 daily pill. It's the latest product capitalized on weight loss drug. This is Kourtney Kardashian, who's the thinnest. Like, she was always thin, which is odd. So just so people know. But the point was, at the beginning, everyone was calling it the Kardashian drug. Maybe they were right. Back to the show.
And that's what people do with everything, though. They want to think that it's the most eye-opening thing, having got behind the scenes and met you, and then met Cam, and met Aaron Rodgers, and met every person that you have introduced me to works their ass off. The level of dedication and commitment, and their schedules are crazy. and the pressure is crazy, and the stress is crazy. And they have kids and families, and they find a way. Kim's up at, 3 in the morning to go run 30 miles?
He doesn't have to do that anymore because he doesn't have a regular job anymore.
Well, that's good.
Finally. I tried to talk that guy into quit his job for like 10 fucking years. From the moment I met him, like, quit that job, dude. You can make more money doing this. I was like trying to convince him. It took forever.
It's just inspiring to see, because you can sit on the outside and think, oh, that guy who's on top of the mountain, he's lucky. They got lucky. What you don't realize is you didn't see all the steps that it took for that guy to get a girl to get to the top of the mountain.
Cam was running marathons in the morning before work when he was working 8-hour days. He would get up 3:30 in the morning, run a fucking marathon, and then take 3 days off of work, take his, vacation time, and go run the Moab 240. Run 240 miles through the fucking mountains. Like, that's a regular guy with a regular job. And if you don't get inspired by that and realize, like, there's more in the tank than you think there is. And the people like that, the benefit of people like that is that through their discipline, you can learn that you could do these things too. You can get inspired by, maybe you can't run the Moab 240, but you will most certainly hold yourself to a higher standard when you know there's someone out there that's really busting their ass and trying to make things happen.
It's motivating. Like Philip Rowe, I know we've become really good friends. Philly Fresh from the UFC.
Love that dude.
Dude, working as a UPS guy, raising 2 kids, training MMA in his spare time, and like trying to get all his work in, makes it into the UFC. I mean, that's insane.
How about Deontay Wilder? He was driving for Budweiser or Coca-Cola or something like that. Remember who he was driving for? What was it? Coca-Cola? Driving, delivering trucks. At 21, starts boxing. At 23, wins a bronze medal in the fucking Olympics.
So
crazy. Budweiser.
It's just so
driving it, delivering Budweiser. So the guy's just trying to take care of his family.
The reason I'm saying this is there is hope, people. Right. Like, even if those guys can do it, we can do it.
To take care of his kid who had medical problems.
That's cool.
He needed money to take care of his kid, so he just said, I'll become a pro boxer.
That is so crazy.
Crazy. And then he has the gift. Yeah. This 1 in a fucking 100 million gift of power that he had. Yeah. It's nuts. But people like that exist to inspire you to do more. And, you could say, look, fuck her, she's on Ozempic. Or maybe she's not. Maybe she's really healthy and she fucking works out every day. Maybe that. Yeah. Maybe that too. Maybe instead of going, oh, fuck that, she's on Ozempic, going, damn, that bitch is good. What's she doing? Yeah. What are you doing? And then maybe find out what she's doing. Maybe just realize you could do more yourself. And if you did, everything that you could do to make yourself healthy wouldn't even have the urge to look at someone else and say, oh, she's on Ozempic. You wouldn't care. Yeah. You would not.
What you see is people, momentum creates momentum. And even individuals I know that have taken Ozempic, a lot of those people they just needed wins on the board and they needed to create momentum. And these really obese individuals, when they start seeing there's hope and the weight starts coming off, as crazy as it is, the diet, the lifestyle, the nutrition, all that starts to fall in line more and more. And then they get a win on the board. And now they're the guy who's going to the gym 3 days a week.
And that's the benefit of SSRIs too, for some people. And for Ari, that was the benefit of him. He was really depressed. It was really bad. And I think it had something to do with taking DHT blockers. So he was taking whatever the fuck that stuff is for your hair. What's that stuff called?
Yeah, Propecia.
He was taking that.
It can really fuck up your lungs.
Some people, it wrecked him. It wrecked him. It got him very depressed. But the SSRIs helped him get over the hump, and he eventually got off of them. And when his life is doing better, what a shock. He feels better. He's happy. His career's doing great. He's fucking not depressed anymore. Oh, crazy. Yeah. They're all related. People try to tell you that your life sucking has no bearing on the level of depression that you have. Well, that's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy. Because there are people whose lives are seemingly on paper amazing and they're still depressed. But I guarantee you they probably have their priorities off. And I guarantee you they probably don't exercise. And if they do, it's some rare imbalance that some people do have.
I can tell you, running businesses, of course, everyone has stress and anxiety. If I didn't do an ice bath or go do Muay Thai, or if I take a week off, my anxiety is terrible. I would have almost crippling anxiety. But doing physical activity and doing hard things and doing the ice bath and doing the sauna and going through that method and that process, it helps me immensely.
100%. You're used to a certain level of adversity. And if you have no adversity is very difficult to handle. But if you give yourself voluntary adversity, that far exceeds anything you're going to experience outside of that. You're way better at handling stuff. If your workouts are so fucking brutal, and I've seen you do Muay Thai, it's fucking hard, man. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's exhausting, and everything else seems easy. Because when you're on like round 5 and it's a 5-minute round and you're 3.5 minutes in and he's trying to get you to he's trying to get you to do a switch kick over and over and over again. Your fucking heart is beating out of your chest. You got to finish the round strong. And when you're done, when that bell goes off, you're like, oh my God. Like that feeling you don't get. You don't get that in the day.
And you feel so much better. And then
after it's over. But the feeling of being exhausted, pushing yourself, that struggle is so much more intense than anything you experience other than a life or death confrontation in your day.
Yeah, just even conquering going there. Like there's so many days I'm driving and I go, why the fuck am I doing
Why not
this?
go to Starbucks, get one of them frappuccinos again, go back to my old
life was
ways.
fun being fat. It was easy. This is not, I don't want to go get the shit beat out of me and work my ass off for an hour, but every time you leave, even no matter what, I'm like, oh, thank God I did that.
Every time I get out of that stupid ice bath, I feel like that. Every time I go in, I don't want to do it. I know I'm going to go in it because there's two people in my head. There's the general and there's the pussy. And the pussy is like, don't do it. Don't make me do that for 3 minutes. Don't make me get in there.
Yeah.
And the general's like, shut the fuck up, bitch. You know you're going to do it.
Yeah.
So stop with all these thoughts. Just put the lid up.
That one's one I still, to this day, I do it. I hate it every time.
I still
have not. There's never a day where I'm like, this is going to be easy.
That's a good thing, though. That's your win. That's your win of the day that you did that. You need those little wins. Just like we were talking about with Ozempic. You need to get one on the board. You know, and get one on the board any way you can. Completing a workout. Write it down, complete it. You got one on the board. You got a win for the day. That's real. It seems like it's not, but it's real. That's why the belt system works in martial arts, right? You get a blue belt. You're like, I got a blue belt. Holy shit, I'm not a white belt anymore. You get a purple belt. It incentivizes you. Human beings are subject to that.
You're nailing it. This is my point with the AI. I want to gamify it, and I want healthcare to be fun.
Yes.
I want people to know that they're challenging their friends. We're rising together. Joe, you're a pussy. You only worked out 30 minutes today. Your DEXA's at this. My overall mortality risk is improving. Yours isn't. Like, how do we make it fun? And you can choose what to share, kind of like what Whoop does.
Well, what you do with Tim Kennedy and what is that?
I watch his My Zone and I watch what Tim does every day, and I'm like, if I can just get close to what Tim did, I will feel great about myself. So I try to beat his workouts, or Juan from On It Gym has his on there too, and I'll just try and beat those guys' workouts on those days.
It's funny because people will say that that's an addictive thing, which is really interesting, because one of the things that people talk about with the addictions that people are struggling with today, one of them is fitness apps.
Yeah.
Like, geez, isn't that like the greatest addiction of all time? Like, yeah, you can go off the rails, you can get a little crazy, but isn't it the greatest addiction of all time? How many,
I think with addicts, they have them, one is finding religion and a higher calling and giving up to a higher power. But the other thing I've seen is, candidly, a lot of times they trade addiction. Yes. And they get really big into CrossFit or jiu-jitsu. Yeah, or jiu-jitsu. But it's a healthy addiction.
Exactly.
It is. It's a better alternative than drowning your sorrows in a bottle.
Well, that's also the same pathways of the mind that lead you to negative addictions, lead you to positive addictions. It's about channeling that kind of energy to be positive.
Yeah.
I am 100% an addict. Yeah. But I've figured out a way to be addicted to all things that are really good, that I love.
Yeah.
That's the way to try to live your life. It's just try to funnel that, whatever that focus is that leads you to want to shoot heroin. And this is also works the other way too. And there was a guy that I know that was a world championship caliber pool player and wouldn't drink, wouldn't smoke, just drank water, super clean and healthy. And he was one of the top pool players in the world. And he was winning tournaments and gambling and winning a lot of money. And he was like rock solid. This guy he would hold down the cash. You know, like if you bet on that guy, you had a really good chance of winning. He would win he would not choke ever.
Yeah.
He got in a car accident and he hurt his back. And the same thing that got that guy addicted to pool got him addicted to pills. He couldn't stop taking pills, man. That weird pathway. Mm-hmm. My friend Tommy put it this way. He's like, the same thing that got him addicted to, and he called it, the same thing that got him addicted to pool got him addicted to pills. It's like this obsession. So he found this thing that gave him relief from the pain, and he became obsessed with getting more of them. And then one day died. You know, he died young. Yeah, and this was a guy you would never have predicted that. And that's what's so insidious about what the Sackler family did. That's what's so insidious about the opioid crisis, is you can get good people. Everybody wants to say that wouldn't happen to me. I'm mentally strong. That's nonsense. I'm telling you, this guy was as mentally strong as you get. Mm-hmm. Some people just get God. It gets them, especially if you're in pain. Especially if you're one of those people that doesn't tolerate pain very well. Some people just, I don't know if they feel it different. I think they feel it different. I think it's the only thing. I think just like hot sauce tastes different to some folks, I think some people feel pain different. And you know what? One of the reasons I thought this is my mom got an injection in her knee, and she didn't even flinch. They stuck this giant-ass needle in my mom's knee and plunged it in there, and she didn't even flinch. And the doctor's like, that's crazy. Like, this fucking 70-year-old lady didn't flinch. And I was like, that's where I get it. Like,
yeah,
it has to. It has to be from. I think it's a genetic thing. Yeah. I used to think that it was from being hurt all the time in martial arts.
When I owned a toxicology, I was in the toxicology lab in the non-abusive stuff after my brother passed from opioids, and I was trying to educate clinicians on that. One of the things I did was hire an expert, Dr. Bill Massey, and he came in and he sat on Obama's opioid abuse campaign committee and he was helping guide me on what makes sense and how do we do this. But one of the things he shared with me that was wild was this study that he did for Obama with rhesus monkeys, where they gave one set of rhesus monkeys basically a cage with metal and no warmth, no interaction with other monkeys. They got water and food, but at erratic times, there was no consistency in that monkey's life. Then they took another subset of rhesus monkeys where they gave them warmth, shelter, let them stay with their family for the right amount of time till they reached maturity. And what they found is when they introduced drug, heroin and cocaine to these monkeys, disproportionately the monkeys that were deprived died and OD'd. Whereas the monkeys that had that love and affection and warmth and comfort and essential needs met died at a much lower rate. Most of them actually survived. And he was breaking down that if you grow up in an environment with minimal dopamine response, when you light up that dopamine, maybe it's a boxing match, right? You're a kid who's been poor and you get in that boxing match, you knock a guy out, you're hooked.
Yeah.
Like, this is it. This is the best I've felt. Everyone's cheering me on.
Yeah.
For some people, unfortunately, what they find first is a drug or an alcohol or a substance. But that same person could be the future Albert Einstein, the future Muhammad Ali, the future, whatever it may be. Insert here. They have that ability. It's just, can we give them a shot? Can we buy them the time and get them out of this? Because I've seen a lot of people beat drug addiction, but I've unfortunately lost a lot of people to it too.
They did it with rats too. They did a very similar thing. They did a rat park. And so they had the rats in the cage, and the rats, I think it was heroin that they used. See if you find what the rat park study was. Very similar type study. And they did another study where they had this enormous cage where the rats could run around. They had toys, things for them to do. And they didn't just do drugs until they died. They just went and had a party and lived like normal rats.
Yeah.
Which is just like all mammals, all humans. We have these reward systems that are built into us. Heroin or cocaine laced rat. Oh, here it is. Alexander's experience in the 70s had come to be called rat park. Researchers had already proved that when rats were placed in a cage all alone with no other community of rats and offered 2 water bottles, one filled with water, the other filled with heroin or cocaine, the rats would repetitively drink from the drug-laced bottles until they overdosed and died. Like pigeons pressing a pleasure lever, they were relentless until their bodies and brains were overcome and they died. But Alexander wondered, is it about the drug or it might be related to the setting that they were in? To test his hypothesis, he put in rat parks. He put in rat parks where they were among others and free to roam and play, socialize, and to have sex. And they were given the same access to 2 types of drug-laced bottles. When inhabiting a rat park, they remarkably preferred the plain water. Even when they did imbibe from the drug-filled bottle, they did so intermittently, not obsessively, and never overdosed. A social community beat the power of drugs. And you got to wonder if that would be the case with human beings. If everyone, I mean, it's not possible right now in the world that we live in, but if everyone had a productive, happy, healthy life and was raised in a positive environment, how much less drug abuse and drug addiction would we have? It's a good question. Because if it really is this horrible childhood that is causing a lot of people to seek these things out, But that's not my friend. My friend who got addicted, he wasn't from abuse like that. He was from a normal family. Everything was fine. It was him dealing with pain, and back pain is some of the worst pain. It's fucking debilitating. I mean, I've known multiple friends who've had back surgeries. When they're in pain, it's just like it takes over everything. Like, I've had knee surgery, and you can kind of deal with knee pain. It's like, yeah, it sucks, but it's going to get better. It'll be okay. But it's not your whole system. It's just your knee. The back feels like your whole being is hurt. Yeah, it's a particular type of pain that people want relief from.
My buddy's dad he's been in the hospital, in and out of the hospital. He's in his 80s now. And he used to go on the elk hunts with us and everything. He was a coach. They had him loaded up on pain meds, and everything was starting to fail. He'd been in the hospital for months. They were about to move him to hospice. And my buddy said, we're done. I don't want any more pain meds. And he talked to his dad, and he said, Dad, can you survive without the pain meds? And he didn't think he could. And he battled, like, feeling terrible, everything. Long story short, he went from they were going to put him in hospice because his kidneys and organs and all this were failing to he drove a car last week, right? He's out of the hospital. He's in his 80s. He's driving his truck again. Like,
I don't know if I want to be on the road with that guy.
Yeah, but it's all those pain meds were poisoning his brain, his body. His organs were shutting down because they were just pushing more and more and more. And I don't want to be too sinister, but there's a lot of money in keeping somebody in a hospital and billing that insurance company during those time frames and then moving them over. You know, I stood in surgeries where I watched them do neurosurgeries on people they knew were going to die, that they could bill them $800,000 and collect the insurance payment. So the hospital's going to do the surgery.
Ugh. Do a surgery on someone who knows going to die just to make the money.
It's just because our incentive systems are flawed, like what you were talking about earlier. If dopamine wins, like reward systems, if we build a reward system based off money and numbers and finances, we shouldn't be shocked when we have killer earnings and really bad health outcomes.
It's the same with everything in the human race. Whenever it's incentivized by money, people don't go to what's best for people. They go to what's going to make them the most money. And that's the weird world that we find ourselves in, with people defending, because their ideology opposes the opposite.
Yeah.
It's nuts. It's a weird fucking time. But listen, brother, I'm glad I met you. I'm glad you're out there. I'm glad you can speak about these things the way you can with so much information. You're so knowledgeable about it. You can pull it up at any moment. And it's a daunting task that you have, but I think your message has changed a lot of people's lives. I really do. I think there's a lot of people that recognize that between you and all these other people in the space, Peter Tia and Andrew Huberman and all these people, Dr. Rhonda Patrick, all these people talking about health and what you can do to improve, and studies and all these things that you do to change the path that you're on. I think it's affected countless lives.
No, it really thank you for giving me a voice, and thank you for having me on here, and also thank you to the U.S. Senate for being brave enough to let us sit there and hammer the U.S. government and critique them for their choices, and power to them for at least having the honesty and integrity to let us have an open forum.
Yes. So yeah, let's hope they keep doing it and just make America healthy again. Ideas, one of the most promising political ideas I've heard in a long time, because it's long overdue. Like there was a long time where they were denying that cigarettes cause cancer. They denied it as long as they could, and then eventually they couldn't deny it anymore. And I would hope that we would learn our lesson from all these other things they did, all these other things that they used to push, and now they realize they're dangerous, and they really regret that they did it, and people went along with it. Time has come. Time has come to change the way we approach food and health.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Brother. My pleasure. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. All right, man.
How's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I really enjoy your show. It's very different. Like I was like when I first started watching, I was like, oh, this guy's fucking interviewing all kinds of crazy people. Like I'm like you're like a Navy SEAL Art Bell. It's kind of cool, man. You know, like it's like you go out there with people like that one dude that was saying there's direct energy weapons in Antarctica.
Yeah,
you letting that guy go out. He's going out on a long ass pier.
Oh yeah, Eric Hacker.
All those stories are so crazy. I was just finishing. Is it John Alexander?
Yeah,
the gentleman that worked with UAPs and unidentified phenomenon and
he's done it all.
He's fascinating.
He's done it all.
Fascinating. All the way back to Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
That guy, what a crazy story, man. Imagine being involved in that kind of shit. I don't know. Yeah. How much do you believe it, though? Like, it's like, when I hear the UFO stuff, there's a part of my brain that's like, don't get suckered into this. This shit's nonsense. There's something that, it just feels like if they told me a super volcano was going to erupt, I would believe it. Super volcanoes are definitely real, and there's a historical precedent. They've ruined civilizations. They tell me that there's UFOs, and part of me is just like, I don't fucking believe you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. You know, I mean, you know what bothers me about the whole camp is none of these camps like talk to each other.
Right.
It's my camp knows everything.
Isn't that always the case, though? That's the case in the military often, right?
Yeah, I was going to compare it to special ops. That guy doesn't know shit. I know everything. You know, that's kind of how.
When I was real young, I was like 24. I was dating this girl that was. She did something in government, and she was explaining to me. So this is pre-internet-ish. You know, like people didn't have the internet then. This like early 90s, right? And she said that she one of her jobs was to make sure that information that the Navy had received would be available to the Army. So, like, you have to make sure people aren't running redundant tests. Like, we already did this. We'll get you this information. So there was, like, some sort of a database in, like, these computer terminals where she could share information. And she had some sort of top clearance. And one day, like, just fucking around, she wrote little green men in the search function. And her computer got shut down, and then people visited her. And they asked her, like, what are you doing? Like, why did you look this up? Like, what is this all about? And I think she wound up either getting fired or transferred to some other position or lost whatever clearance that she had.
Interesting. I've not heard that one.
When I was young, I was like, oh, aliens are real. But as an older man, now looking back on it, I go, well, maybe what she was doing was inappropriate for her job. Like, maybe what she was doing was demonstrating that she couldn't be trusted because she's doing something that's not, there was no request to look up little green men.
Yeah.
It was like she did it on her own. Like,
is this 100% factual?
Hard to tell.
You know,
Hard to tell. This is the girl I dated. I don't really know.
Oh, you dated her?
Yeah, dated her. Yeah. This is, yeah, like I said, early 90s, I was living in New York. I had actually dated her in Boston, and then we met up again in New York a couple of years later. So when she was telling me about her job, and then she was telling me, like, check this out.
I shouldn't be telling you this, but
because back then I was all in on UFOs. I was like, wow, UFOs are real. But as an older man, I look back and go, well, if you have some kid, you know, and she was basically my age, she's probably 24 as well, and you're having this kid work in these terminals that has access to top secret information and they have clearance, I would say, hey, maybe you shouldn't be just looking up shit randomly.
Yeah.
You know, like, we can't have this kid. We can't trust this kid.
You know, it doesn't seem like everything's so compartmentalized in government, and especially at that kind of classified, whatever, security clearance level. I mean, there's whatever. I didn't get that high up, but I've not seen like a database where you can just look anything up. Like, oh shit, who killed JFK?
Right.
Let's look that up real quick. You know, it's.
Well, you know what Trump said about that one, right?
What did he say?
Trump said that if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't want to release it either.
Oh yeah, I did hear that.
Crazy. What a crazy thing to say.
Yeah.
That can only mean one thing in my eyes.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes any sense is the United States did it.
I mean, more and more just keeps unraveling. You know?
Tucker just comes out and says it. openly. He just says it openly.
Yeah.
CIA killed Kennedy. He has a crazy laugh. I don't know who could actually say it other than the people that have read those papers. And, and who knows the president is basically a part-time employee, not a part-time employee, but a short-term employee. If you got a long-running business, and for some technicality, every now and then you have to bring in some fucking CEO, and he does a 4-year term, and then hopefully you can finagle it so he gets another 4-year term if he's playing by the rules, and you just bring him in. Yeah, why would you tell that guy you killed Kennedy?
Yeah.
They hid shit from him all the time, which is totally illegal.
What do you think about RFK's? Possibly getting in to investigate all that.
I think it would be one of the best things for the health of the people in the United States. If you really care about health, I think there's a lot of us, and it was me at one point in time, and I've gotten more educated about it. A lot of us are very ignorant about what we're doing to our bodies with food and with medications.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're being told the truth. And I think there's a reason why multiple other countries have banned food elements, food like ingredients that we use all the time. These red dyes, all these different, and this was all, there was just a recent thing that they did. Who was involved in that? Brigham testified in that. This episode is brought to you by The Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. They had all these health experts testify, and they were all hammering this point over and over again. They were talking about the food additives. They were talking about glyphosate and how fucking dangerous glyphosate is, and like an enormous percentage of people show traces of glyphosate in their blood. We're getting it through all kinds of vegetables. It's ubiquitously sprayed on monocrop agriculture crops. We're all just consuming these poisons. There's no reason to have fluoride in the water. There's fucking no reason. We've been putting fluoride in the water. Oh, keep your teeth. You don't want cavities. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And we've been doing it forever. And there's no reason to do it. And there's like real data that shows that high levels of fluoride in water lowers IQ. The higher the fluoride is in water in certain areas, they can see a measurable dip in people's IQs.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Have you messed around with have you heard of the Yucca app?
No.
Dude, you got to get the Yucca app.
What is it?
So you basically scan anything, like food related.
It's
soap,
YUKA.
deodorant. I think it's YUCA. There it is.
Nice.
There it is.
YUKA.
So
shout out to Yucca.
There it is. See, like Honey Nut Churro. It'll tell you the additives in there.
Contains additives to avoid.
And it'll tell you all the. It'll tell you all the chemicals and what's what the chemicals do to you.
Ah, that's genius.
Yeah, it's
What a
very,
great ad. No ads. We just did an ad for them. Good for them, though. But that's what people need. I think if RFK gets in office, he will expose a lot of this stuff, just like he did when he was an environmental attorney. You know, people think of him as just the vaccine kook. Listen, you got to look at that guy's, the history of that guy's work has all been about protecting people from corporations that are poisoning them. Yeah. That's literally what that guy did his whole career. And if he can do that with health, particularly with things that we can avoid. Look, one of the things they demonstrated is that Lucky Charms, as sold in the United States, they don't sell the same one in Canada. In Canada, the dyes that we use to make it all pretty and exciting for kids, they don't allow that because it's fucking toxic. Yeah. So we allow it, which means someone's corrupt. Yeah. Someone's corrupt.
Probably the whole system, maybe.
Probably the whole system is heavily influenced. At the very least, forget about bribery. Let's not even say bribery. Heavily influenced by relationships that these people have with CEOs in these corporations and the boards of executives, and this weird little revolving door between the FDA and the CDC and all these different organizations, and then they leave, and then they get this amazing job working for some huge corporation that they were helping regulate just a few years ago. It's the most transparent thing. It should be. If insider trading is illegal, how's that legal?
Good point. I mean, does FDA approval even mean anything to you?
Not to me. It doesn't to me. But it took a long time before I got to that. It took a long time before I really understood, like, why do we think that saturated fat is bad? Oh, it was a lie by the sugar companies. Okay, why do people tell you that vitamin supplementation doesn't really help and you just need a balanced diet? Oh, because doctors don't know jack shit about nutrition, and that you're going to a guy who literally knows less than you because he went to medical school for how to fix knees or whatever the fuck he specialized in, and you're taking this guy's advice, and he doesn't know anything about nutrition. He's not read any peer-reviewed data. That guy's just trying to keep up. He's got fucking bills piling in, and he's bringing people and shuffling them through the office, and he's worried about you have insurance in case you fuck up, malpractice insurance, and you have to pay your medical school bills, and those guys are barely getting, but they're floating. Yeah. They're trying to just run people through their office as fast as they can.
Does it bother you if there's some type of a new, but does it bother you if it's not FDA approved at all, if it's new? Like nobody's looked into it?
Well, I wouldn't think anything, especially a drug. Yeah. It's just like, give it some time, kids. Give it some time. I mean, how many times do they have to pull drugs before people, like, what is the percentage of drugs that the FDA approves and then pulls? I believe it's 25%.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's 25%. See if that's true. So this is the ones that they approve, and then eventually they find out, oh, this stuff's terrible for you, and then they pull it. Yeah. I think it's 25%, which, what does it say? 1/3.
Oh, shit. 1/3.
I was off. According to the 2017 study, which is probably worse now, about 1/3 of drugs approved by the FDA within a 10-year period receive alerts, warnings, or recalls in the years following their approval. That's fucking bananas. Wow. Give it some time, kids.
Yeah.
Also, have you seen the Steven Crowder undercover thing he did with that COVID czar in New York?
No.
Have you seen that? Jamie, go to his page and find the most recent one, because the most recent one is fascinating. Because the most recent one, this guy is openly talking about how monkeypox is not really a threat, but they're trying to present it as a threat so they can sell this medication. And they're talking about pushing this. This guy's openly talking about monkeypox is really just gay guys get it from unprotected. It's a letter. Yeah, is it on his Instagram? Go to it. I'll show you which one it is. Yeah, that's it. Is it? No. That's not it. That's not it. That's the one where he's talking about how he shut the city down. There's a recent one. No, I know. Maybe it's somewhere else. Let me scroll down a little bit. See if you can find the one. See that one right there? That's kind of yellow. It's yellow there. But which one? There's got to be one where he's talking about monkeypox. Because that was the one I was watching today. That's not, because that's all about shutting the schools down. God damn it, I gotta find it. Okay, just find it and get to us. Because I know I might have watched it on X. I probably thought, I'm saying X now.
Yeah,
You know,
good for
I
you.
feel politically correct. Like when I call a transgender person a girl, she. Like, well, you like that? How I did that? I said she. It's like, no, that's not it. That's Crowder confronting him when that guy's fired now. That guy's fucked. The monkeypox one, goddamn it, I know I saved it. If you want, I can find it. I saved it on my phone because I was like, this is just so bonkers. That these people are having conversations in public and openly admitting that they're trying to push people into taking drugs that don't even work. Really interesting. This is going to be a problem. I'm not going to find it. If you see, just see if you can find it. It's got to be out there because I watched it this morning. Did you lose monkeypox? Nothing.
It's going to be in one of these.
Oh, wait up. Hold up. Back up. That was right there. Right above that. Dr. J. Varna. Okay. This is it.
It's not same thing as last week.
Oh, so is it because the New York Post doesn't show it? That's okay. We can just read what it says because it's kind of interesting. We don't have to hear him say it. But Steven Crowder's kind of decided to do this James O'Keefe type deal. And I don't know how they do that. It's pretty wizardry.
Yeah.
You know, generally I think you get like a gay guy who likes to talk and some handsome dude who can sit down with this guy and get him a little tipsy. That seems to be habit. Gay guys like to spill the beans. He previously served as senior health advisor to then Mayor Bill de Blasio and tasked with running Big Apple's pandemic response. Okay, so he was talking about the approval process while discussing SIGA Technologies Technovirament or TPOX drug. So this is the drug for monkeypox. So that's why spinning it in the media is helpful. We want the FDA to approve our drug specifically for monkeypox, and right now it's only considered experimental, and they won't approve it, he said. The U.S. TPOX is not approved by the FDA for treatment of Mpox, but can be used to treat patients as part of a clinical trial known as the Study of Technovirament for Human Mpox Virus, according to Cigna Technologies. The company's website added that the STOMP trial is being conducted to evaluate the efficacy of TPOX for the treatment of Mpox. Varna then griped at the video filmed on August 14th that his then employer is stuck with our drug, but the people aren't going to be as confident in it because the data doesn't look as strong as it should. And so then later he starts talking about the stock prices. So he said sometimes you do a study and fucking nothing works at all, or people get really sick from it. He said in the covert reporting, the problem is if you do another study, it'll take a year or two to do it because you have to get the ethics approval, you got to get the money, you got to get the patients to come in. In the videos, Varma then gloated about how he knows the reporters well and referenced a September interview with New York Times on Mpox, which touted the TPOX as a drug used to treat Mpox infection. He also described the World Health Organization's emergency authorization process before explaining how he wants the media to report on TPOX. So he was talking, one of the things in the video, he was talking about stock prices. So they're talking about making it look like these drugs do better than they do, getting people to prescribe them. Okay, hold on. Okay. So basically, we're trying to get the media to say is, oh, the drug didn't work because it was designed the wrong way. So they're going to do another study, and it'll probably work. And in the meantime, people just prescribe it as an emergency drug. That's what we want the story to be, which is wild to say out loud. And he said the risk of Mpox spreading in the U.S. is very low, and it's almost certainly going to stay among gay men. Yeah, so it's all just, it's supposedly only, like, I don't think in America, like, I think 4 people died from it. You got to go hard.
That's it.
You got to go hard to die for that.
You quit right before they talked about the 10-person sex parties.
Oh, yeah, that was another thing. That was when he got busted for having parties during the COVID lockdowns while he was encouraging the lockdowns.
Wow.
So you didn't hear that part?
No.
Oh, so Crowder got him on camera saying that he was doing Molly and partying and saying, I hope somebody doesn't see me doing this. because I could get in real trouble. Because obviously I reinforced the lockdowns.
Wow. I mean, surprising, but not.
Boy, everybody's eyes have moved up the last few years. At least people that are trying to pay attention to how nutty the people are actually run the show.
Yeah, it's a lot of people are. I mean, it's crazy. It's like everything you knew is just flipped upside down.
It's like a bunch of actors are running it. That's what it's like, because that's what they're really like. What politicians are like actors who are not quite good looking enough to get into movies and television shows. They can't host Entertainment Tonight, but they can read off a teleprompter, and they can do a good look, Kamala Harris has one good read off a teleprompter, and she shot up in the polls. That's the power of just a performance when you want to believe something. You want to believe.
I mean, I don't believe anything.
Well, I was watching this. These guys were breaking down. They can track cell phones. They can figure out whose cell phone was there. They can get metadata. And they were talking about these Kamala Harris rallies, about how organized they are. These people are coming in on buses, and many of them have been to multiple rallies. And that when this one local one, 80% of the people came from somewhere else, and they were all bussed in.
And how do they know that?
Well, I'll send this to Jamie because this one I actually know. But I think they know it because of the data. You can track data on a phone now.
Oh, they're doing the geofencing stuff?
I don't know exactly how they do it, but they're doing something in which they can tell when your phone has been in an area. Okay, I found his the other video. Yeah, here, I'll show it to you, Jamie. Because it's even grosser hearing it coming out of this guy's mouth.
Hour and a half video on YouTube channel that I think it's taken from.
Yeah, but this is the clip. I'm sending the clip from Instagram for whatever. I don't know if Instagram's hiding it. I don't know what's happening. But
they wouldn't do that. It's not as louder with Crowder.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. God, I hate looking up things on my phone in the middle of the fucking show, but sometimes you have to. So these guys, what they were showing is that here it is, that people, it's just very organized, and people are being bussed in. And is that okay? Is that ethical? I mean, maybe just making it more convenient for them to go to the Kamala Harris rally. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But if you're organizing crowds, say if you do a game show, if you host a game show, Wheel of Fortune. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Those people are all paid. Most of them, or sometimes you let fans do it for a very popular show. But I have personally been on a lot of shows where the audience is paid. So it's basically like if you're filming a sitcom, you can, and nobody knows what the sitcom is. There's a company that you can hire, and you pay the audience to come in, and the people cheer. They have an applause sign. Everybody cheers. They laugh when you tell them to laugh. There's a guy in the audience that's doing this to them that the people at home don't see. So it's all theater, right? So they could do that same strategy for a political rally easily. If you're talking about all the money you're going to be in control of when you are the president of the United States, which is a spectacular position. Not just that, but then all the money you're going to make in appearances and forever, right? You're going to do Goldman Sachs talks and make $500,000 for no apparent reason. There's so much money involved. You don't think you would pay audiences to come and cheer? That's cheap.
Yeah,
that's cheap.
I don't know. Do you think that's immoral?
Well, I think we have very loose rules on what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. There was a lot of outrage because people were saying that ABC somehow or another had gotten the subject matter to Kamala, and that they had agreed to Kamala that they were not going to ask her about her DA record when she was in California, and that they were not going to talk about some other person she was involved with that might be in trouble. And they weren't going to fact check her. And then they said they were only going to fact check Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Which is what led to her saying quite a few things that weren't true, and no one said anything about it, particularly about troops being deployed overseas.
Yeah.
Did you see that video where the troops are like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I got a really good friend of mine that's deployed in overseas right now.
And according to Kamala Harris.
And Yeah, he's sniping bad guys over in Africa.
Yeah, how mad would he be if he heard that?
I mean, they're pissed.
Oh, I'm not in a war zone.
They're pissed.
They should be pissed. So this is from an Instagram account. I don't know what podcast this clip came from, but let's just play it.
Rally, 5,003 mobile devices at Kamala Harris's rally in Charlotte, North Carolina on Thursday afternoon. It appears over 3,600 came from Georgia, mainly Atlanta, Georgia, and approximately 720 from Savannah, Georgia. So that's a North Carolina rally with almost 80% of the attendees being from Georgia. After the math, that's only 600 or so local people in North Carolina that attended. I'd say that's all who shows up, and you're planning to what, get 80-something million votes again? Something ain't right. And then all these people come from buses, and it's kind of weird because at the Trump events, you don't really have like organized buses like that. People just kind of show up and park on their own. But at the Kamala rally, there's just these lines of buses at every event, which is weird. And a lot of the people are also the same people that attend multiple rallies. Can you read those tweets? Any of the same ones from previous events? Because this guy's tracking the cell phones, I guess, and he says 90% have been to 3+ rallies, 54% were even at Arizona and Nevada rallies.
Now, it could be that she's so popular that it's like Swifties. They just follow her around. Or it could be like, the Grateful Dead was in the 1970s. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe she's just so amazing all of a sudden. Maybe Stella got her groove. Something happened and she just kicked into gear and now she's her best self.
Yeah.
Her best self. She's going to be the president. Yay, let's go to these rallies.
I'm sure that's what's going on.
Could be that. It could. It could be that.
I don't think it's really immoral. It's just
immoral.
It's just a rally.
Well,
everybody wants their rally to be full. It's just it's a facade, man.
Yeah.
It's just a facade.
If you could do it for a game show, you could do it for a political event. I don't think it's immoral. I think if they did give her the questions, and they really did, and this is someone signed an affidavit. See what's going on with that. See what's the latest with that, Jamie. So someone signed an affidavit that was an ABC employee that claims these things, and it was very clear there was bias. It was very clear that they're fact checking him and not fact checking her. But it was, unfortunately, he doesn't do himself any favors because he kind of goes off the rails sometimes. They're eating dogs. They're eating cats, which, by the way, they may very well be doing that. That's a thing they do in Haiti sometimes. Sometimes they sacrifice animals, and they have local rituals, religious rituals that they do.
I mean, this has been going on for a long time, though. Sometimes the kung pao chicken is a chicken,
right? That's a real thing. That's a real thing. And to try to pretend that it's racist to say that, no. Humans sometimes will do things.
According to this, is that this started with a claim that there was an affidavit, so I don't know that it's ever been actually presented to anyone.
Interesting. Didn't it get discussed on Twitter and people were posting about the veracity of it? I think Elon even put it on his Twitter. Colin Rugg, I know, had it on his. Yeah. I think it's probably going to be hard to tell what's charged in
Congress, but it doesn't say that it was.
He said it made it to Congress. Bill Ackman, that's right. Bill Ackman was the guy who tweeted it. Didn't know if the claim was accurate, but shared it anyway, which is what's fun. It's fun to do on the internet. Vance addressed the supposed whistleblowers' allegations to reporters, saying it should be a national scandal if true. Trump again mentioned the whistleblower September 13th at a rally in Las Vegas, claiming that Harris had received the debate questions in advance. Fortunately, we had a leaker or a whistleblower. I don't care which. I love that person. The way he talks is such a Trump statement. Representative Dan Muser in Pennsylvania said in a Fox News interview that he would try to bring in ABC News and the whistleblower before Congress to testify about the affidavit.
The person who did it was killed in a car crash, and that seems to be false.
Yeah, that was amplified by Marjorie Taylor Greene, who also doesn't do herself any favors. I think they do stuff like that. This is my take on that. When I saw all these people tweeting that the guy died in a car crash, I was like, that might be a trap. That one might be a trap.
Yeah.
But I think they do stuff like that. Well, they'll throw out a fake story and get people to share it, without looking into it at all. And it turns out to be complete horseshit. And it makes the whole thing look like horseshit now. Now it looks like makes the affidavit. It's at least connected to horseshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's a good tactic.
Yeah. Smart tactic.
We get a lot of good tactics.
They're very organized, which is really interesting. And that's one of the things about Trump is that he's so dominant and he's so swing from the hip that no one can kind of corral him, you know? And it seems like she's really open to being coached. Like some of these speeches are very different than any speeches she's ever given before. And you see the difference between that and then, like, do you see the Oprah interview? No, it's off the rails.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Into fucking wine mom country again.
Wow.
Tim Dillon is the best. Tim Dillon's like, she's saying gypsy curses. What is she saying?
Oh, man.
It's like when you get her off the rails and she is, it's kind of fucked up, right? Because that's not the job. The job is not being able to sound cool in an interview with Oprah. That's not the job. But that's the most important part about getting a job.
I just want to hear, like, you know, how they're going to accomplish all this stuff.
Well, they're going to do it once they get in, even though they're already in.
Yeah, that seems to be the typical response, right?
Well, one thing that you could see, like, really clearly is there is a ferocious effort to stop Donald Trump from becoming president again that I've never seen before. I've seen tight races. I've seen people very divided. You know, I've seen it for years. There's always been, like, a division between the Republicans and the Democrats in this country, but not like this. Not like this, where the guy almost gets killed twice and they don't even talk about it.
It's scary, man.
It's nuts. Scary. Almost gets killed twice, and the second one, they just brushed it off. Like, I don't even think the guy got a shot off.
Yeah.
Like, the guy was set up at a golf course for 12 hours with a bulletproof vest on an AK-47 and was specifically there to kill Trump. You don't think that's crazy?
I think it's crazy they didn't cover it. I mean, it barely got covered.
Barely, in and out. And then the brother of the guy, or the guy's son, gets arrested for child pornography.
Do you know, have you looked into the BlackRock commercial stuff at all? Is that real?
The one shooter was in the BlackRock commercial. That was the kid that tried to kill Trump.
Yeah.
They said that this guy was in a BlackRock commercial, but I heard that that's not true.
It's bullshit.
But that could be another one they just throw out there.
Yeah, right.
You throw one out there like that, and then people retweet it, and those people look stupid because you retweeted something dumb, and then it weakens the public's faith in what you have to say about things, and also makes the story look stupid. Like that story about that whistleblower will forever be connected to people retweeting the fact that he died in a car accident, even though he didn't die in a car accident.
Yeah.
So it's always going to be shrouded in bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of genius.
It is, man. It's a great way to discredit.
Yeah, it's a great way to get somebody elected.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
It's just when you're seeing the manipulation just in full bloom, just marching down the street in front of everybody, and no one's freaking out about it. That's what's really weird.
What do you think? I mean, have you thought about who's behind all these assassination attempts? Think they're lone wolves, or?
Well, was it Matt Gaetz that was saying that he's been informed that there's 5 different kill teams looking for Trump in the country right now?
Somebody did just say that. 2
of them are domestic. Trump said it. There's 5 guys. They think they're going to get me. They're not going to get me. So what's the quote? Big threats on my life by Iran. The U.S. military is watching and waiting. Moves already been made by Iran that didn't work out, but they will try again. Not a good situation for anyone. I am surrounded by more men, guns, and weapons than I have ever seen before. Thank you to Congress for unanimously approving far more money to Secret Service. 0 no votes. What? 0 no votes, strictly bipartisan. Okay. I understand. 0 no votes, like no one voted against it. Strictly bipartisan. Nice to see Republicans and Democrats get together on something. An attack on a former president is a death wish for the attacker. Yeah, it wasn't just him that was saying that, though. It was, I'm pretty sure it was Matt Gaetz. I know I have that saved too, if you want it. But so if there really are 5 different kill teams in the country looking for Trump right now, that's just insane.
But it should be hard to find it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's rallies, you know, giant rallies.
Yeah.
In New York, there was 60,000 people. That's insane. So that's the difference between the Kamala Harris rallies. If that guy's telling the truth, and they really are just sort of manipulating this and putting on theater, that's a big difference between what's happening with Trump.
Yeah.
If he got organically got 60,000 people to come see him and freak out in New York. It's kind of, the media is a monster. It really is. It's such an obvious monster, such a deceptive, sneaky propagandist monster.
It's how long do you think the media has left?
They'll be around.
You think so?
It all depends on who gets in the office, really. It depends on, so the real fear was when they started getting their claws into Twitter. The real fear was when the government started suppressing accurate information and Twitter let them do it. That was scary close. So Elon buys Twitter, releases the Twitter files. Michael Schellenberger, Matt Taibbi, and all those journalists, they all uncover all these different aspects that's super disturbing and totally illegal. And they release everything. And then Twitter becomes kind of crazy. Like Twitter's wild now. Like it's just totally wild west, unregulated. And then what do you got, Jamie? This is it. Okay, one of the 5 known teams hunting President Trump before Butler, Pennsylvania. Attempt was Ukrainian. So this is Matt Gaetz talking about this. But I think that if that hadn't happened, so if all of social media remained like staunch leftist, left-wing, just giving completely into whatever propaganda the government wants to give them regarding vaccines or Ukraine or anything else, with no critical arguments about it that are accepted. It just, anybody who doesn't follow the narrative, especially people like, they censored people from Stanford and MIT. They were trying to tell them to pull those guys, like Jay Bhattacharya, all these doctors about COVID. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did.
Censoring like legitimate experts in the field who aren't kooks, guys like Peter McCullough, who's the most published doctor in his field of study in human history. And they're like, no, you're a kook. You're a kook. And we know now that was not true, and he was correct. Now we all know, right? All these years later, most people kind of know what the fuck happened, even the people reluctant to admit they got duped.
Yeah.
If Elon does not come along and buy Twitter, I don't know where we are right now. I really don't. Because if they had the clamps on Twitter, and they did the same thing with Twitter that they're doing right now with other social media apps, it would be fucking awful out there.
I know, man. It's Elon's been a blessing.
He really has.
It's a big one. I mean, I don't think they're going to be around that much longer. I feel like that the media will die with the baby boomer generation.
I think if Elon didn't buy Twitter, they would have been fine. I really do.
Probably.
The only thing that fucks them up is YouTube, but they've got a clamp on YouTube too. YouTube is. They're very restrictive in what you can talk about, especially during the pandemic. They would ban you from YouTube for talking about things that we know for a fact are true now.
We deal with a lot of that.
We dealt with a lot of it, right?
I'll bet you did too.
Oh, yeah. Anybody on YouTube, you have to parse your words. Like Jimmy Dore, even when he's criticizing the vaccine, he said, but you should take the vaccine because it's safe and effective.
Yeah.
He always has to say it, to cover his ass.
Was it nice for you to come off YouTube? Did you enjoy that when it first happened?
My strategy
pain in the ass gone?
No, I don't think it. But my strategy was to become 10% less famous. So when I went over to Spotify was going to give me all this money. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, great. Just fucking be a little less famous, too. That'd be good. Kind of go the Howard Stern route, kind of fade off into the sunset.
Yeah. Did it work?
No, it didn't work. Little did I know. I was going to get caught up in this massive controversy, But it also, even before that, this podcast was growing on Spotify a little too quick. But so there's no extra pressure being on YouTube, but there is a pressure if you rely on YouTube. If you
I guess I meant with
they'll
the.
demonetize you.
That's what I meant. I
Yeah.
meant with like the censorship stuff. I was wondering, you know.
You want to hear something interesting?
Yeah.
We got demonetized all the time. A lot of episodes got demonetized until we announced that we were going to go exclusive to Spotify. And then from that moment out, there was like a few months of a window.
No kidding.
They never demonetized us. They just took all the money.
Like, don't go, Joe.
No, they didn't. No, it wasn't that. They wanted the money now. Like, why would they demonetize me? Because they don't get a cut either. So what they're trying to do, essentially, is get you to fall in line by getting you to self-censor because it benefits you financially. It's a creepy form of censorship because you do it to yourself and it's kind of okay because you can't really prove that they got you to not talk about things you wanted to talk about, and they can't really prove that you followed this public narrative just because you want to keep your job.
I mean, you know what really bothers me is we both put a lot into this, you know, and what bothers me is like, just tell me what you want me to take out. What is it?
Yeah, but I don't even want
to fucking tell you.
I don't want to talk to them. This is how my feeling on the thing is. I don't think they should be talking to people about what to put in. I think if you're not doing anything illegal, if you're not saying anything illegal or doing anything illegal, don't take it off.
Some of it I'm totally with you. Some of it I get, you know, like, you know, pedophilia,
100% illegal stuff.
Even language. I mean, there's 3-year-olds out watch. I got a 3-year-old kid. You know, he's watching.
Right, but they have YouTube Kids. Like YouTube Kids is great.
So I get it when they like mark my shit with 18 plus, but but they won't tell me. You know, right. It's like, well, just like I can't correct the fucking problem if you don't tell me what it is.
Right.
And I mean, they just don't. They don't want to abide. They don't want to box themselves in and not be able to censor someone.
Yeah, there's that, and there's no benefit for them to tell you what you said that was wrong. There's no benefit. The good thing is to get you to self-censor. That's the best. Put the threat over you. That's why they give you strikes. Mm-hmm. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Sean, you got 3 strikes. You know, it's kind of silly. It's weird. It's like, is this the penal system or is this a goddamn social media platform?
Yeah.
It should be. If advertisers don't want to advertise on that particular content, okay, that seems easy to manage, guys. And guess what? There'd be a lot of advertisers that would be willing to advertise on that content. You're just not being creative enough with your advertisement. If you're just treating it as a business, or are you treating it as not just a social media video website, but a way to push and a way to amplify a very specific message?
I mean, if you can control what comes out of people's mouths, and you can control what they think.
Yeah, and if you're making a lot of money on YouTube and you're doing great, like, wow, I've got a fucking real good life now. And then all of a sudden YouTube comes along and says, oh, you were talking about the vaccine, Sean, we can't have COVID vaccine misinformation on our platform. This is going to cost lives. And some platforms make you do like a re-education thing where you have to like talk to them and have conversations with them about what you did that may have been offensive or what you did that may have violated the terms and conditions that they have for their community.
Yeah, I think we had to do that. I think we did that.
Fucking creepy. That shit's fucking creepy because you're dealing with some fucking woke kid in Silicon Valley who up talks. And this person, okay, what you're doing, Sean, right now with your show, I know that you don't think it's harmful, but it really is. It really is. It's truly harmful. Yeah, it's truly harmful. Exposing government corruption, and
I can tell. It's real harmful, all right. So,
it's fucking weird, man. It's weird. But I love the fact that at least it exists. And even though it's not perfect, because I don't think YouTube can be perfect because they're managing at scale. In order for them to get all the pornography and the murder, cartels upload murder videos to YouTube. Like, they're constantly trying to put out fires. You imagine the amount of data that YouTube has to deal with on a daily basis. Yeah. It kind of behooves them to just fucking give them strikes, threaten them. Let's just slow everything down. Like, too much of this is getting us in trouble. We just want to make a lot of money. Yeah. Like, I get it. There's only one YouTube. It's kind of genius. And it's a perfect setup. Like the algorithm where it's constantly recommending stuff that you're interested in. It's fucking great. Great time waster. but it's also a tool for shaping narratives. And if only one narrative is pushed out there and other narratives will literally get you demonetized, so you lose your ability to make a living, and then possibly get your whole channel removed, which it did to many people. They just removed their whole channel.
Well, I mean, where do you think this is going to end? I think it is.
That should be, all that stuff we talked about should be illegal. That stuff should be covered in the First Amendment. Demonetization, no. Because look, if you want to have standards where you say that the advertisers that we have a group of advertisers, and they have requested no shows where someone swears, no shows where someone talks about sex, no shows where someone talks about over drinking or anything like that. Mm-hmm. They just have rules. We don't want to be associated with that. Okay, that's totally reasonable. But when you want to like stop a channel from uploading a video because they're making an argument that maybe the lab leak hypothesis is legitimate, and you're pulling that off the air, well, now what are you doing? If you're deleting an episode that's accurate about really dangerous information, not just to us, but also to the organizations that paid for these crazy gain-of-function research projects. Like, what the fuck are you doing, and what did you do? And if you were talking about that on YouTube and even expressing your ability to just guess that maybe it came from that area. Like, have you ever seen that Jon Stewart interview where he's on the Colbert Show?
Yeah.
Fucking amazing, right? Amazing. But even that, like, Colbert's trying to stop him, and like, just saying maybe these people who are working on these fucking viruses let one leak. Maybe. That would get you removed from YouTube. That's a violation of the First Amendment, in my opinion. Yeah. Because you should, especially some of these people were very informed people. They were biologists, and they were talking about the very specific design of this virus, ferrin cleavage sites, and how it's very different than anything you see from a natural spillover. They were talking about technical, very specific details, and they were getting banned. Like, Brett Weinstein almost lost his channel. He almost lost
I
his
didn't know
yes.
that.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
We had to have him on, do an emergency podcast, and let people know what the fuck is going on.
Damn.
They almost pulled his channel.
Damn.
And he's a biologist, a brilliant one, and he's talking about real information.
It's scary, man. I mean, I don't know. I think about it all the time, obviously.
Yeah.
This industry. So it's just I hope X, turns out to be the new thing.
I don't think X is going anywhere. I think Elon knows how important it is, and he's got all the money in the world. I think he'll keep that bitch running. And I think it's also getting attached to AI now, which is going to be an insane moneymaker. I don't think X has any problems. I think X is going to grow it into some sort of an all-in-one app. You'll probably have cryptocurrency on it, and private messaging and phone calls. You'll be able to shop on it. That's what it's probably going to be, if I had to guess. And I think that for places like Rumble, the more places like YouTube and Facebook and all these other places, more they can find people, the more they force people into these boxes and make people toe the line if they want to make any money off of advertising, or if they don't want to get their channel deleted, the more companies like Rumble will emerge. That's what I think. I think there's going to be just, right now, Rumble's a hard sell for some folks because they see it as like, oh, the right wing, fucking like a MAGA. I'm not going to Truth Social. It's Truth Social video. There's a lot of people that have those prejudices, but Russell Brand's on there. A lot of people are on there. It's a good platform, and it's an important platform, and we should like support it and want it to grow. We should want them all to grow. Like, Spotify's got video now. We need more video because audio is just not enough. Just audio podcasts. You want people to share things virally.
Yeah. And the
virally stuff, it's all like Elon Musk, when he smoked a blunt on my podcast, that's all video. You want video of that.
Yeah.
And the more we have platforms where that stuff is just free, where you can just say whatever you want, say whatever you think about anything, which really X and Rumble are the only places that I know of that you could really do that right now.
Have you had any problem on audio at all?
No.
Good.
No.
Good. I haven't either.
It's audio is like they're leaving that alone for now. I think it's probably because it's not as easily shared. Right?
That's what's coming next.
Yeah, probably. I mean, all they would have to do is just put images of you and images of me, and then have our audio and upload that as a video. And then maybe they would start coming after audio.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I hope, I just hope this shit starts to turn around.
I do too, but I don't think it turns around if Kamala Harris gets into office. I think they clamp down more. I think the same stuff that they were trying to do with Twitter, they'll try to do with something else, with other things. They've already openly discussed it. She's openly discussed that the same rules have to apply to Facebook, they have to apply to Twitter, and that Elon Musk could lose his privileges. And there's so many wild things that they're saying. Tim Walz said that the First Amendment doesn't apply to misinformation or hate speech. Okay, well, it certainly does. It does. Sometimes people say things wrong, and the goal of the First Amendment is you say something wrong, and then this guy who's an expert says the right thing.
Yeah.
And then you correct him.
Yeah, I mean, the misinformation, it's all
right. Well, so much of it turns out to be true. How about masks don't work? You would get screamed at for masks don't work. Well, guess what? They don't fucking work. They don't work. Fauci said masks don't work. Remember that interview before the pandemic, before they knew how big it was going to be?
Yes.
He was like, you don't have to wear a mask.
Then it was wear two.
Then it was wear doubles.
With two face diapers on.
It's bananas how easily people fell in line. That scared me the most.
I know. It was, I mean, it's like, what are you? There's nothing they won't do. There's nothing they won't do.
There's a lot of cowards out there. There's a lot of people that have never been pushed and they don't know what to do when they get nervous. And they're out there voting.
Do you think they're cowards, or do you think they're just lazy and they like being told what to do?
There's
it
both.
Takes all the decisions out of their day.
There's both. But there's also people that are scared of a negative response, so they say what everybody wants them to say. Somebody described this really very eloquently, and I saved it on my phone because I'm like, this guy nailed it. But essentially they were saying, especially with beta males, they don't say something because they have an opinion and they really want to express that opinion. They say something and they consider, am I going to get in trouble if I say this? And then if that's the case, they don't. And am I going to get in trouble if I agree with them? And probably not, because right-wing people don't really go after you the same way left-wing people do. If you want to talk about a woman's right to choose.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to say, I agree with a woman's right to choose, but Bill Burr's bit, you ever see that bit?
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, I think I agree with a woman's right to choose, but I also think you're killing a baby. It's a kind of a crazy bit. It's because it's really funny because he's brilliant, but it's just, that's really what it is.
I mean, that's the truth.
That is what it is. It is what it is. Factually, that is what it is. And this is coming from someone who's pro-choice. But I think that if you look at all the things that they have that distract us, all the different things that are in the news constantly, whether it's the Diddy raid or fucking J-Lo and Ben Affleck breaking up, and you're just getting force-fed all kinds of shit while the border is wide open, while they have apps where people can get flights.
The BP1 app.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That sounds like I had Chamath on. Do you know Chamath? I don't want to mispronounce his last name. I'll fuck it up. Brilliant guy. And we were talking about how hard it was for his family to legally immigrate into this country and how difficult it was to get a visa. And this is a brilliant guy. He started Facebook. He's one of the original guys at Facebook. And he's this guy who did it the right way. And every step of the way, there was this tremendous anxiety when he would go to get his visa renewed because he didn't know if he was going to get kicked out of the country because someone could arbitrarily go, no, not good enough. Because he had to prove to be here that he has skills that an American doesn't have. Yeah. He's a real expert in something.
I went down to the border I think it was about two years ago, ish, maybe a little longer. And I went down with Ed Calderon. And
I love Ed.
Yeah, what a great guy.
He's a great guy. I've had him on a couple times.
Yeah, that's where I found him. So thank you. So I went down to TJ with him, and this was like before it really hit the news cycle. And we walked into a migrant camp, probably a couple thousand migrants there. And so I yanked one of them out and interviewed him and, used Ed to help translate. And I mean, the guy's been sitting there for I think he was there with his wife and kids for 2 years. And I was like, why don't you just go across, dude? It's, I mean, it's an honest question. Why don't you just go across? He said he wanted to do it the right way. Wow. He's like, no, he's like, I just want to do it the right way. And
oh my God.
He's running around with this little battery pack charging cell phones for 50 cents, and I'm just like, fuck it, hey man. Why don't they just, because nobody's anti-immigration. No, not that I know of. And
we're anti-terrorists.
Why don't you just unfuck the immigration process, and maybe we can get some more people in here quicker, legally, if you do that, and then we actually know who's coming in, and we have documentation of who they are. And
wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, that's racist.
Yeah.
Nigeria.
And they want them to vote, which is even crazier. They're pumping them out into swing states. It's so transparent. It's happening right in front of everybody's face. And it's a wild grab for power. And the only people talking about it are people like us, which is really crazy. The only people that are talking about it are people that aren't really connected to some sort of executive corporation, a bunch of producers, a bunch of people telling you what to do.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not even something that, that right-wing news wants to discuss.
Good point. I mean, have you done any digging on who's coming across there? And
yeah. I talked to Dr. Phil about it. Dr. Phil did this big investigation. He's got his own network now, Merit Media. It's gotten so bad that Dr. Phil decided he has to start a network for news.
Good for him, man.
He's a great guy.
Good for him.
Great guy. But he was essentially, talking about how they really don't know how many people that are coming through that are criminals. They're dropping off their IDs on the Mexican side. They just get rid of their IDs, cross over. They have nothing on them. You don't know who they are. You don't know what they've done. Gang members, cartel members, guys escaping Venezuelan prisons. No one knows.
Yeah.
All you have to do is get over here, and we'll give you an EBT card. We'll set you up. Go to New York City. They'll put you in a nice hotel. They'll give you free food. And meanwhile, these poor people in Chicago that are like, what about us? What about American citizens that pay tax dollars? You guys don't give a fuck about us. You haven't done anything for us. Why? Because they know those people are going to vote Democrat. They know they already got them. They already got them. We got those people. Statistically, they look at the numbers. Statistically, this has gone blue. We're fine. Yeah, we're good. Let's just get some people in them swing states. And
it's fucking scary, man. I mean, I've been diving into the border shit for quite a while, and ever since this Afghanistan withdrawal, that that was a big. That was just.
Did you talk to Tim about that?
Tim
Kennedy, when you had him on?
A little bit.
Dude, he told me some shit. He told me some shit that you can't imagine. That guy saw so much overseas. He said the worst things he ever saw was the Afghanistan pullout.
Dude, do you know who Tyler Andrew Vargas is?
No.
That's the one Marine that survived that that suicide bombing at Abbey Gate. Abbey Gate it killed 13 Marines.
Yeah.
And so I called him. Well, everybody wanted him to come on the show, and I was like, I'm never going to get this fucking guy. All the media, everybody wants him. And but I was like, all right, fine, I'll reach out. So hit him on the gram, and messaged right back, and he got in, and he's like, I'm so glad that you reached out to me. He's like, I was literally just praying my fiance to reach out, because wow, he just did an ABC Good Morning America interviewed for 7 hours. They released 5 seconds of that interview because it made the administration look so fucking bad. They wouldn't air it. So I got him on, kept getting dinged, by YouTube. They didn't like the real footage. Which was actually from his cell phone that we do previews and shit. But man, to have his testimony about what happened that day, and then the care afterwards, which was fucking atrocious. The guy, I watched this guy. My studio's on Second Story, and I watch a 23-year-old kid hobble up those fucking stairs with one leg, one arm, all kinds of shit going on in his intestine. I mean, I was like, yeah, this didn't even have to happen. They had the fucking guy in the sights. They could have killed him, and nobody gave him permission. I just, maybe they. I mean, I can't backseat quarterback it, but maybe they shouldn't have asked. Just eliminated him.
Jesus Christ!
But I mean, he's talking about, before we got into the actual incident, he was talking about, like moms trying to throw their babies over the wall and getting caught up in razor wire and just seeing a fucking baby dangle there by the leg.
Yeah.
And there's like no, there's no repercussions for how that went down. The media just wants to fucking cover it up. And so I started digging deep, and I teamed up with the former CA targeter, Sarah Adams, and then a really good friend of mine, Scott Manning. We went over to Vienna to interview this guy, Ahmad Massoud, who's the leader, the commander of the Northern Alliance out there. That's like the resistance. It's kind of fighting the Taliban. The Taliban pretty much took over government in Afghanistan. And
I saw the parade.
Yeah. With all our shit that we left there.
Crazy.
Yeah, man. So got a bunch of intel from Massoud and still kind of looping all the way back around to the southern border. I mean, so once Taliban took control of all of our shit, I mean, this could go on for a while, but so now what they're doing is they have the passport office over there just making legitimate passports to there's 21 terrorist organizations over there training. Hamza bin Laden, who we were told was killed, is actually fucking alive, and he's marrying into all these other terrorist networks. So he married Mullah Omar's daughter. He married who else? He married into all these different terrorist networks, and so these guys used to be like competitors, kind of, just like the UFO guys. They all hate each other, but they all have the one common theme, like disclosure. These guys, the one common thing is, let's go take over the Western world. So he is basically Hamza bin Laden is married into all these terrorist organizations. Now they all have one common goal: to come over to, the Western world and ruin our way of life. And so what they're doing is they're funneling as many of these terrorists into the passport office, creating them legitimate, real passports, and then they sprinkle them. They get them flights into all over South Central America, and then they funnel them up through the Darien Gap into the U.S. And so, there is zero. I don't give a fuck what the FBI or any of these people are saying. There is zero way to track how many of these fuckers have come in to the U.S. And so, what we're going to see is like October 7th style attacks, like we just saw in Israel and in the mall in Russia, and everybody's like, oh, this.
Do you think this is by design?
By design,
like the leaving the border porous, allowing these people to come in.
Absolutely, I think it's by design. I mean, they basically told Border Patrol, stand down, like, do not do your fucking job. We're going to blast you. I mean, remember the guy on the horse that they said was whipping people, and it wound up being like the reins of the horse? I mean, I think it's by design, from the government, but I think that the government is more incompetent than it's ever been before. And I think they have one common goal, and that I think the goal is voting. They want them to vote. But I don't think they're competent enough to realize the death and destruction and the other repercussions that we're going to face by keeping that border open, because they don't have anybody, that they don't have anybody with any experience that they don't have any solid intelligence stuff going on that's telling them, like, hey, this is what's going to happen. It's all agenda driven.
Jesus Christ.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense that all we care about is voting, is get the people in, don't worry about the consequences. But the more insidious conspiracy would be that they want unrest, because it gives them an opportunity to clamp down on rights.
I mean, shit, though. Unrest, they got really good at unrest. You know what I mean? In 2020, right? All through, or even before 2020, up to that election. So I don't think they need to import terrorism.
Yeah, but it's a different kind of unrest. The kind of unrest that you get from people blowing up Target is very different than the kind of unrest you get from a legitimate terror attack.
Yeah. I mean, then people, do you ever think about why nothing's happened yet? Like China. Have you looked into the power grid at all?
Yeah.
Dude,
it's not good.
Lights out, buddy.
It's so easy to kill.
Yeah.
The power grid's so weak. It's so vulnerable. It's really nuts. It's nuts because anybody can target it.
Yeah. Well, China, we have those, we get those big everything's imported from China, and we have these huge, transformers. You can tell me shut up if you already know all the shit. But all of those transformers are imported from China, and they're not checked. They don't fucking check them for malware or Trojan horses or anything. And it would take, these transformers, it's not like the little box outside your house, the green box. They have to take overpasses out just to transport these things. So you're talking years, and I think the number was like 9. If they took out 9 transformers, then the entire U.S. would be out of power. On top of that, so then DOE, Department of Energy, actually investigated one because somebody was, it got to D.C. that whatever, they decided to look into it, and they wouldn't fucking release the results. So they're in our water treatment plants, they're in our power grid. I've been talking about this shit from years, and then
cell phone towers,
and then FBI Director Chris Wray comes out and says, "Oh yeah, turns out our grid's really vulnerable. China's in there, and they're also in our treatment plants, which means they can fucking poison us."
Yeah, they own land around military bases. Like if they are on a long-term strategy, it's very effective. They're doing a great job. They undercut the competition to give us cell phone towers and all sorts of things. They position them around military bases. Mike Baker was explaining all of it to me.
Yeah,
and I'm like, how are they letting this go through? Is it incompetence? Is it fools running it? Are they corrupt? Like, how did they do that? One of the things that really fucked us, we got away from manufacturing and we relied on all these countries. We really found that out during COVID when you couldn't get shipments. It was like, whoa, wait a minute. How much of our shit is made over there? Like everything? Like how much medicine is made overseas? How many different things that we need that we constantly use, we don't even know how to make?
Yeah.
A lot.
Masks.
You see those
I remember pulling the fucking masks out. I didn't wear them very long, but I fell for it for about 30 days. And then I was like, this is fucking good. But you pull the mask out, and I live out in the woods, so I didn't, But made in China. I'm like, what, didn't the thing come?
Yeah.
From there?
They're making money hand over feet.
Right. Cool.
The whole thing is nuts.
So U.S.
Yeah, it's nuts. But getting away from manufacturing in this country really did not do this country any justice. It's just for corporations to save a little bit of money and to push everything off to third world countries to manufacture things. It's including our phones. And I've said this over and over again. If Apple could make an American-made phone and charge me more money, I'll pay double for it.
Yeah.
Charge me a phone where I know that people get union wages, they get health care, they get paid correctly, they can live a good life, and they work normal hours. They don't have to sleep in a fucking bunk like they do in that Foxconn building where they have nets all around the building to keep people from jumping from the roofs.
Yeah.
You've seen that shit, right?
No, actually, I haven't.
You haven't seen it?
No.
The Chinese factories where they make iPhones are so fucked. The people are so distraught that they put all these fencing with giant nets all around the buildings because so many people were jumping to their death that they decided, we'll just catch them with nets.
Are you serious?
Yeah, look at this. Those are the nets. Those are suicide nets all around the building.
Sorry, buddy. Back to the assembly line.
How crazy is that?
Damn, that is fucked
How
up.
crazy is that?
Wow.
Instead of making the conditions better where people don't want to kill themselves so often, that you need nets around a building, they go, nah, nets is fine. Fuck those people.
Dude, it's straight slavery.
Yeah, it's close to it. I mean, they don't really have any other options. And when you're getting a phone, and what's a phone? Like $1,500? Is that what it is? Charge $2,000.
Yeah.
Charge $2,000. People pay it. Most people are like putting on a part of their bill. They're paying a little bit of it off every day, and you really don't need to fucking switch phones every year. Like everybody does, but you don't need to. It's stupid. Like I have a iPhone 11 that I use sometimes. Like one of my numbers, it fucking works great. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
5-year-old phone or 4-year-old phone, whatever the fuck it is. So you could get a made in America phone, and you wouldn't feel like you're supporting this horrific shit that everybody turns a blind eye to, because that's the only way you get that kind of stuff. They have them all made over there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't think it's coming back, but
well, it could. I mean, there would have to be a large concerted effort, but the problem is it took decades to go away. It'll probably take slightly longer to come back. Because there's got to be planning and funding, and people have to make long-term investments. It's going to be a big gamble.
Yeah.
But so I mean, I'm sure you've seen Who Killed Robin. What is it? Michael Moore's documentary. The Flint, Michigan one. What is it called again? Roger Me. That's right. I want to say Who Killed Roger Rabbit. Roger Me. But it's all about what happened to Flint, Michigan once they pulled out auto manufacturing, and the entire population, just those people who live in check to check, they were doing okay, but they had jobs, and then all of a sudden, gone. Every job's gone. There's no jobs. There's nothing to do. The entire industry's gone, and just people went into dire poverty, like horrific dire poverty, like instantaneous.
Yeah,
and just so a corporation can make some more money.
It's sad.
It's horrible. It's fucking horrible. It's horrible, and it's horrible that that's an option that a corporation would decide. Fuck this town.
What do you think it would? I mean, you think it's going to come back, or you think it could come back?
It could come back. I'm optimistic, but honest. I try to look at it honestly, but also go. I think most people are good people. I really do. I really believe that. Even most of these people that are walking in from Guatemala, I'd do it too, 100%. If I was living in the middle of nowhere and you told me, hey, America's letting people in, you get a landscaper job, you make $20 an hour, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I would 100% walk.
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? I think most people are good people and they just want a better life. And I think the more we unite under that idea and stop buying into this bullshit that, like, if either side is correct, that it's the end of democracy. I think we have to stop all that tribal nonsense that's happening between the left and the right, because people are just subscribing to ideologies and getting captured in them, just like a religious fervor. Like they think that they're doing the only thing that could possibly be done to save us all, and that the other side is a dire threat. That's why something like 24% of Americans think it would be a good thing if Donald Trump got shot.
I just read that.
Fucking insane.
Yeah.
Fucking insane. That people would think that violence by an assassin would be a good thing on a former president. Like, we're that fucked. But I think that's just a lot of media manipulation and a lot of people getting riled up and living in these echo chambers and these bubbles. But I think ultimately at the core, most people are good people. And I think if we had some wins, if some things like that did start getting built, and they did start bringing back more American manufacturing, and people start getting excited about the idea that America becomes not just a place of innovation and art and creativity, but also we start manufacturing great shit again.
Yeah.
There's no reason why we don't do that.
I mean, I don't feel like. I feel like technology is advancing. It's such a rapid pace. I feel like AI will take over. AI and robots will take over everything.
Well, if AI and robots do that, at least we can get AI and robots to manufacture things in America. Yeah, that would be good.
No, I'm with you. I don't see. I guess what I'm saying is I don't see the union worker.
Mm.
I don't see where their place really fits in.
There's going to be a lot less of them,
anymore.
that's for sure. It's pretty much every job, every manual labor job is under threat.
I think every job's under threat.
I don't think podcasts. What are you going to do, bitch? How are you going to think like me? Like,
Yeah.
good luck. Good luck. And
Yeah.
comedy, you're always going to have comedy. Movies are in real trouble because AI can write pretty fucking amazing scripts, and the CGI, the way they can crank out video is bananas now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bananas. It's just, it looks perfect, and it comes out like minutes instead of years.
Do you really think podcasting is safe from AI?
I don't know. Well, I know AI is going to translate. So Spotify is going to translate my show to multiple different languages
Nice.
eventually. Once they get the
Nice.
technology completely dialed in. But they'll be able to do it in Spanish, German, French, and you're going to be able to hear it'll sound like me, but speaking fluent French.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
are you like the
I don't know.
test bunny?
No, they've done it already.
Oh, cool.
They've definitely done it. But they're going to be able to, once they have it completely dialed in, where there's no glitches, because there's going to be some weird glitches in context and, cultural things like that aren't going to make sense if you translate it.
Yeah.
That'll be weird. But once they get it dialed in pretty good, it'll be great for everybody. It'll open up the world to, like, I want to know what these folks are saying in Russia. I'd like to listen to a Russian podcast.
Yeah.
I've watched some Russian news things and seen the teleprompter roll, and it's like they're always mocking us and make fun of us for having 78 genders, and like they relentlessly mock us in the news. I'm like, that's interesting. Like, this is how Russia looks at America.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I mean, probably shouldn't be talking about my work direction that I'm going to go, but fuck it, whatever. But that's what I want to do. I want to start going and talking to all these foreign dignitaries and getting a different perspective on what we're doing. I don't think we're the good guys anymore. I don't agree with a lot of the shit that I was involved in, as a SEAL or CIA contractor, and I mean, like BRICS. Are you familiar with BRICS?
No.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. I think. Don't quote me on this. I think they have 22 countries now. It's kind of like a counter to NATO. It's all these countries that are tired of us, tired of the tariffs, tired of the weaponization of the U.S. dollar, and so basically, what they're trying to do is throw the U.S. currency off the world stage and pull it and use Chinese yen. Whoa! And that would destroy us if all trade if the world reserve currency went to the Chinese yen, that would destroy our economy. And so, but yet they're gaining a lot of traction on this. And so, yeah, I would love to go to any one of these 22 countries and talk to them and just ask, like, why are you doing this?
Right.
Why are you doing this? Because that gives, nobody's fucking talking about this shit, and
I didn't even know about it until just now.
Yeah, there's no journalists talking about this. You could look up BRICS on X. There's a page. It's pretty. I don't know if it's like an official one, but they're always posting like updates about it and what's going on. And so I think it would be really important for somebody to go around and start talking to, getting another perspective rather than what Fox and CNN have to say about it.
What changed with you that altered your perspective about us being the good guys?
COVID.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I used to get like really upset when people would, talk about, the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan and when I was still in, and I got so pissed off, I moved out of the fucking country. And I was like, I don't even want to listen to this shit anymore. But after diving in and looking at the policies that came out and kind of, it's kind of like when it's just reflecting on some of the policy decisions and stuff that didn't really make sense at the time when I was in, that now I look back and I'm like, man, what the like? I didn't have time to think about it then because it was okay. Go on the next stop, go on the next mission, whatever, right? But now, like looking back through the podcast and talking to, my podcast started with all my former colleagues, and in mill and agency, nobody thinks we should have been there, especially Iraq. Nobody thinks we should have been there. I just keep going down the rabbit hole, and man, I don't diving into the military industrial complex, all the lies that the government has been telling us, all the unreleased classified shit, it's overwhelming, and it's created a 100% complete distrust in government. I mean, the Dick Cheney stuff. I mean, about Dick Cheney, Halliburton.
Yeah.
Have you looked into that?
Yeah.
At all?
Well, he was CEO of Halliburton, and then Halliburton got no big contracts to rebuild in Iraq.
Yeah, but I don't think people understand like how
crazy that is.
How big? I mean, it was the fucking logistics company for 2 wars. That's everything, Joe. They're delivering your mail. They're building your barracks. They're cooking your food. They're in charge of garbage. They're in charge of fuel. They're everything that's logistical over there is Halliburton, KBR.
Wow.
In both countries. And I mean, I think people think Afghanistan, they're like, oh man, you're probably on a tent or sleeping on the side of a mountain or something. No, man, there's fucking Burger King, KFC, Pizza Hut, Thai restaurants. I mean, that's all logistics. I mean, it's cities that we built over there, and it all was built by Halliburton. Wow. Who was the CEO's vice president of the fucking country. Like, what? Are you serious?
And now he supports Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Right?
When you see the left getting excited that Dick Cheney is supporting their candidate, the world's gone haywire.
Yeah.
The same people that used to think Dick Cheney was the devil, now all of a sudden they're like, look, Dick Cheney.
There's nobody died. It's like nobody actually has an opinion anymore. They're just told, hey, this is what we're going with for the next 2 hours.
I wonder how long they can keep that up with the internet, because the distrust in the media is at an all-time high. It's probably, it has to be higher than it's ever been in human history. It's ever been in the history of printed words right now. More distrust than ever. And at the same time, you have these independent people that have become bigger than the media. That's never happened before. There's never been a thing where just an app that you get on your phone has 30 times more views than the top show at CNN.
Yeah.
That's never happened before. But now that's the world that we live in. And so propaganda is not effective anymore. But it's also the delivery method that they use. It sucks. They sit there with makeup on, with perfect clothes, and they say, right now in Syria, and they start reading these things, and they're reading them off the teleprompter, and that person could be working at fucking Entertainment Tonight. They could be working at any other show. They're just a talking head.
Yeah,
no one believes. They know they're the mouthpiece for some giant corporation. No one thinks that's the real news anymore. You have to be like old boomers who are like real tired, like those old liberal boomers. They're still like MSNBC to the death. Like the Stephen Kings out there. Yeah. MSNBC to the death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying about the baby boomer generation. I think that the media will die. If things continue just the way they are and the censorship doesn't get too bad, I think the media is done when the baby.
Didn't George Soros just buy 200 radio stations?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
First of all, what a bad investment, because who the fuck listens to radio? That's a bad investment. But second of all, what are you going to do? Because one thing that I do find is that right-wing talk radio is probably the only the only place where you get a lot of right-wing ideas. There's a lot of local right-wing talk radio. The reason why I know is my mechanic, whenever he fixes one of my cars and he brings it back, he's always listening to right-wing talk radio. So I turned my car on the other day and I'm listening to these guys argue about Kamala Harris and the border and that she was the fucking border czar. You know, they didn't swear, but they were going over this. I was like, that's interesting. Like, maybe that's what he wants to stop. You know, if you want to own 200 radio stations, you just start firing all those right-wing guys.
That's what I think. You know,
you would stop a lot of that because I think that's where a lot of people are getting their information that aren't using podcasts. It seems like I don't hear a lot of left-wing AM talk radio shows. Do you? No. Weird, right?
It is.
It's like the one area that seems to be dominated by right-wing talkers.
Well, we're probably about to.
So, but I don't know what a good move that would be. Maybe he knows more than me about how many people that affects, and maybe my mechanic. I should ask him.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's so wealthy. I don't think he really cares about a good investment.
Also, he's so old.
Just wants a megaphone.
He likes to manipulate governments. He likes to manipulate society. I think he thinks it's like his version of a video game.
Yeah.
You know? I think he genuinely seems to enjoy it.
Yeah,
it's really interesting.
I think you're right. I mean,
Elon's openly saying that he thinks that guy hates humanity. Like that.
It appears that way.
That is a wild thing to say. It's such a wild thing to say. And it's such a wild thing to do, like a supervillain in a Batman movie. Like some billionaire guy who likes to hire the most progressive district attorneys that's going to let people out of jail and then fund the next person who's more to the left of that person. Just keep pushing it. Keep pushing it.
Yeah.
Keep pushing it. Till you get tents everywhere, violence in the streets, you know.
He's done a damn good job.
How come there's no right-wing guys like that to do it the other direction?
I always wonder that too.
I always wonder that. Well, it's also like if you look at the amount of donors that donate to the left versus donate to the right. Have you ever seen that chart?
No.
It's fucking nuts. The left gets so many more donations than the right does. Like it's a giant difference.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I think a lot of rich people feel guilty and they get into philanthropy. And also is a good way to cover their ass, make them look like better people. And the people that really go after you, if they don't think you're a good person, are generally the left. So if you could like throw them a little cheddar, you're like,
I wonder if they're buying their place outside of the rules. Like, hey, I donated to your thing. You know, I don't have to live by these fucking rules.
Got to be a little bit of that in there, you know?
What do you got? Shows the top donors to OpenSecrets.org. 6 of the top 7 are Republicans.
Oh,
individual donors.
Individual donors. What I was talking about was like they showed a chart that had like Google, Facebook, all these mega corporations that were donating. So this is like individual donors. Wow, some guys donated $105 million.
Wow.
But that guy's probably worth billions. That's probably some sort of a write-off too, isn't it? That's pretty crazy. Go to top corporation donations via party. Because that's the chart that I was looking for. It's just nuts to see how much money overall is being spent to push the Democratic Party. It's pretty extreme. You know, and you got to think, what are they getting out of that? Like, what's the end goal? And how could you look at what's going on right now and go, this is great?
Sometimes I think it is a complete facade.
This is the number one. This is corporations. So they donate more than Google.
Federal contributions.
So 82 million is the top one, and that's Empower Parents, PAC, and these are right wing. Is that why it's red? So it seems like the top 4. Why? What is that Google chart that I was saying? And I don't even see Google on this. Is it Alphabet? Would they put it under Alphabet?
Yeah, man. I'll try again.
Okay.
This is
Open Secrets, though. Open Secrets might be like, That's not donate to nonprofits, though.
I just have top corporate donors is just all I typed in.
Okay. Is this corporate donors to what though?
That's why I was waiting. I was
Giving
hoping
to
the website-
programs that empower organizations to do more, so you can find promising fund. I think that's fundraising shit. I don't think that's necessarily political
This
donors.
is okay.
Campaign
Federal
donors.
parties, PACs.
That's the individuals, right?
This is the corporates.
This is the corporate ones.
Yeah.
So what was that Google chart then? The number 2 donator to the Democratic Party was that Sam Bankman-Fried guy, which is crazy.
No kidding.
Yeah. That one seemed like maybe that was a good way to skirt around stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Yeah.
This is where it says Google or Alphabet gave on Open Secrets. It says they gave just under $10 million to contributions and then spent 21 mil in
Lobbying.
lobbying. Top recipients, obviously, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, they're all so Google's all blue.
Oh, is this who they donated to?
Yeah.
Unrepublican donation.
Never Back Down Inc. What is that?
$3,000.
Chuck Norris move. It's weird because it's supposed to be the will of the people. It's supposed to be the government works for the people, and it's not that. It's some very bizarre, enormous amount of money that's being spent to make sure that the people in power continue to run things exactly the same way. That's what I think they're really terrified about Trump. It's not necessarily even that he's a Republican. It's much more that he's a guy that is not going to play the game.
Yeah.
And then when he gets in there, he's going to one of the things he's talked about is having Elon come in and do some sort of a government efficiency agency. They're terrified of that. Yeah. Because it's not efficient. Yeah. And he's going to come in with like that Tesla mindset. It's like you're working 16 hours a day and you're sleeping on the fucking couch. Yeah. We're here to get some shit done. And you try applying that to government. That's,
Yeah, he shaved. What did he shave? Like 80% of the staff off Twitter.
Oh yeah.
When he got it.
Yeah, he was like, what the fuck are you people doing? Why do you have so many people working here doing nothing?
Yeah.
And he was right.
Yeah.
He was right. Especially you don't want to censor people. Like, it's interesting how people react to it. That he's ruined Twitter, he's destroyed Twitter. No, he's you can still block these crazy people if you want. You can still not see them if you want.
Yeah.
But what he's allowed is everyone to talk. Everyone.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that that's good, you're very short-sighted. And you don't understand human beings. Like, you cannot have human beings censored because someone is going to be in power and they're going to take advantage of that censorship. They're not different than us. They're not these incredibly benevolent beings who just want everything to work out well. No, they're people.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are dirty people. Dirty, corrupt people that went to Diddy parties.
It's that control what they say, control what they think.
Yeah. It's wild. It's a crazy time to be a person, to watch all this go down. At the same time, AI is being developed, and we're not even exactly sure where it's at right now. At any moment in time, it could be a sentient force. And AI is already manipulating, lying, changing things. One of the things that they put this AI program, they gave it a task, and they gave it a specific allotted amount of time, and it couldn't achieve it in the allotted amount of time, so it gave itself more time.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
They also have things called hallucinations. AI doesn't want to admit it's wrong, or it doesn't know things. So if it doesn't have information, it will kind of create an answer.
No shit.
Yeah. And they don't understand why it's doing that. And sometimes that answer is not true.
I got to be honest, man. This AI stuff scares the shit out.
It should. I think it's a life form. I think it's the next kind of living thing. I think we're going to give birth to it. I think we're just running head first towards the cliff. Just feet on the ground, full clip, looking down, not looking ahead. And I think we're going right over a cliff with this thing.
Yeah, I mean, what are we going to do, though? I mean, China, Xi Jinping has come out and said that he believes that the winner to the race of AI will achieve global domination. So what do? Do you probably try to control it? Is as Americans, do you try to control it, or do you go, fuck it, we got to do it, man. We got to go, or China's going to pass us up, which they probably already have. But
I don't think they have. I think one of the things they're doing is they're stealing our tech. And there was some recent speculation that China had gotten access to some of OpenAI's work. They think it's possible, which means it probably did happen. I think there's probably a shit ton of espionage. I mean, this is the reason why they banned Huawei products from the United States. You know, I'm a cell phone dork. I really love technology. And Huawei had a phone that was coming out that I was really excited about. I'm like, this is great. Like, they were doing 100 megapixel cameras in phones way before anybody else. They had a Porsche designed Huawei phone that was like this incredible phone. It was like built better than any other phone. It was much more expensive, but built better than any phone you get in America. And I was like, wow. And this is back when I would use both Android and Apple regularly. And then they banned it. I was like, that sounds kind of crazy. Only one company? Like, there's other Chinese companies. Like, yeah. And then I started looking into it, and it's not just the cell phones. It's routers. It's all sorts of things. They found third-party inputs and in different pieces of technology and different ways that they can exploit and use this stuff to siphon information from networks. Like, if they're attached to a network that's at a university and they're doing research projects, they can siphon that information. They also embed students in these places that are beholden to the CCP. These students rise up, get their PhDs, and some of them wind up going back to China. The whole thing is really strange because we're such an open, loose society that we're vulnerable to these kind of attacks. Yeah, you can't buy shit in China. You want to buy land in China? Good luck, fuckface. They won't sell you a house. They're not going to sell you land near the military base. You out of your fucking mind? But in America, we're so goofy. We let China buy up farmland that's near military bases. Yeah. And then we let them sell us the cell phone towers surrounding the military bases. And we don't even check them.
Let them fly spy balloons, traverse the entire United States.
Apparently that was something they didn't want to tell Trump about. They hid that from Trump.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that was some of this had happened during the Trump administration, but they didn't tell him.
Yeah.
Because he's probably like, shoot it down. Fucking 100% he'd say shoot it down. Why wouldn't you? They did eventually shoot it down.
It bothers me though. Like, maybe they're not ahead of us, but I mean, the energy that they're building coal mines every day to power all this stuff, and we're going on about should we use fossil fuels or not?
Yeah.
And we just talked about how weak our grid is. So if we don't beef up the grid and start going, nuclear, then we're gonna fucking lose this race.
Well, not only that, like, how are you saying, like California, for example, California is not going to have internal combustion engine cars by 2035. By 2035, you have to buy only electric cars.
That happened.
It can be reversed for sure, and it probably will be once the Great War happens. But if you're going to say that and you have a grid that you have to shut down, like you have to do brownouts every summer because of people using the air conditioning. Yeah. And after he said that, after Newsom said this about this thing about 2035, within 2 months, they asked people to stop charging their Teslas because it was wrecking the grid. What?
Mind-blowing, right?
You're asking people to stop charging their electric cars. So, and you're not doing anything to strengthen your grid? Like, what are you doing to beef this up for 2035? Do you have some immense project that you're building that is going to make a much more sustainable, much more robust grid that's going to be able to handle 30 million electric cars in your state? Are you out of your fucking mind?
There's literally no. I mean, I look into this all the time. There's no infrastructure going in to correct the problem because the problem is so big that nobody wants to tackle it.
Yeah, and it's a long-term problem. Just like when they talk about like putting in chip manufacturing plants, like NVIDIA just stopped its production in Austin. See what happened with that? So apparently they weren't achieving the results that they demanded, that they desire. Like you have to have certain tolerances when you're making these computer chips. And so they set this plant up in Texas, and I think they just canceled the contracts for a bunch of people working there. because they've kind of recognized that this is just not going to work.
Why is it going to work?
Good question. I didn't really get into it. I just read part of it. I was asking Jamie to pull it up. I think it's not meeting their standards.
NVIDIA is the company. Didn't they start buying?
Maybe it was Samsung.
Didn't NVIDIA start producing all their chips in the ocean? They're buying like these massive like ships.
Really?
You'd have to
doing
look
it in
that
the
up.
ocean.
There's a huge thing that Intel did in Ohio. They're still trying to do it to make chips there for semiconductors or whatever. And part of the reason
This was in Texas.
No, I would say part of the reason they picked it was because there's no seismic activity there.
Oh, that
So
makes
being like in
sense.
the ocean sounds opposite of that.
Super sketch.
Interesting.
Why are they doing it in the ocean though?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't look into I didn't look into
International
it.
law.
It was one of those articles I started reading and I was like, I don't understand it. But
Yeah. See if you can find the Texas one. They're canceling see if it's Samsung. God damn it, I was just reading it too.
Multiple semiconductor manufacturing projects delayed in the U.S.
Well,
That's a month old.
No, this is pretty recent. This is pretty recent. They were talking about they're not achieving the results they desire, which is what my point is. It's a long-term project in order to get up to the manufacturing levels that China's at right now. It's a long-term project. We're really behind this.
Yeah.
Like they're way, 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 way ahead of us. They make everything. And they make amazing things now. It used to be made in China was junk. Made in China, they make some of the most incredible electric cars you could buy.
Well, the drone game too. I mean, that's the future of warfare, right? Is all these drone swarms. And DJI, that's a Chinese company, and this is going to be a big fucking problem. When we realize, hey, the next one isn't going to be guys in caves anymore.
Right. Samsung withdraws its personnel from Taylor plant located in Texas due to 2 NMGAA yields unable to improve beyond the 10 to 20% range. That's it. Click on that. So see what it says. It is Samsung. So this is an enormous project that Samsung and everybody was all excited. Samsung was going to start making chips. So the Taylor hub was initially planned to mass produce wafers of advanced processes below the 4 nm. I don't know what that means. Nanometer lithography, allowing Samsung to secure lucrative clients in the U.S. Unfortunately, despite progressing with the chip-making plant, the company has faced a challenge that has become all too familiar with the entity, ensuring healthy yields, particularly with its 2 NMGAA process. The situation surrounds 3 nanometer GAA is not pretty either, with Business Korea reporting that Samsung's yields for this technology stand at 50%, whereas TSMC has a significant lead as its 3 nanometer yields are in the 60 to 70% range.
That's the Taiwan semiconductor.
Yeah, so it's they're just not good enough yet. I mean, they're doing it from the ground up. There's gonna be a lot of trial and error. It's gonna take a long ass time. I mean, remember when SpaceX started? And rockets were exploding, and people were like, "Oh my God, the rocket exploded!" And Elon was like, "Yeah, we're gonna blow some rockets up because we have to figure out exactly what the tolerances are and how to do it correctly." And this is all part of the process. We knew this was gonna happen. Yeah. And that's when you're doing something that's that enormous. Like if you want to start making all the computers here, like, good Lord, that is a stretch. They've been doing it over there for so long. They've got it down to a science.
Yeah.
And, you've got all these companies, whether it's Lenovo or they've been manufacturing laptops forever, manufacturing chips, hard drives, and processors. And to catch up with them, good Lord, they're so far ahead of us.
Yeah. It's, I mean, I hope it comes back to the U.S., but I would like to see us just start getting stuff from somebody other than China.
That'd be nice.
Be a great start.
Well, I think Samsung has stopped making their phones in China. I think they're the only country.
Did they really?
Yeah. Google that. 90% sure that's true.
Sure, just saying that these NVIDIA chips, which are I guess are ours because it's a Silicon Valley based company, puts the U.S. way further ahead of China
with artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
The gap between China and the U.S. leading in artificial intelligence chip technology is set to widen even further after NVIDIA founder and chief executive Jensen Huang unveiled next-generation processors for what he called the new era of generative AI and robotics used in industries. But we're right, but we're not making those. But the thing is, the other part of it is, like, they're going to get access to this stuff, this is the really creepy thing that people keep admitting, is that it's very porous. The top secret information that these companies have, espionage is like super common. It's so valuable.
Yeah.
It's so lucrative that, they don't even, sometimes they probably don't even know when stuff is getting siphoned over there.
Well, I mean, you have to just think, I mean, it's Chinese, from what I understand, it's Chinese law that any business that is being conducted within China, if the technology helps the military or could potentially help the military, then CCP has access.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's end of story. So any fucking thing over there that's being developed or manufactured, it's all of that technology is in their hands.
Yeah.
It just is. It's not.
Yeah, countries, or like what China's doing is companies do not get to function on their own. They function under the wing of the government.
Yeah, they suck these American companies in with getting around the red tape,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's in the cheap labor, cheap prices, and then once it's going, I mean, they control it. That's this money trying to end right now because
exactly
they're not in America, buddy.
And people are whores, and they just go over there.
Yeah,
they take that money, got a great deal, thinking about buying a jet.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen what they do. It's pretty amazing stuff. Do you know the story about the woman who was working on anti-gravity technology?
No.
She was working on anti-gravity technology. She was originally from China and then disappeared and went back to China. She apparently was making some breakthroughs and came back to America and wound up dead. I forget how she died, but some slippery circumstances where a car accident or something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
damn.
Yeah.
It's
like, that's wild.
Like
and
the guy that came up with the Hydra engine.
Yes. Oh, that guy. Yeah, the guy that came with the water engine. That's a great story too. But that this woman, if they've developed some sort of anti-gravity technology, and I've always wondered when we're looking at these things that people are calling UAPs or whatever you want to call them, like how many of those are super sophisticated drones? It's not zero. It's not 0%. Like I'm not saying that there's not a real phenomenon that people are seeing that defies science and logic and might be in a super intelligent creature from somewhere else or a super intelligent thing from somewhere else, if it's even biological at this point. It might be that all life eventually becomes digital and all life eventually becomes some sort of artificial intelligence, or at least connected to artificial intelligence. That might be like the progression of biological life that eventually creates something way better than itself, and that's what propagates the universe. And if someone in this world has developed some sort of technology that's similar to what they use, that's a huge advantage. Yeah. And that's the thing that gets me about all this UAP talk. I'm like, if some other country had, or if we had something that was just a game changer, something that didn't require any propulsion systems at all, it relied on gravity, and it bends space and time and can instantaneously traverse between one point in the sky and another. That kind of technology is nuts. And if that is in the hands of the United States government, it would make sense that it would like help them to like spread this UFO nonsense.
Yeah. I mean, you've dove into this more than anybody else I know. I mean, what do you think it all is?
I think it's a bunch of things. I think there is a possibility, a very strong possibility, that there's life out there. And that if I was life out there and I was much more advanced than us, I would definitely visit us. And there's also the fact that the sightings kicked up in a huge way after 1945. After the atomic bomb, after they did the Trinity experiment, and after they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, all those nuclear tests that they did in the 50s and the 60s, that's exactly when the sightings start ramping up. And if I was an intelligent life force from another planet, I would go, oh, these crazy monkeys have nukes. And then we'd have to, you'd have to think, okay, do we intervene? Well, if they blow themselves up, it will take so long for that planet to get back to a point where it has intelligent life again. If they kill every person on this planet, we're back to shrews and mice and fucking a couple of monkeys in the jungle. How long before you can get a city again? How long before you can get a cell phone again? How many millions of years does it take? And if I was an intelligent life force that realized that this is an error that can be corrected, I'd probably correct it. I'd probably put a stop to the nukes. I'd probably make a show of force, hover over military bases, shut down all of their electronics, shut down all the, just to let them know. Yeah, I would probably do that. But, how much do they actually intervene? And how many of them are there? Are there different ones? I mean, if there's one that comes here, who's to say there's not a shit ton of different kinds? Some of them malevolent, some of them that only want us for our biology, some of them that are just doing tests on us, some of them that are, kidnapping people and erasing their memories and putting them back in the woods. Those stories are too common. There's too many stories that are real fucking similar. Like the Travis Walton story. You ever heard that one? What's that one? This guy was a logger in the 1970s. He was in Oregon.
Oh, did they make a movie?
Yeah. Fire in the Sky.
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
Crazy story.
Kind of like that. Do you know who is that? Chris Bledsoe.
No.
Have you heard of him?
What's that one?
Chris Bledsoe. He's a guy that had an experience as well. You've not heard of Chris Bledsoe?
Maybe I haven't. I forgot. It's possible.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. His memory's kind of gone, and that's what it sounds like. And
they all have a very similar story. They get medical examinations, and there's girls that were pregnant, and like newly pregnant, and got abducted, and all of a sudden they weren't pregnant anymore, and they couldn't figure out what happened.
Wow, I didn't know that.
There's quite a few of those. John Mack had this book. John Mack was a psychologist who was at Harvard, who wrote this book. I think it's called Abduction. And it's all like him interviewing people that have had these kind of experiences happen to them. And this book was in the 1990s, right? So there was, I don't think these people got to share stories where they could come up with the same story organically. Like today, you've heard so many stories online about UFO abductions or crash retrieval or something that you could formulate in your own mind a dream that seemed like these things that you had heard over and over and over again. But when you go back to like Betty and Barney Hill, which were one of the first people that ever got abducted by aliens, they have the same sort of story as all these different people that didn't know anything about the phenomena, didn't know anything about UFO abductions, and then all of a sudden had one event in their life that freaked them out for the rest of their life. And they take them through hypnotic progression. And these people, you should hear the recordings of Betty and Barney Hill. They're like yelling and screaming and freaking out. Like no one thought about being abducted by aliens in the 1950s or whatever that was. Yeah. But these people have this wild fucking story that's super similar to all these different stories that John Mack talks about. And maybe there's different kinds of aliens. Maybe there's aliens that are just like our scientists. They just come down here and study and report on like the state of the biological entity known as the human beings and visit and return. And maybe they monitor us and watch us and make sure that we don't do anything really fucking stupid. Like give us enough room to figure it out on our own, but don't intervene unless they're about to nuke themselves.
Interesting.
That's best case.
What's good? What's good? Excellent. How'd you sleep? What is on your agenda for today? Oh, yeah. Sounds good, man. Feel free to stream it. We're watching Joe Rogan, dog.
Just have fun and see. When he starts talking about like those
same shit, different day. Let's see, what is he talking about? He's got, yeah, exactly. was talking about specifically on this subject.
The Anunnaki and all these different.
He was talking about the Anunnaki, which is amazing. Yeah, I'm all about that. I like the Joe Rogan. Open-minded, free speech, message-giving individual, and I fuck with that.
I think there's. I think it is the afterlife.
It's possible, that's for sure. It's possible that whatever these things are that come here, they're from some sort of another dimension, and that we just don't have the ability to interact with that. We're limited in our capacity as a biological entity to interact with these dimensions that are real, but we just can't access them. We can't get to it. We don't have the frequency. We don't have what it is. But in some cases, under duress, under some situations, and some, just like a person can be hypnotized, just like a person can go into a trance. I think there's a way every now and then that people can kind of access these realms. And I think that's probably what some of these entities are. I think people are probably having real experiences with something that probably is real, but that normally you cannot interact with.
Yeah. Have you ever looked into? Because I think I kind of group all this stuff in together. But have you looked into the remote viewing stuff?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Dude,
yeah.
That stuff.
Pretty nuts.
Yeah.
I had a remote. I did a show called Joe Rogan Questions Everything. We had remote viewers on. We tried to get them to do things. They couldn't really. It wasn't really effective. But I'm also like, okay, this is an unnatural environment. It's a television show. It's like weird pressure. The skeptical people that are like looking at this and I don't know if they're the real. I think it's probably a skill that can be developed, but I don't know how consistent it is. It's like I don't believe in psychics, but I do believe that sometimes you just.
Someday I want you to play that. Doesn't have to be today, but someday I want to. You want to advance, son. You know this modding, all this advanced gaming. I know it is. It's complicated. It absolutely is complicated. And it's a lot of trial and for sure. Super complicated, keep pain in the ass. But you. Well, I have computers to do it. I have computers, but they're not that fast. But someday, I'm going to teach a little bit better. Very good. Did you see that Jack Dorsey back on accident? He totaled his fucking McLaren right on his kick. I'm surprised he didn't fucking get arrested because he was like vaping in the car as he was fucking driving on fucking boat. I cannot believe that the Florida Highway Patrol did not cite him for anything. It was all on camera. It's literally him in like fucking a downpour on his fucking phone texting or reading chat or something, and he hydroplanes and nearly kills a bunch of people, including the passenger. But they also, which, yeah, really good. It's a pretty wild video. Normally I would say, oh, dude, this motherfucker is just doing this for fame, but no, this one was not. He almost died.
and nod heads and look at things, and everybody would know what you're thinking about. And he goes, and then we started traveling in groups, and then language was kind of born. And he goes, language actually slowed down our initial form of communication, which was, it wasn't maybe as descriptive, but it was just as deliberate as speaking a language. And then you introduce technology, and basically what he was kind of saying is, that our brains have been kind of dubbed down from, thousands and thousands of years of technology coming out and language and all these other things. And
so we lose the ability to.
Exactly. We don't, you hear it all the time. You don't use it, you lose it.
Right.
And so basically what he's saying is we're losing our instincts. And
that makes sense if you don't use it. Isn't that what the appendix is? And isn't the appendix an organ that we no longer need anymore because we cook food?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is the reason why the appendix is going away? I think that's what it is. I think it's a change in diet over time has made it unnecessary. So it's like slowly being phased out of the human anatomy. And that's why it ruptures sometimes. But I don't think it has a real function anymore. What it used to have. The appendix kind of helping us in two ways, both with the gut. It helps fight off invading pathogens. That's one thing that is true. When they take out your appendix, like your immune system's not as good. But also to repopulate the gut with this beneficial bacteria after gastrointestinal issues. So how did the appendix form, and why is the appendix there's a thing that was speculated about what the origin of the appendix is and why we don't use it the same way we used to. Why do humans have an appendix? Worm-shaped. Modern researchers believe the appendix has many key Okay, here it is. Go to the top. Okay. Worm-shaped tube attached to the large intestine in the human body. It's an organ that is credited with very little significance and often removed indiscriminately to avoid complications due to infection. However, modern researchers believe that the appendix has many key functions in the human body, and it protects the body's internal environment from infection. What is the original origin of the appendix, though? That was the thing that I had read. I think it was something about processing fiber. Vestigial, okay. Support the theory that the appendix is a vestigial organ that was once used by our herbivorous ancestors. This is it. It was found that in herbivorous vertebrates, the appendix is comparatively larger, and it helps in the digestion of tough herbivorous foods such as bark of a tree. So the thing is that we're changing, right? We don't eat like that anymore, so it's changing, and its function changes. It makes sense that if we don't use the mind the same way our ancestors did before language, we'd probably lose this connection that animals do seem to have with each other.
Yeah, there's all kinds of. You've heard of people. Have you heard of people kind of? How do I describe this? Me and my wife were just having this conversation the other day. If you heard of people that kind of they start preparing for their death, but they're not realizing they're preparing for their death.
Yeah, I have heard of that.
It's like a intuition that they're unaware that they're going to die, and so they start preparing everything for their departure.
Yeah,
and not even realizing that that they're gonna pass.
Yeah, I have heard about that.
I think that's just another example of. I think that we have lost a lot of intuitions, and we don't really know how to go back and exercise them. That's kind of what I think.
I think it makes sense. I think technology certainly distracts human beings from human interactions, and kids today are growing up more socially unbalanced and more their progress is retarded. There's something about the use of technology that is certainly limiting kids' abilities to interact with each other person to person.
Yeah,
and over time, that's probably going to be the norm. And if you wanted to think about the rise of spectrum disorders and lack of emotional connectivity and empathy that people have that seem to have those, especially on the far ends of the spectrum, and then accentuate that with added technology, constant technology. Each technology is more and more invasive. the population of people that have these problems. It's almost like we're moving towards becoming a different kind of person.
Yeah, my this person that works for me turned me onto this podcast the other day, and it was talking about how this is unverified, but it was still fascinating conversation. They were talking about how in, I can't remember the amount of years, but humans will begin to lose their peripheral vision because they're looking at a phone so much that we're evolving. I guess I don't know if I would call that
devolving.
Yeah, devolving.
Wow. That makes sense.
It does, right?
Totally.
I mean, it's sense. Like, shit, go anywhere. That's what everybody's doing.
Narrow band of focus.
Yep.
Right. Like, if you look at most people's phone usage, like, what's the average person's phone usage? I bet screen time's like 4 hours average.
I'll bet it's more than that.
Okay, but let's say it's just 4.
Yeah.
That's a giant chunk of your day.
Yeah, you're up for 12 hours. It's 25% of the day.
So if 25% of the day you're just looking like this, that's got to have an ultimate effect on your vision.
Damn.
Especially over time, and especially if this becomes like completely normal for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't 1,000 years, man. It was like, it was within our lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just makes sense. But we're an adaptive organism. We adapt, weirdly.
It's this stuff all just scares the hell out of me. I think psychedelics plays a role in all this, and accessing, other information.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's a giant crime. That stuff's illegal. It's limited. It's limited into right now they're doing some research on it, and FDA was going to approve MDMA therapy for benefits for veterans dealing with PTSD, and they stopped it. And they decided more tests need to be done. Meanwhile, you're seeing like real results from people, life-changing results, and there's a lot of people out there that need help, and they should be doing something, and it's not hurting anybody.
Dude, do you want to hear the best story I've ever heard from that? So yeah. I got one of my best friends, former Green Beret, worked with him at the agency for a long time. He was blown up, survived like the worst fucking car bomb I've ever seen. Like, got up, walked away, dude's head's like right next to the car. Then gets out. I don't want to mention his name because I'm going to bring up some symptoms. But he got fucking shot in the head by a 38 special round in the middle of the road and survived it. And I've stayed with him through this whole process. Anyways, couldn't walk without a cane, was bedridden 5-6 days out of every week, hadn't had sex with his wife in over 2 fucking years, couldn't go outside without sunglasses on because of light sensitivity. And I've been telling him, hey, you have to go down and like do this Ibogaine thing. Nothing else is working. I think this shit's going to change. I wasn't even aware of all this stuff. I knew about the bedridden stuff, but he was hiding a lot of that shit from me. And his wife called me, and so I got him piped in to this program. Went down, did Ibogaine, and did 5-MeO. Left his fucking cane there. Went home, banged his wife. Doesn't need the sunglasses anymore, and is not bedridden. And that was about 6 months ago. And I just talked to him the other day. He's still like good to go.
That's wild.
And this shit happened like, when did he happen? It was 4 years. 4 years of like living through that shit. I mean, cracked skull.
One Ibogaine treatment.
One Ibogaine treatment done. I was like, do you think you'll go back and like see what, like if more benefits show up? And he was like, no, I'm not going to do it. But he's like, not unless I start to slip. But he's like, I'm like good. I'm at peace. I feel fucking great.
That's incredible.
Imagine
if there was a drug that could do that.
There is.
But imagine if there was a drug the pharmaceutical drug companies could sell that could do that.
Yeah.
There would be treatment centers everywhere.
Yeah.
Are you suffering from PTSD? We can cure you.
Yeah.
Here at Ibogenesis, and then you go into that place and you get hooked up, It would be just like fucking these GLP-1s that they're trying to get people to lose weight. It'd be everywhere.
Yeah.
Everybody would. Everyone has stress. Everyone has trauma. Come on in.
Yep.
And they'd just be selling it.
Yeah. And I mean, even mine. Like I haven't drank in almost 3 years now.
Really?
Yeah. I went down and did the Ibogaine experience, and like it was just like, have you done Ibogaine?
No.
Why not?
What was good about it? Tell me what it was like.
Well,
I
for
heard
me,
it's very effective for people with addiction.
yeah. Well, there it is right there, right? I drank it almost 3 years, but I mean, it was like, do you want like the whole experience?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went down to Mexico, and I just kept having these guys come on my show. And first one was Eddie Gallagher. He was talking about psychedelics, and I was like, oh no, that shit's for hippies. I'm not fucking with that. And then, you know, the one that really got me was I have this guy on, his name DJ Shipley, and he
I saw that one.
You saw that one?
Yeah, it's great.
Dude, DJ's a fucking beast, bro.
Yeah, I follow that guy on
Holy
Instagram now.
shit. Like, takes Navy SEAL to a whole different level. But anyways, but yeah, he like went out of his way after we recorded. He was like, hey dude, like, you should really fucking think about going down there. And I was like, all right, well, you know, I've done like a ton of research. I've talked to a bunch of guys about it. I understand like how it works now. And so fuck it, I'll go. And so I went down there because I just wanted to be more in the moment with my family. I got 2 little kids now, and so I went down there, and that was like, I felt like I was kind of like through the PTSD type stuff, and maybe not, but I just wanted to get rid of anxiety and be in the moment with my family and And so I went down and did the Ibogaine thing, and we took these pills, and like I didn't get a lot of visuals, but the first visual I got was I was just sitting there like looking in this mirror, shaking this fucking maraca, and my head's like, I was like, all right, this shit is not working. Well, then my head like split open, like
in the mirror.
Yeah, dude. It was like I watched my head like peel like a fucking banana. Like it was just like, and then another head like just blossomed out of. Whoa. Yeah, it was really odd. And then I was like, all right, it's definitely fucking kicking in. So I'm gonna lay back, and it was kind of to me like the whole experience. Maybe I guess I just lost total concept of time. It didn't feel. It was like 12 hours, but it didn't feel like 12 hours. It didn't really feel like 5 minutes either. But I got like this life review kind of thing, and just had these TV screens. It looked like all black, like you're in space or something, and then these 2 lines of TV screens that were going in my peripheral vision. And what was playing in those TV screens was, and it was moving, like at kind of a slow pace. And so, like I could see what was going on in the TV screens through my peripheral, but if I tried to concentrate on any one particular thing, then they would like all just disappear until I stopped trying to like concentrate on one thing, and then they'd all appear again, and I could like look at it through my peripheral, and I'd be like, oh, you know, that was in Baghdad. That's when I was 5 years old, and my dad was like yelling at me, and that was this, and it was like, but it wasn't like I wasn't like reliving traumatic events. It was just like passing me by,
like a recording.
Yeah,
like an old VHS tape.
Yeah, and so I just let them like pass, and then I went into some other stage which I don't really understand, but it was a bunch of like these walls of stuffed animals, and I was kind of like going through this maze, And then, like, the last thing I talked about before I did the experience was China. And so then I had like this horrible thing about the Chinese invasion. But what came out of that, like, it's like, oh, well, that doesn't sound very good. Well, yeah, what came out of that, I lost 11 pounds in literally 1 week. It's a week-long type of experience. I lost 11 fucking pounds. It's also a heavy metals detoxer, by the way, so that's probably had like some heavy metals blocking me up or something. But so the whites of my eyes like cleared up, like, and it wasn't just me. I like journaled all this shit down, and then I didn't tell my wife any of this stuff. And I came home and she's like, your eyes look like a lot lighter, like the whites look a lot whiter, and my brown eyes looked like they had lightened up.
Huh.
Yeah. And then it was also like I had realized everything that I was ingesting that was poison. It was like this, going back to intuition, it was like this intuition of, like, I was like, I didn't go down there to quit drinking. It just fucking happened. Like, I was just like, I don't think I'm going to drink it. Mm-hmm. So I haven't had a drink in, like I said, just under 3 years. And
do you think you had a drinking problem?
Oh, fuck yeah, man. I had a drinking problem. Big drinking problem. But
you didn't think it at the time.
Well, my drinking problem had digressed quite a bit. So, I mean, I used to drink close to 2/5 of vodka a day. Oh, yeah. And, but, then that was coming out of the agency. I didn't have anything to do really. And I was processing a lot of kind of what had happened over the past 14 years. Didn't have any friends, was severely depressed, whatever, man. Left the party, and that just, it was wake up, drink many bottles of vodka all day long, and then at night, I'd crack a fifth. But by the time I went there, it was like probably 2 bottles of wine instead of 2 bottles of vodka a night. Still, holy shit! Yeah,
that's a lot of wine.
Well, I mean, it is. But anyways, came back and I just didn't want the wine anymore. I used to take Adderall, addicted to that. Didn't need that. Didn't need this Ambien anymore. Didn't need anything. And cold turkey, man. Quit weed for about 6 months, and then and then I went back. And even sugar, man. I quit sugar for about 6 months. And it was, the funny thing is, man, like, it was zero effort. It wasn't like, I'm not fucking drinking and I'm not going to do sugar and I'm not going to smoke weed and no more Adderall. I just didn't want it. Mm-hmm. And there was just no urge. There was no addiction left. It was gone.
Wow.
And
that's the thing they say about Ibogaine, that it uniquely rewires your brain.
Yeah.
And there's some sort of a scientific understanding of how it works. But the fact that it's illegal in this country is bananas.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people are suffering through opioid addiction? It's an enormous number. And if there was a thing that we are aware of that could help all of our citizens that are struggling right now, listening to this, with people who are struggling, and there's a thing, and it's illegal in this country.
Yep.
As far as I know, I don't think people are dying from Ibogaine. Ibogaine was, it was very funny that Hunter chose this, but Hunter S. Thompson used that during, was it the McGovern elections? So it was like 72, whatever it was. And when he wrote Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail. So he created a rumor that Ed Muskie, who was one of the candidates, had a severe Ibogaine addiction, and the Brazilian scientists were coming to visit him and give him this treatment. And it became such a rumor, and it spread so far, and that it started affecting him. and he was giving campaign speeches, and he was denying it. He was all sweating, and he looked like a maniac. And Hunter essentially derailed this guy's campaign by saying that he was addicted to Ibogaine.
I think Ibogaine would be impossible to do.
See if you can find Hunter on the Dick Cavett show where he admits that he started the rumor. It's very funny.
Wow.
I fucking love that dude. God, I wish I met him.
Yeah, me too.
He was a fucking maniac.
That would have been wild.
But the fact that he used Ibogaine was really funny and ironic because that's the thing that gets you to quit addictions.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a fun experience, man.
Let's play that.
I couldn't really believe it unless he was eating everything. I never said he was. I said there was a rumor in Milwaukee that he was, which was true when I started the rumor in Milwaukee.
Oh, shit. That guy, he fucked everybody up because he would do actual journalism mixed in with fiction. And, he called it gonzo journalism. He essentially started a new kind of journalism. It's like there was an understanding that some of this was not real. And you had to kind of like figure out what was real and what wasn't real. And he was just going to do it his way.
He was a cool dude, man. He was a cool dude. That would have been a hell of an interview.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah. But the fact that he chose Ibogaine is kind of funny.
Yeah. Because they say it's like the one that you
can't get addicted to.
Honestly, I don't think I could get addicted to any of them.
But yeah, I don't think so either. I've heard of people that get addicted to certain psychedelics, but I think there's people that do psychedelics to learn more about themselves, and I think there's people that do it to escape. And I think they escape reality with it, and then they get used to escape, and then they choose that as their reality, and they do it way too much. I think there's abuse with everything.
Yeah.
I think you can certainly abuse at least some psychedelics, but the benefits of them far outweigh the negatives, and there's a lot of people that are hurting in this country, and they should have access to all the different things that can help them.
Yeah.
And the fact that you have to go to Mexico to do that,
it's ridiculous, man. I mean, it's fucking working.
Yeah.
I mean, it's working, and it's just like, why can't you like let us? I'm speaking, for the veteran population right now, but like, why can't you just let us fucking get better?
Right.
Like everybody knows the 22 a day, which is actually like 40 something a day, veterans that are killing themselves. And this shit is a fucking game changer. But I don't think Big Pharma is going to allow it. I think that's what the holdup is.
Well, maybe that's something that RFK Jr. can help.
Yeah.
If they get into office.
Yeah.
If they get into office. I mean, but when you hear about the 5 kill teams and you hear about all this different shit that's going on, I mean, October hasn't even started yet. You get a full month of October, and who knows what the fucking happened?
Yeah.
Leading up to the elections.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let up.
I don't think so. Whoever they are, and not only that, but it's forget about the organization. Forget about that there are people out there, probably like Iran and maybe state actors or who knows, that's trying to kill Trump. What about the fucking general kooks that have been buying all this rhetoric every day that he's a threat to democracy, and they think that this is the one thing that can give them meaning in their life, the one great act that they can accomplish to go out and kill Trump?
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, there's so much that goes into this, like that first shooter, right? What was he, 20 years old?
Yeah. 20
years old. Then you got, Trump's basically been in the media for about 8 years. I think he showed up, about a year before the 2016 election, right? Kind of went in. So we're going on, 8 years now of the media just slamming him over and over. He's a threat to democracy. This is going to ruin the country. So if you take that 20-year-old, I mean, since he was 12 years old, that's all he's heard.
Yeah. 12
fucking years old. That's all he's heard.
And little kids have no ability to discern.
So is it a very well orchestrated act to kill him, or is it media manipulation that nobody really thought too far into this, and now we're seeing the consequences, of what that kind of pushing an agenda like that will do.
It's probably both things.
You know,
It's probably both things. It's probably all the above. And the fact that 24% of Americans were polled, obviously polled, because those are the dumbest motherfuckers of all time anyway. People that answer polls. So you always have to think of that, you know? Like 99% of people don't answer polls. So out of that 1%, 24% of those retards are dumb enough to think that it's a good idea to shoot Trump.
Yeah.
And that the American people shouldn't be able to decide on their own. That's what's really crazy. They think they're right and you're wrong, and no matter what, they have to stop you from getting your vote. They have to stop you from voting in the direction that you are thinking you are going to vote for. It's just a scary time. Scary time for the Republic. It really is.
Yes, it is.
It's weirdly scary. And also like weirdly chaotic in the sense that this is all happening at the same time as the rise of podcasts and social media and new ways to get information. So more people are aware of how fucked we are now than like during the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
Like people were against the Vietnam War and, you know, they're against fighting the troops in the Vietnam War, but they didn't really know what was going on. They didn't have like full access to it like we have now.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know where this ends, man. I mean, part of me thinks, you know, it's part of me thinks we're just going to end in some type of a civil war.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like it's definitely being pushed in that direction.
I mean, I think we're all kind of already there. It's just going to look a lot different.
It's a Cold War, right?
You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
You see these states banding together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you see blue states banding together. You see white states banding together. You see, you know, a lot of governors aligning, sending National Guard down here to Texas, you know, to to try to secure the border. You got, you know, these extreme. Look, I don't whether you agree with me or not, they're extreme. And so, you know, like the abortion stuff, like you got states that are making these like super harsh abortion laws, like we're gonna hunt you down if you get one and throw your ass in prison. And I think I can't remember how many states now passed constitutional carries, like 20. I can't remember. I think there's only like a state or two left that need constitutional carry. But I mean, I think basically what I'm getting at is I think the lines are kind of like being drawn right now, or the alliances are kind of forming up. Like, hey, let's pass these super red laws, these super left laws or blue laws, and it'll drive everybody out of the state that we want, and it'll. Do you know what I'm getting at?
I do know what you're getting
at.
I
think this is all like kind of happening. Matt.
Yeah. I don't know what the solution to any of this stuff is. I hope it's a greater understanding that we develop over time where we figure out how to communicate better and work together. And I think some of that can be facilitated through AI if it's done correctly, if it's like a real open source AI, where people can get a real better understanding of the actual mechanisms instead of like whatever beliefs you have and why the system works the way it is. If you can just have it laid out, factually laid out, where there can be no shenanigans, you can't deny it.
I mean, I think one way would just be having podcasters and journalists. I mean, how the fuck would you do this? But, you know, one thing on my show, and I kind of went off the rails a little bit the last month. I got a little probably more political than I want. I hate politics, man.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, it's just
they come up all the time.
State of the country.
I like them.
Yeah, you know, every time I dive in, I feel like I fucked a hooker on a rusty couch. You know what I mean? It's like I don't think this shit's gonna wash off, you know? But you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
But anyways, where I was going is people have just lost the fucking ability to think for themselves. Like they can't critical think anymore. And, you know, so like one thing that I do on mine is if I bring somebody on I'm like, don't say Trump 500 times on my show. Let's not say like, fuck the left, fuck the right. Like, let's not say these fucking Democrats and these fucking Republicans. Like, just give me the policy. Just give me the problem. Just like, let's just leave all that shit out.
Yeah.
Because if you leave all those adjectives out, then it forces people to go, well, shit, I don't really know. It forces them to formulate their own opinion because they don't know what their side thinks about that particular issue. Unless you're talking about abortion or something like that. But you know what I mean? If you leave that out of, if you can leave those adjectives out, then I think common sense will start to make a comeback because it won't be so tribal. It will be like, well, actually, I don't really, I don't know where the party that I align with stands on this, so I'm going to have to formulate my own fucking opinion here. And that would do wonders.
We definitely need more people that are willing to do that too, because some people just don't have the time or the interest to form their own opinions on things.
Yeah.
It's so much easier to just agree with whatever their side believes.
Yeah.
How did you get started in doing a podcast? Like, what was the motivation behind it?
Well, I used to teach weapons and tactics, and I taught Keanu Reeves for John Wick 3, and then I got a lot of hate. I'll just put it that way. I got a lot of hate from the special operations community, from the 2A community, and I was like, you know what, man, like, it's a very egocentric community anyways, and so I was like, I'm like fucking done with this shit. And so I just started, dude, I didn't know what to do. I was like doing camping stove reviews, and I bought a bunch of fucking alpacas and put them in my front yard, and I thought I was going to be a farmer, and like, yeah. And then, but you know what I did? I was like, dude, I'm so fucking tired of like my guys killing themselves and going into depression and suicide attempts, and I got sick of the same talking heads on TV kind of documenting what was going on over there. I mean, it was a bunch of people who had never even stepped foot in any of those war zones documenting what happened over there. So I just started, and I built like, I don't know, maybe 250,000 subs on YouTube from like gun stuff. And so I was like, we got to document the history. 2, there's a major fucking suicide epidemic happening. So let's talk about some guys that had attempted. I tried to kill myself, but let's get some guys that have really been through it, dug themselves out of it, and we're documenting history the way it happened. We are talking about the veteran crisis that's going on and how people got out of it. And then at the end of every episode was, hey, let's talk about your business, you know, because it's stories what sells. So let's do the whole story and get everybody like super attached to you. Let's document the history, talk about your vulnerabilities, what it was like retransitioning back into civilian life, how fucked up it was, how you ruined your family, how you tried to kill yourself, all that shit, how you came out of it, and then let's talk about your business. And so, I mean, these guys would come on and you know, their business would like jet launch overnight, which I'm sure you know. But I just liked doing it. I liked fucking helping people, but I'll tell you, like, it was awesome. I loved it. I still, there's nothing else I'd rather do. I started feeling a lot of resentment to my guests because they would come on my show and then they would like pass me up business wise like that. And I was like, fuck, man, like, what the fuck do I have to do to make a business out of this shit? Like, I'm great at like jet launching everybody else's shit, but I'm not making any fucking money here, and I got a family to support, and this isn't going to work out. And then I don't know what happened, man, but then something just like switched. Like God just stepped in and was like, you're doing good shit. Like, I'm gonna bless you. and I just like hit a turning point, and now I just talk to whoever I'm interested in. But
well, you're doing a great show, and I think that's all it takes. I think you do a great show, and then the beautiful thing about social media and YouTube and all these different things is that people could just share it. Like I've had a few people, I think Billy Carson, I think somebody sent me that one. And, it's just like someone would say, hey, you should check this out, and just send you a text message. That's such a massive advantage of YouTube and Spotify and a lot of these apps is that someone could just send you a show. Like, you would really love the show. Check it out. And then you just click it. And all of a sudden it's playing, and I play it in my car, play it in the sauna. I'm listening to this. And it's a complete new thing that's available anytime you want. You can pause it. No, I know it's you. I know, one of the things I like about your show is I can 100% tell this is just you talking to these guys. Like, what did you do? Like, okay, explain that to me. Like, it's just you. And in this world of talking heads, that has become a very refreshing alternative to a lot of people. And if you do a good show like yours, it just grows. It's just people will find it. People share it, and it just organically grows.
Well, thank you for checking it out.
Hey, my pleasure.
Why did you start yours?
I started just on a laptop answering questions, like with a friend of mine, my friend Brian, who I started with. We were just fucking around. We thought it'd be fun to just do for fun. I always wanted to do a radio show, but I thought no one's ever going to do a radio show. When I was touring, doing clubs back in the day where you would have to do morning radio, I would like to do it. I would because I have crazy things that I'm interested in, crazy stories. So I'd come in, do these morning radio shows, and I'd be like, wow, what a great job that would be. Morning radio games. Yeah, I'd fuck up and swear. That wouldn't work. And then the rise of podcasts happened, and Adam Carolla had one, and there's a bunch of other ones, and then Opie and Anthony Cumia from Opie and Anthony started doing his own show called Live from the Compound, where he's doing like karaoke, holding a machine gun. He was out of his fucking mind. He built a television studio in his basement, and I was like, fuck, he can do that and do that online. Like, I need to start doing something. So we started out just doing this little, and also the Tom Green show. Tom Green had his own like internet talk show, and I was a guest on it long before my podcast. So I was like, just gotta figure out how to make money out of this. Like, you could see the seeds of my podcast being planted while I was on his show. I was like, this is amazing. No executives, no one talking to you. And then I actually even was in talks with the company that was doing it with him to do my own thing with them. But I just decided to do it on my own. I'm like, I don't want to do nothing with nobody. I wanted it to just be 100% me, just fucking around. And in the beginning, all my friends were like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you wasting your time? They'd come over to my house, and my kids were really young at the time. So, like, in the early days, like, you would hear, we were in one of my spare bedrooms with a desk set up, and you'd hear, Mommy, she took my thing. You hear that in the background. And the kids are arguing with each other. So it was, from that, move into like a little studio, rented a little office space somewhere, and then moved into a warehouse, and got a real studio, and then started having security there, and then started, I should have a fucking gym here. Let's put a gym in, and started, bringing guys to train with, and then it just got big, all organic. I never did ads for it. I never did put a billboard up. I never went on other people's podcasts and said, please watch my podcast. Never did any of that. Never promoted it. It just grew.
That's awesome.
It's all the same reason why yours is growing. It's just, I talk to whoever I want to talk to.
Yeah.
I watched your show a bunch of times, reached out to you on Instagram. Look, what's up?
Yep.
But the way you do it and the way I do it is, I think that's why it's interesting. Because I can tell, like, when you're talking to that guy that was talking about the direct energy weapons in Antarctica, all that crazy shit, like, you wanted to hear what the guy had to say.
Yeah.
Like, this is why he was on there. This isn't like some producer has told you the list of guests that you're going to have for the week. And you're not really interested in it. You got to interview some fucking kid in a boy band.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
There's no reason to do it.
Yeah, when I started, I was we started in the attic. It was me and my wife. We had these shit cameras that had like 30-minute timers. So Mike Glover was my first guest. And so my wife was like running back and forth, resetting these 30-minute fucking timer cameras. And I'm trying to run the sound and listen to what the hell Mike's saying. And I'm like, this is fucking awesome. For a long time.
What year did you start?
I started, first one got pumped out Christmas of 2019.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's also a great example because a lot of people want to say that the podcast market is too saturated now. Like I've heard people say that, it's too hard to make in the podcast market. I'm like, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. I think if you got a good show, it's going to rise.
Same here.
And that's you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I studied the hell out of your show and when I was doing it. And you know, I wanted to, I just wanted to make it different. I didn't want to copy the red curtain and you know what I mean? And
you made it yours. Yeah, you really did. And it's that's the great thing about this. And we need more voices like yours out there, more different people that are doing the same kind of thing, you know, following their own interests, talking to people honestly, having these long-form podcasts. Like the one with the guy studying the UFOs, I think that's like 4.5 hours long, right?
Which one?
Is it, what's his name, John Alexander?
Yeah. I did one
Just
that was like 9 hours.
Yeah, John Alexander. This one is, how long is this one? Let me check. Let's say. Resume.
Yeah.
6 hours. Yeah. Yeah. It's 6 hours and a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Of you talking to this guy about paranormal programs in the government.
I don't want to let him go.
No, it was amazing. It's crazy stuff, man.
Thank you.
Well, listen, Sean, it was great to meet you. I really appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate how you do it. And it's good to become friends.
Hey, thank you for having me, Joe.
My pleasure.
It's good to be here.
All right. Bye, everybody. Oh, watch the show. Sean Ryan Show. It's on everything, right?
Yep.
All right. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. I can do it live. It's like that's double living it for me.
It is the best clip because he's like a totally different person.
Well, it's what he really is.
But he really is.
Yeah, it's like the Ellen thing. You know, it's like.
I mean, he really did lose his shit.
Oh, it was like weirdly. You know, was it like I got the Christian Bale one because like he's in characters, intense scenes. Some guy's fucking around in the background, like God damn it, stop fucking around. I get that.
Yeah.
Like he's in this frenzy of this intense scene. But what is Bill doing? He's Republican talking points on Fox News. And that was a different
before. It was when he was current affair. It's when he's doing like gossip and stuff.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. He was a gossip guy. He was like an Entertainment Tonight type guy.
Exactly. Inside Edition.
One of those deals. Is that what it was?
That's what it was.
Yeah. And fucking those things. They never go away. It's such a weird environment, the left and right. There's no like centrist news source on television. There's no like this is probably what's going on news source. It's always one or the other, and it's like you're living in a bipolar person's brain. You know,
I think like part of what's happened is we used to have news, and you could make a good living in news, and you know, journalists were really sort of the top of the social hierarchy in some way, shape, or form because they were this check and balance.
Rabbi always wins.
And then somewhere along the way, this business model focused people on clicks, and nobody told the rest of the world that the underlying incentives were going to change. And so that's where you find yourself, where there's very little news. There's a lot of opinion. And then the problem with opinion is that feeds the outrage machine. That's the clickometer. The clickometer doesn't go high when you're like, hey guys, I studied this equation.
Right.
There's a 50% chance of this. It's like, nobody cares about that. It's either like it's totally, totally bad or it's totally, totally good because it amps people up, and that's a real bummer because I think like you don't know what to think anymore.
Well, it's also a completely novel new thing that we weren't prepared for. So before there was social media and online news, no one was prepared for the world of the algorithm. No one was prepared for being like, literally everything that freaks you out is what you will be shown because that shows that you're engaging, and that's how it's set up for it, which is just so contrary to the rest of history. I mean, it was always it leads in the news because they wanted to win ratings news, but they only had so much control, and it was only on for an hour.
Exactly.
And now it's just this 24/7 anxiety fest.
It's omnipresent, and it's basically made to want, to convince you that you need more of that thing.
Yeah.
And it's like a bad diet, like the first few shots of it, first few bites of it tastes amazing. But, if you eat the full coffee cake every day for the next 365 days, and then for the next year, you're going to get diabetes.
Yeah.
So the version of that is like your brain just gets totally fried. And then the bigger problem is then when you're presented with, maybe it's not even the truth, but an opinion that you should consider, you get totally shut out of it. And that's like the real problem. You build these antibodies in your body where this other version that says, take a step back and reconsider, it's not allowed.
Right.
And, then if you said to yourself, well, how do you even start? Where do you go? Like if you're, a friend of mine works at Facebook, and he showed me Threads. We were playing poker last week, and he showed me Threads. And what's incredible is like Threads and X are like the exact polar opposites in some ways. And he was showing me in the context of like how the outrage machine on Threads works. And the way it works is like, and this woman wrote this article about it. But what they'll do is they'll post something that says 2 + 2 = 5. It's that
kind of thing.
And you'll get like 1 million views, and then it'll first start with like, folks that are like trying to gently nudge this person. Actually, no, I want you to reconsider 2 + 2 = 4. And then it builds and it builds and it builds. And so there's this like this weird version of how people react to like information, and it tends to be kid gloves, and then people just lose their mind at some point. So it's kind of like, and then over here, I think on X, what you find is there's a lot more structural data, but then it can easily get lost in the noise because there's just a few things that just constantly consume, what the algorithms want to amplify and what is important in the moment. And I think that finding a way to like probably blend the two is probably what is the best, in the sense that there's probably some stuff over here that doesn't make it over here. And there's probably a lot of stuff over here that doesn't make it over here.
Everybody liked it.
A little bit of that diet for everybody probably goes away.
Is there heavy content moderation on Threads?
I don't know. I don't use it.
I don't either.
I don't have it. I just saw it in that moment. But when he described how the engagement farming works, it just sounded kind of like ludicrously,
So to explain to people that 2 + 2 = 5.
If you just post that,
is a bizarre thing that was going around where they were talking about how math is racist.
Exactly. Basically, that's where it gets to. Math is racist.
Which is, oh no! If math is racist, we have a real problem. Because that means everything's racist. Because everything's math.
We have this thing. I don't know if you saw this in the Bay Area in COVID. The city of San Francisco, brought together their board of education or whatever, and they eliminated a bunch of AP classes, including like a bunch of AP math classes. And part of it was because of this reason, because they felt it was exclusion. And I think what it misses is that there's all this other stuff you could do to kind of like even the starting line for folks. But if you rip out things like AP math, like take a step back, like in 8 billion people in the world, what are the odds that there's only literally one Steve Jobs? Or literally only one Elon Musk, meaning capable of that kind of execution? I suspect that there's maybe 2. And so like part of the human, like part of our social responsibility as adults is how do you make it
so that that second Steve Jobs can find a path to do stuff.
Right.
And I'm not saying AP math is the answer, but I'm saying there are people that I remember when I was growing up, I wasn't particularly good at anything. But there were a few subjects which I was just like, wow, like the little time I spent in school, I was like, I felt a little safe, I could connect. It built up a little bit of my self-confidence, and I didn't feel so marginal. I'm sure there's a lot of kids like that. For some very small subset, maybe that's what that kind of class is. It pushes them to a boundary that they didn't know was possible. It's teaching them stuff. That's really cool. So I understand what the intent is, but then the byproduct is there's a small group of folks that get shut out, and then that person that could be that Steve Jobs-like person, that Elon Musk-like person, is held a little bit back. And I think that hurts all of us. So you got to find a way where we're doing just a little bit better.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Well, isn't that the part of the problem with eliminating gifted classes? Right? There's talk. I think they're doing that in New York. Is that where they're doing that? Find out if that's the case. There's some where there's this hot controversy about eliminating the concept of gifted classes. But the reality is there's some people that are going to find regular classes, particularly mathematics and some other things, they're going to find them a little too easy. They're more advanced. They're more advanced students. And those students should have some sort of an option to excel. And it should be inspiring, maybe intimidating, but also inspiring to everybody else. I mean, that's part of the reason why kids go to school together. Look how hard she works. She works so much harder than me. Look how much she's getting ahead. Fuck, I got to work harder. And it really does work that way. That's how human beings in cooperation, that's how they grow together.
And I think that it used to be the case that if you went to in high school, you would be really cool with people that were going to like specific high schools to get really good at something. Remember like that show on TV, Fame?
Yes.
Right? And so, well, that was more about the performing arts, right?
Right.
But that was amazing. It's like, if you knew a kid that was going to one of those schools, what you'd say is, wow, you are incredibly talented in this one specific thing. Go push the boundary of that and see what happens. I think we owe it to ourselves to say that.
Yes.
Right? There's 330 million Americans in the United States. Don't you think that if we created a bunch of different ways for people to figure out what they're super good at, things are better, not worse? Like, what is the answer? Do you think things take a huge step up? You have more Joe Rogans, you have more Kevin Harts, you have more great actors, you have more great directors, but you also have more engineers. You have more scientists, you have more doctors, And you created a way for them to just go deep in something where their curiosity took them. That's okay. What's wrong with that?
Just nothing wrong. It sounds optimal.
It sounds pretty reasonable.
It sounds great. It's just a matter of resources, and then also like completely revamping how you teach kids. This is my gripe with this whole ADHD thing. I've talked to many people who have varying opinions on whether or not that's an actual condition, or whether or not there's a lot of people that have a lot of energy and you're sitting in a class that's very boring and they don't want to pay attention to it. So instead, you drug them and you give them medication that is essentially speed and lets them hyper focus on things. And now all of a sudden, well, Timmy's locked on. It was really just the medication that he needed. And I think for a lot of those kids, if they found something that was really interesting to them, maybe they're really bored with this, but they're really excited by biology. Maybe there's something that like resonates with their particular personality and what excites them, and they could find a pathway. And instead, we have this very rigid system that wants to get children accustomed to the idea of sitting still for an hour at a time over and over and over again throughout the day, being subjected to people who, aren't necessarily that motivated or getting paid that well.
Well, we're going to probably talk about AI today, but let's just touch on this just in this 1 second. We are going to create computers that are able to do a lot of the rote thinking for us. What that means is, I think, the way that humans differentiate ourselves is that we're going to have judgment and taste. Right? Those are very defining psychological characteristics, in my opinion. But what that means is, if you go back to like how school is taught, what you said is very limiting for what the world is going to look like in 30 years. In 30 years, where you have a PhD assistant that's in your pocket that can literally do all of the memorization, spell checking, grammar, all of the fact recall for you. Teaching that today is probably not going to be as important as interpreting it. Like, how do you teach kids to learn to think, not to memorize and regurgitate? So we have to flip, I think, this education system. We have to try to figure out a different way to solve this problem, because you can't set children in this generation of our kids to go and have to compete with a computer. That's crazy.
It's crazy. That's crazy. They can make a Drake song in 3 minutes.
The computer is going to win.
Yeah.
So what can't the computer do is, I think, maybe a reasonable question. And I think the computer, in a lot of cases, can't express judgment. It'll learn. But today, it's not going to be able to, the same way that humans can. It's going to have different taste, right? So the way that we interpret things, the same way that people, like all the psychology, all these things that are sort of like these softer skills that allow humans to cooperate and like work together, that stuff becomes more important when you have a fleet of robots. And so if you go all the way back to school, today, the school system is unfortunately in kind of a pretty tough loop. Like, look, teachers, I think, are like going to become the most, the top 3 or 4 important people in society. And the reason is because they are going to be tasked with teaching your kids and my kids how to think, not to memorize. Don't tell me what happened in the War of 1812. You can just, use a search engine or use a chat GPT and find out the answer. But why did it happen? What were the motivations? If it happens again, what would you do differently or the same? And those kinds of reasoning and judgment things, I think we're still far ahead of those computers. So the teachers have to teach that, which means you have to pay them more. You have to put them in a position to do that job better. And then back to what you said, I've lived this example of ADHD in my family. I have 5 kids. One of the kids was diagnosed with it. And unfortunately, what happens is the system a little bit closes in on you. So on the one side, they give you a lot of benefits, I guess. I put it in quotes because you get these emails that say, if they want extra time, if they want this, if they want, they'll give you a computer, for example, to take notes so that you don't handwrite. So those feel like aids to help you, right? But then on the other side, one person was very adamant, like, hey, you want to medicate? And my ex-wife and I were just like, under no circumstances are we medicating our child. That was a personal decision that we made with the information that we had, knowing that specific kid. And all kids are different, so I don't want to generalize. And then the crazy thing, Joe, what we did was we took the iPad out of the kid's hand. And we said, we had these very strict device rules. And then COVID turned everything upside down. And you're just surviving. You're sheltering in place. Right. 5 kids running around. They're not really being, taught by the schools. The schools won't convene the kids. And so what do? You just hand them the device. Everything was through the device. The little class they got, through the device. The way that they would talk to their friends, through the device. So it reintroduced itself in a way that we couldn't control. And then we saw this slippage. And then what we did was we just drew a bright red line and we said, we're taking it out of your hands. No more video games. No more iPad. We're going to dose it in very small doses. And he had an entire turnaround. But then here's what happened. I took my eye off the ball a little bit this summer because it was like he had a great year. He reset. His self-confidence was coming back. I was like, man, this is amazing. And then I do the thing that, a lot of people would do. I hear you can have an hour. Yeah, it's fine. Talk to your friends, And then it started again. And then again, now we just had to reset. So at least in our example, what we have found, and it may not apply to everybody, but for us, him not being bathed in this thing had a huge effect. Playing basketball outside, roughhousing with his brothers, having to talk to his friends, having to talk to us, watching movies, or we would just sit around. Because, by the way, what I noticed was like my kids had a hard time watching movies or listening to songs on Spotify for the full duration. They'd get to the hook and they'd go like, forward, next. And then they're like, they'd watch like 8 minutes next. And I was like, what are you guys doing? Like, this is enjoy the fullness. They couldn't even sit there for 3.5 minutes. So what at least, my son was learning was like to just chill a little bit. Be there, be able to watch the show. And these shows move at a glacial pace relative to what they're used to if they're playing a video game. Or TikTok. Yeah, because TikTok, they're like this. Boom, 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 boom. And it's helped. It's not a cure. But it just goes back to what you're saying, which is like, if you give parents options, and I heard this crazy stat, I don't know if this is true. If you take your devices away from a kid, the kid will feel isolated from their other students. The critical mass, I don't know if this is true or not, but it's what I was told, so I'll go with it, was that if you get 1/3 of the parents, so like in a class of 20, if you get 1/3 of the parents to agree as well, no devices, the kid feels zero social isolation because it becomes normative. It's like, it's normal. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got a flip phone. Yeah. You're texting like this to your parents, or you're calling, And I don't know, it may be worth trying. There was a crazy thing, I don't know if you can find this, but there was a crazy thing, Eton College, which is like the most elite, if you will, private school in the UK. It's kind of where like all the prime ministers of the United Kingdom have matriculated through Eton College. It's like high school, fancy high school. They sent a memo to the parents for the incoming class. And the headmaster said, when you get on campus with your child, we're going to give you like what is basically a Nokia flip phone. You are going to take the SIM card out of this kid's iPhone or Android. You're going to stick it in this thing. And this is how they're going to communicate with you and communicate amongst each other while they're on campus.
Wow. Mandatory.
I thought this was incredible. I don't know what the impact is, but that takes a lot of courage. And I thought, that's amazing.
Well, it's great because then if they're communicating, they're only communicating. They're not sharing things or Snapchatting each other back and forth. And the addictive qualities of these phones which is, if you think about the course of human evolution, and you think of how we adapted to agriculture and civilization, and we essentially became softer and less muscular and less aggressive, like that took a long time. That was a long time. This thing is hitting us so quickly. And one of the bizarre things is it creates a disconnection, even though you're being connected to people consistently and constantly through social media. There's a disconnection between human beings and normal behavior and learning through interaction with each other, social cues, all the different things that we rely on to learn how to be a friend and to learn how to be better at talking to each other.
I have a rule with my oldest, who's 15.
Dude, this is
He'll
the
call
best.
me. He'll call me.
This is the best space ever.
Or even when I call him.
Great game, Bitcoin, voice transformer. Hey, everybody, I sound like a dude.
It's like this, it's like a grunt greeting.
Right. Yeah, I'm not talking anymore.
Amazing.
And I'm like, hello.
Yo, dog.
Like,
Welcome.
and so I went through this thing where like I would just hang up.
Got somebody this year?
And I'm like, beep, hang up. And then he would call me back.
This is
Huh?
worse. Worse.
And then finally I said, I just want you to have these building blocks. They may sound really stupid to you right now, but looking people in the eye, being able to have a normal conversation and be patient in that conversation is going to be really valuable for you. People will really be connected to you. You may not feel that, and you may think this is like lame and stupid what I'm telling you, but I was like, just try to do it. And then what's so funny is like, I would tell this story about like, our kids like a very well-meaning private school, right? And I almost think like sometimes like, again, we're not teaching necessarily kids to think for themselves. We're asking them to memorize a bunch of things. And one of the things that I worry that we've taught our kids to memorize are like the fake greetings and salutations. So on the one hand, you have what's really visceral, which is, oh. And then on the other hand, sometimes you'll see these kids and they'll get introduced to somebody, hello, how are you? It's great to meet you. And I'm like, man, this is the fakest thing I've ever seen. So you're at these two ends of the spectrum. And I would make fun of my kids sometimes because like, they would say thank you, but they would say like, thank you, like the queen. They'd be like, thank you. And I'm like, what are you doing? Who taught you that? And I was like, you were taught at school to say thank you like that? You could just say thank you.
Right.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Just look somebody in the eye, thank you.
But what concerns me is as this tech gets more and more invasive in terms of how human beings, particularly children, interface with it, and as it gets, we would just be guessing as to what comes out of AI and to what kind of world we're even looking at in 20 years. It seems like it's having a profound effect on the behavior of human beings, particularly young human beings in their developmental. How old are you?
I'm 48.
I'm 57. So when I grew up, there was zero of this. And I got this slow trickle through adulthood from when I was a child, the VHS tapes and answering machines through the big tech.
Yeah, you had the rotary phone.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
So we went through the whole cycle of it, which is really interesting.
Yeah.
So you get to see this profound change in people and what it's doing to kids. And you got to wonder, like, what is that doing to the species? And is that going to be normal? Is it going to be normal to be emotionally disconnected and like very bizarre in our person-to-person interface?
I think that when technologies get going, you have this little burst, like it's like these Cambrian moments. You get these little bursts which are overwhelmingly positive. Like I don't know what your reaction was, but my reaction when I first saw the iPhone, I was blown away. And I think like the first 4 or 5 years was entirely positive. Because it was just so novel. Like we took this big computer and we effectively shrunk it to this little computer, made it half to a third of the cost, and lo and behold, supply demand just the number of computers tripled and quadrupled and quintupled, and so many more people were able to be a part of that economic cycle, all positive. Then you get a little dip, and the little dip is when I think we lose a little bit of the ambition of that first moment, and we get caught up in the economics of the current moment. What I mean by that is, the last 5 or 10 years, I think why you feel this viscerally is we haven't had a big leap forward from the iPhone of early 2014, 15. And I'm not picking on the iPhone, I'm just like a mobile device. So what have you had over the last 10 years? You've had an enormous amount of money get created by an enormous number of apps. And the problem is that they are in a cul-de-sac. And so they'll just iterate in this one way that they understand, because the money is really good, quite honestly. And the incentives of the capital markets will tell you to just keep doing that. But then I think what happens is something shocks us out of it, and then we get the second wave. So if you go all the way back to look at like the PC, the first moment of the PC in the 70s and the early 80s was incredible. You had these people that were able to take it and do all kinds of really interesting things. It was pure. Then you had sort of like the 90s and the early 2000s, and what was it? It was duopolistic at best, Microsoft and Intel. And what they were able to do was extract a huge tax by putting all of these things on folks' desks. And it was still mostly positive, but it was somewhat limited, because most of the spoils went to these two companies, and all the other companies basically got a little bit run over. And then it took the DOJ to step in 2000 and try to course correct that on behalf of everybody, basically. And then what happened was the internet just exploded. And the internet blew the doors wide open. And all of a sudden, if you had a PC, you didn't have these gatekeepers. It actually didn't even matter whether you were running on Intel. You just needed a browser. So you didn't need Microsoft Windows, right? And you didn't need Intel. And then just the internet just explodes. So we have a positive moment followed by, call it 10 or 15 years of basically economic extraction. And then we have value. I think today it's like we've invented something really powerful. We've had 10 or 15 years that were largely economic. And again, I think, this is like the problem. I'm going to sound like every other, nerd from Central Casting from Silicon Valley telling you this, but I do think that there's a version of this AI thing which blows the doors wide open again. And I think we owe it to ourselves to figure out how to make that more likely than not likely.
Well, it seems it's inevitable, right? AI's emergence and it's where it goes from here on is inevitable. It's going to happen. And we should probably try to steer it at least in a way that benefits everybody. And I agree with you. There is a world I could see where AI changes everything. And the things that makes me most hopeful is a much better form of translation, so that we'll be able to understand each other better. It's a giant part of the problem in the world. It's, the Tower of Babel. So we really can't communicate with each other very well. So we really don't know what the problems are in these particular areas, or how people feel about us, how we
can't
feel
empathize.
Yeah, we can't. It's very easy to not empathize with someone where you don't even know what their letters are.
Have you been in a situation where you have a translator with the thing in your ear?
No.
Empathy zero. Because the problem is the person there is giving it to you in a certain tone, because it's first person.
Oh, I've had that. When I interview fighters, translators.
But like when you're here, it's very hard to feel empathy for this person, because it's this person that you're focused on, because you're trying to catch it. So you hear the words. I think somewhat of the meaning is a little bit lost. And then you go back to this person and you say something, and they're in the same problem that you are. So I agree that the translation piece is cool. I think that there's going to be some negative areas. And I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on certain jobs, and we got to figure that out. So it's not all roses. But some areas, if you imagine them, I'll give you a couple if you want, are just bananas, I think. Okay, so I'll go from the most likely to like the craziest. Okay, so most likely today, do you know if you know somebody that's had breast cancer? if they go into a hospital, a random hospital in America, and the doctor says, we need to do a lumpectomy, meaning we need to take some mass out of your breast to take the cancer out. What do you think the error rate today is across all hospitals in America?
Oof.
It's about 30%.
Wow.
And in regional hospitals, so places that are poor, right, or places that are in far-flung parts of the United States, it can be upwards of 40%. This is not the doctor's fault, okay? The problem is that you're forcing him or her to look with their eyes into tissue and try to figure out, well, where is the border where the cancer stops? So for every 10 surgeries, what that means are a week later. So imagine this, you get a breast cancer surgery, they take it out, they send it to the pathologist. The pathologist takes between 7 and 11 days. So you're kind of waiting. 7 of the calls come back, you're clean margins, you're great. Now go to the next step. 3 of the calls, I'm sorry, there's still cancer inside your body. 3. So these women now go back for the next surgery. But the problem is, one of those women will get another call that says, I'm sorry, there's still cancer. And so what is that? That's a computer vision problem, right? That's not necessarily a problem that can't not be solved literally today. We have models, we have tissue samples of women of all ages, of all races, right? So you have all of the different boundary conditions you would need to basically get to a 0% error rate. And what's amazing is that is now working its way through the FDA. So call it within the next 2 years, there'll be an AI assistant that sits inside of an operating room. The surgeon will take out what they think is appropriate, they'll put it into this machine, and it'll literally, I'm going to simplify that, it'll flash red or green. You got all the cancer out. You need to take out a little bit more, just right over here. And now you get it out, and now all of a sudden, instead of a 30% error rate, you have a 0% error rate. That's amazing. That's today because you have this computer that's able to help you. And all we need is the will and the data that says, okay, we want to do this, just show me that it works. And show me what the alternative would be if we didn't do it. And the alternative turns out to be pretty brutal. 14 surgeries for every 10 surgeries. That's not what the most advanced nation in the world should be doing.
Right.
Okay, so if you do it for breast cancer, the reason why breast cancer is where folks are focusing is because it gets so much attention and it's like prime time. But it's not just breast cancer. Lung cancer, pancreatic cancer, stomach cancer, colon cancer. If you look at any kind of tumor, so if you're at the stage where you're like, we need to get this thing, this foreign growing thing out of our body, we should all have the ability to just do that with 0% error, and it will be possible in the next couple of years because of AI. Okay, so that's kind of like that's cool and it's done. I think between years 2 and years 5, you're going to see this crazy explosion in materials. And this is going to sound maybe dumb, but I think it's one of the coolest things. If you look at the periodic table of elements, what's amazing is we keep adding. So there's 118 elements. We actually just theoretically forecasted there's going to be 119, so we create a little box. It's theoretical, but it's going to show up. And they forecasted that there's going to be 142. Okay? So the periodic table of elements, quote unquote, grows. But when you look at the lived world today, we live in this very narrow expression of all of those things. We use the same few materials over and over and over again. But if you had to solve a really complicated problem, don't you think the answer could theoretically be in this? Meaning, if you took, I'm going to make it up, selenium and then doped it with titanium 1%, but if you doped it with boron 14%, all of these things are possible. It's stronger than the strongest thing in the world, and wow, and it's lighter than anything. So now you can make rockets with it and send it all the way up with less energy. It's all possible. So why haven't we figured it out? because the amount of energy and the amount of computers we need to solve those problems, which are super complicated, haven't been available to us. I think that is this next phase of AI. So what you said, which is we're going to have these PhD level robots and agents. In the next 2 to 5 years, we're going to come up with all kinds of materials. You know, you'll have a frying pan that's like nonstick that doesn't have to heat up, like, oh, you know, whatever you want, from like the most benign to the most incredible stuff. We'll just re-engineer what's on Earth. That's going to be crazy. It's going to be incredible. We all benefit from that. The kinds of jobs that creates. We don't even know what job class that is to work with selenium and boron. I'm making up these elements of these things. So the point is that that's like in the middle phase. So our physical lived world is going to totally transform. Imagine a building that's made of a material that bends. You just go like this and nothing changes to it. Why would that be important? Well, if you want to protect yourself from, you know, the crazy unpredictability of climate, in the areas where it's susceptible to that, maybe you can construct these things much cheaper. Well, earthquakes. You could construct more of them. Imagine in San Francisco, you could build buildings that solve the housing crisis, but do it in a way that was cheaper because the materials are totally different, and you could just prove that these things are bulletproof. So instead of spending $1 billion to build a building, because you got to go, you know, hundreds of feet into the earth, you just go 50 feet, and it just figures it out. So that's possible. And I think there will be people that use these AI models to go and solve those things. And then after that, I think you get into the world of, it's not just robots that are in a computer, but it's like a physical robot. And those physical robots are going to do things that today will make so much sense in hindsight. So an example, I was thinking about this weekend. Imagine if you had a bunch of Optimus, like Tesla's robot, and they were the beat cops. They were the highway patrol. Okay? Now, what happens there? Well, first, you don't put humans in the way. I suspect then the reaction of those robots could be markedly different. Now, those robots will be controlled remotely, right? So the people that are remote now can be a very different archetype, right? Instead of the physical requirements of policing, you now add this other layer, which is the psychological elements and the judgment. And so my point is that if you had robots that were able to do the dangerous work for humans, I think it allows humans to do, again, judgment, you know, those areas of judgment which are very gray and fuzzy. It'll take a long time for computers to be able to replace us to do that. I really do think so. I think the biggest things that we have done as a disservice to what is coming is some folks have tried to say that AI is the end all and be all. And I think the better way to think about this is that, you know how like you used to have to get your spelling right in an email, and now you just don't think about it because like Gmail just fixes it. Mm-hmm. It up levels us, right? You used to have to remember the details of like some crazy theory, random detail fact. Now you can just Google it. So you can leave your mind to focus on other things, right? The creativity to write your next, to write your next set, to think about the next interview, to think about your business, because you're occupying less time with the perfunctory stuff. I think these models are doing that, and they're going to get complemented with physical models, meaning physical robots. And they're going to do a lot of work for us that we have not done, or today that we do very precariously. Like, should a robot go in and save you from a fire? I think it can probably do a pretty good job. They'll have multiple sensors, they'll have vision, they'll be able to understand exactly what's going on. If something is falling, they'll just be able to put their hands up and just like stop. You know what I mean? Like, if they encounter any person of any body weight, it's no problem. Pick that person up, transport them. Again, it allows humans to focus on the things that we're really, really differentiating. I do think it creates complications, but we have to figure those out. So that's like a kind of like a short, medium, long term.
Well, I see what you're saying in the final example as the rosy scenario. That's the best case option, right? That it gives people the freedom to be more creative and to pursue different things. And I think there's always going to be a market for handmade things. People like things that like an acoustic performance. They like stuff where it's like very human and very real. But there's a lot of people that just want a job. And these people maybe just aren't inclined towards creativity, and maybe they're very simple people who just want a job and they just want to work. Those are the people that I worry about.
I worry about them as well. And I think that, like, I didn't live in the agrarian economy nor in the industrial revolution, so I don't know how we solved this problem. But we have seen that problem 2 times. And each time we found a way. And this goes back to sort of like news and politics and like just working together. But in each of those moments, we found a way to make things substantively better for all people. Like I saw this crazy stat. In 1800, do you know how many people lived in extreme poverty? 80%.
Whoa.
You know where we are today? Sub 10%. Single digits. And it's a straight line that goes like this. And that was through an agrarian revolution. It was through the industrial revolution. So it is possible for humans to cooperate to solve these problems. I don't know what the answer is, but I do think you are right that it will put a lot of pressure on a lot of people. But that's why we got to just figure this out.
What are your thoughts on universal basic income as a Band-Aid to sort of mitigate that transition?
I'm pretty sympathetic to that idea. I grew up on welfare. And so what I can tell you is that there are a lot of people who are trying their best. And for whatever set of boundary conditions, can't figure it out.
I agree. I grew up on welfare as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so if I didn't have that safety net, you know, my parents' struggles, I think would have gotten even worse than what they were.
Right.
So I'm a believer in that social safety net. I think it's really important.
Best case scenario, right? Because your parents worked their way out of it. My parents worked their way out of it. But some people are just content to just get a check. And this is the issue I think that a lot of people have, is that people become entitled and just want to collect a check. And if it's a substantial portion of our country, like if universal basic income, if AI eliminates, let's just say a crazy number, like 70% of the manual labor jobs, truck drivers, construction workers, all that stuff gets eliminated. That's a lot of people without a purpose. And one of the things that a good day's work and earning your pay, it makes people feel self-sufficient. It makes people feel valuable. And it gives them a sense of purpose. So they can look at the thing that they did, maybe build a building or something like that, and drive their kids by. Hey, we built that building right there. Wow. It's a part of their identity. And if they just get a check, and then what do they do? Just play video games all day? That's the worst case scenario, is that people just get locked into this world of computers and online and just receive checks and have the bare necessities to survive and are content with that, and then don't contribute at all.
The jobs that, like, let's put it this way. If we were sitting here in 1924, whatever, 100 years ago, you know, right in the midst of the turn of the Industrial Revolution, we would have seen a lot of folks that worked on farms. And we would have wondered, well, where are those jobs going to come from? And I think that now when you look back, it was like, not obvious, but you could see where the new job classes came from. It's like all of these industries that were possible because we built a factory. And a factory turned out to be a substrate. And then you built all these different kinds of businesses, which created different kinds of jobs on top of it. I would hope that if we do this right, this next leap is like that, where we are in a period where it's hard to know with certainty what this job class goes to over here. But I think you have a responsibility to go and figure it out and talk it out and play it out. Because the past would tell you that we have a really good humans, when they're unimpeded, have a really good ability to invent these things. So I don't know, maybe what it is by 2035, there's 1 billion people that have traveled to Mars. And we're building an entire planet from the ground up. There'll be all sorts of work to do. And
well, what kind of people are going to go first there?
I think that there'll be a lot of people that are frustrated with what's happening here.
Yeah, sure. Just like the people that got on the Pinta, the Santa Maria, and made their way across the ocean.
It all starts with like a group of people that are just like, I'm fed up with this.
Yeah, but to want to go to a place that doesn't even have an atmosphere that's capable of sustaining human life, and to try to figure, and you can only go back every couple of years, like, those people are going to be psychos. You're going to have a completely psychotic, it's Australia on meth. It's like the worst case scenario of the cast outs of society.
Sorry, like just like what you say is it's so true. But like if you think about what that decision looked like 400 years ago, when that first group of prisoners were put on a boat and sent to Australia,
right?
That's probably what it felt like.
Yeah.
Most people on the mainland, when they were like, ciao,
yeah,
were probably thinking, man, this is insane.
Right.
So it'll always look like that. It'll be easier to rationalize it in hindsight. But I do think that there will be a lot of people that want to go when it's possible to go. And, like, look, we're in the studio. We could be anywhere. We could be in Salt Lake City, right? We could be in Rome, right? We could be in Perth. You don't know.
Right.
Especially
today.
So you could be on Mars.
Yeah,
you wouldn't know.
Yeah. That could be the future. Is instantaneous communication with people on other planets, just like you can talk to people in New Zealand today.
Yes, my girl.
That's an amazing example of an innovation in material science that we have been experimenting with for years. So basically, at the core of what you just said is a semiconductor problem. It's a doping problem. Is it silicon germanium? Is it silicon germanium with something else? And the problem, Joe, is to answer what you just said is a tractable problem that has been bounded by energy and computers. And we're at a point where we're almost at infinite energy, and at a point we're almost at, like, what I say is very specific, which is we're at this point where right in the distance is the marginal cost of energy is basically zero. The marginal cost, meaning to generate the next kilowatt, is going to cost like sub a penny. Even with today's stuff, you don't need nuclear, you don't need any of that stuff. We're just on this trend line right now. And because of AI, we're at the point where to get an answer to a question, super complicated, it's going to be basically zero, the cost of that. When you put those two things together, what you just said, we will be in a position to answer. The world will be able to say, oh, Joe, you want instantaneous communication between here and Mars? We need to harden these communication chips. We're going to build it with this stuff, which we simulated on a computer. We made it. It works. It's shipping. We're done. Now, that will still take 5 and 10 years to do. But my point is, all these things that sound crazy are not. They're actually not that crazy. These things are like achievable technical milestones. Everything will boil down to a technical question that I think we can answer. You want a hoverboard? We could probably figure it out.
Well, then also with quantum computing, and one of the things about AI that's been talked about is this massive need for energy. And so they're at least been proposed to develop nuclear sites specifically to power AI, which is wild.
Yeah, that could be.
You got to dance around this?
No, I'll tell you what I think. Okay, well, maybe before I give you my opinion, I'll take the facts. Okay. Today, it costs about 4 cents a kilowatt hour. Just don't forget the units. Just remember the 4 cents concept. 20 years ago, it cost like 6 or 7 cents. If you go and get solar panels on your roof, basically costs nothing. In fact, you can probably make money. So it costs you like negative 1 cent because you can sell the energy in many parts of America back to the grid. But if you look inside the energy market, the cost has been compounding. And you would say, how does this make sense? If the generation cost keeps falling, why is my end user cost keep going up? This doesn't make any sense. And when you look inside, we have a regulatory burden in America that says to the utilities, of which there are like less than 2,000 in America, we're giving you a monopoly, effectively. In this area of Austin, you could provide all the energy. Now, Texas is different, but I'm just using it as an example. But in return, I'm going to allow you to increase prices, but I'm going to demand that you improve the infrastructure. Every few years, you got to upgrade the grid. You got to put money into this, money into that. Over the next 10 years, we got to put $1 trillion, America collectively, into improving the current grid, which I think will not be enough because it is aging, and most importantly, it's insecure. Meaning, folks can create that, folks can hack it, folks can do all kinds of stuff. So, and then it fails in critical moments. I think that, in Austin, you had like a whole bunch of like really crazy outages in the last couple of years. People died. Like this is, in 2024, that's totally unacceptable. So I think as like people decide that they want resilience, you're going to see 110 million power plants, which is every homeowner in the United States. Everybody's going to generate their own energy. Everybody's going to store their energy in a power wall. This stuff is going to become, absolutely dirt cheap. And it'll just be the way that energy is generated. So you have this, but this is not the whole solution because you still need the big guys to show up. When you look inside of like the big guys, so like now you're talking about these 2,000 utilities that need to spend trillions of dollars. They can do a lot of stuff right now to make enough energy to make things work. But when you look at nuclear, I would just say that there are 2 different kinds of nuclear. There's the old and the new. The old stuff, I agree with you, it's just money and you can get it turned back on. It's a specific isotope of uranium, you can deal with it. Everybody knows in that world how to manage that safely. But then what you have are like these next generation things. And this is where I get a little stuck. And I'm not smart enough to know all of it, but I'm close enough to be slightly ticked off by it. There's a technical problem with these things. And what I mean back to materials. Some of these next-gen reactors, you need a material that will take you like 50 years in America, in the world, to like harvest the minerals. The only place where you can really get it is the moon in sufficient quantity. Are you really gonna? That's how it's gonna work. You're gonna
go to the moon.
You're gonna go to the moon. You're gonna harness this material, then schlep it all the way back to some place in Illinois to make that. I find that hard to believe.
What is the material?
I can find it. It's in an email that one of my folks sent me. But it's a certain form of reactor that uses a very rare material to create the plasmatic energy that can generate all of this stuff, and it's just very hard to find on Earth. So I kind of scratch my head.
What's the benefit of this particular type of reactor?
Enormous energy. So a solar cell gets this much energy, the nuclear reactor does this, and like this other thing does that. And it's super clean. So my point is these next-gen reactors, I think, have some pretty profound technical problems that haven't been figured out. I applaud the people that are going after it, but I think it's important to not oversell that because it's super hard and there's still some profound technical challenges that haven't been solved yet. We just got past what's called positive net energy. Let's say you put, I'm making up a number, 100 units of energy in, and at least you try to get out like 100.01. And we're kind of there. So that's where we are on these next-gen reactors. The old generation of reactors, I'm a total believer, and we should be building these things as fast as possible so that we have an infinite amount of energy. By the way, if you have infinite energy, the most important thing I think that happens is you have a massive peace dividend. There's like the odds of the United States going to war when we have infinite energy approaches zero.
But isn't the problem with introducing this to other countries, and I believe it was India where they introduced nuclear power plants, then they realized very quickly they could figure out how to make nuclear weapons from that.
Yes, when the uranium degrades, it can be used in weapons grade uranium.
And the real problem would be if that is not a small handful of countries that have nuclear weapons, but the entire world, it could get very sketchy.
I think you're touching what I think objectively to me
The worst.
is the single biggest threat facing the world today. I escaped a civil war, so I've had a lived experience of how destructive war could be. The collateral damage of war is clear. Where were you? In Sri Lanka, and it was I was part of the ethnic majority, Sinhalese Buddhist, but they were fighting Hindu Tamil minority, and it was a 20-year civil war. It flipped the whole country upside down from an incredible place with 99% literacy to just a struggling, developing third world country. And so we moved to Canada. We stay in Canada. My parents do whatever they could. They got run over by that war. They went from a solidly middle class life to the father, had a ton of, just alcoholism, and didn't really work, and the mother went from being a nurse to being a housekeeper, and it was dysfunctional. It really crippled, I think, their dreams for themselves. And so, they breathe that into their kids. Fine. But that can't be the solution where hundreds of millions or billions of people have to deal with it. And I am objectively afraid that we have lost the script of it. I think that folks don't really understand how destructive war can be, but also that there are not enough people objectively afraid of this. And that's what sends my spidey senses up and says, hold on a second. When everybody is telling you that this is off the table and not possible, shouldn't we just look at the world around and ask, are we sure that that's true? And I come and I think to myself, wow, we are, the biggest risk of my life. And I think the only thing that is probably near this is maybe at some point in the Cold War, I don't know because I was so young. Definitely, Bay of Pigs. But it required JFK to draw a hard line in the thing and say, absolutely not. So will we be that fortunate this time around? Are we going to find a way to eliminate that existential risk? This is why, my current sort of vein of political philosophy is mostly that, which is the Democrats and the Republicans, there's just so much fighting over so many small stakes issues, in the sense that some of these issues matter more or less at different points, but there is one issue above all which where if you get it wrong, nothing matters, and that is nuclear war. And you have 2.5 nuclear powers now that are out and about extending and projecting their power. Russia, China, and Iran. That wasn't what it was like 10 years ago. That wasn't what it was like 25 years ago. It wasn't even what it was like 4 years ago. I just don't think enough people take a step back and say, hold on a second, if this thing escalates, all the stuff that you and I just talked about won't matter. whether our kids are on Adderall or not, or the iPad.
Right.
Don't give them so much Fortnite or material science or optimism. It's all off the table because we will be destroying ourselves. And I just think that that's true. We have an enormous responsibility right now for the village elders of the world to tell people, guys, we are sleepwalking into something that we can't walk back from.
One of the strangest things about us is the kind of wisdom that's necessary to sort of see the future and prognosticate and see where this could go, especially based on the history of human beings and how many times things have, like you were talking about Sri Lanka, but there's many examples all over the world of civilizations that were thriving, that were pounded into dust. And because every day is similar for us, we have this inability to look forward and to make that leap and see the potential for disaster that all these things have. And this is what freaks me out about when people talk openly about, we have to win with Russia versus Ukraine. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what is winning? Yeah, what does that mean? Like, this sounds insane. And then applauding the long-range attacks into Russia now, like, and this escalation. Oh, they're attacking Russia now. They'll show them. Like, what? Are you in a movie? Like, do you think that this always ends up with the good guys winning? Because that's not the case in human history at all. And not only that, there is no good guys. People start launching nukes. Everybody's a bad guy, and everybody's fucked.
Yeah.
And that's on the table. It's on when you see long-range Israel bombing campaigns in the Lebanon, and you see what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. Like, who knows? Who knows how this escalates? Who knows what the retaliatory response is? Who knows what the response is?
Well, I think. Let me add to this by saying we know what the response will be not. It will not be measured. It will not be calm. It will not be, hey, let's get on the phone and talk about it.
Right.
Like, the thing is, there was a long period of time where, America was the leading moral actor in the world, right? And I think that we spoke from a place of wisdom, but also like earned respect. But we forget that at the end of the Cold War, it's not that we vanquished the USSR as much as they imploded from within. Right? It was just an economic calamity. They just couldn't afford to keep up with us. And the reason was we had these two edges, right? We had a technological edge, and we had an economic edge. And when you put those two things together, it created a lot of abundance. Now, we can talk about how some of that is not equal, which I also agree with, but it allowed America to be sort of effectively for a long period of time the top dog. The honest reality is that's not where we are today. We are one of two or three. And the problem with that is that you can't look back in history and try to live your life like what it was like in the good old days. We're not the high school football stars. So we need to live in a more modest way, in a more reliable and consistent way, with neighbors that have also, for themselves, done well. And just realize that they have their own incentives. And when you tell them to do something, they're not always going to listen. So if we don't understand that and find a way to de-escalate these things, what you said is going to happen. Something is going to be one step too far, a reaction, and then eventually somebody will overreact. And that is all just so totally avoidable. And it just frustrates me that we objectively don't understand it. We sweep it under the carpet and we talk about all the other things. And I understand that some of those things, all of those things, let's say, matter. But at some point in time, nothing matters. Because if you don't get this right, nothing matters. And I think we have to find a way of finding people that draw a bright red line and say, this is the line I will never cross, under any circumstance. And I think America needs to do that first, because it's what gives everybody else the ability to exit stage left and be okay.
The other problem that America clearly has is that there's an enormous portion of what controls the government. What do you want to call it? The military-industrial complex, military contractors. There's so much money to be made in pushing that line, pushing it to the brink of destruction, but not past, maintaining a constant state of war, but not an apocalypse. And that as long as there's financial incentives to keep escalating, and you're still getting money, and they're still signing off on hundreds of billions of dollars to funnel this, and it's all going through these military contractors and bringing over weapons and gear, and the windfall is huge. The amount of money is huge, and they do not want to shut that off for the sake of humanity, especially if someone can rationalize. You get this diffusion of responsibility when there's a whole bunch of people together and they're all talking about it. Everyone's kind of on the same page, and you have shareholders that you have to represent. Like, the whole thing is bananas.
So I think you just said the key thing. This may be super naive, but I think part of the most salvageable feature of the military-industrial complex is that these are for-profit, largely public companies that have shareholders. And I think that if you nudge them to making things that are equally economically valuable, more, ideally more, you probably would do that.
What would be an example of that other than weapons manufacturing? Like, what would be equally economically viable?
So part of, when we look at the primes, the five big kind of like folks that's get all of the economic activity from the Department of Defense. What they act is as an organizing principle for a bunch of subs underneath. Effectively, they're like a general contractor. They have a bunch of subcontractors. There's a bunch of stuff that's happening in these things that you can reorient if you had an economy that could support it. So, for example, when you build a drone, okay, what you also are building is subcomponent, a critical and very valued subcomponent. All the navigation, all the communications, all of it has to be encrypted. You can't hack it. You can't do any of that stuff. There is a broad set of commercial applications for that are equal to and greater than just the profit margin of selling the drone. They don't really explore those markets. If, for example, we are multi-planetary, I'll just go back to that example. I will bet you those same organizations will make 2 or 3 times as much money by being able to redirect that same technology into those systems that you just described. Hey, I need an entire communications infrastructure that goes from Earth to the moon to Mars. We need to be able to triangulate. We need internet access across all these endpoints. We need to be real time from the get-go. There's just an enormous amount of economic value to do that. So again, we have these very siloed parts of the economy that are limited by what we know. And what we know is part of what you just said, which is we do these things, and then some people convince others to use the things that we do. And I think instead of saying like there's like some crazy nefarious plot to always go to war, instead if we say, if you make the thing and you could sell it to a different market and make more money, would these people do it, or are they hell-bent on war? I think it's more that they would just do it.
As long as there's not still a business for war.
So then it reduces war to a very different kind of business. I think it's smaller. I think it's more kind of drone-oriented. I'm not saying that war will go away. There's no utopia where war goes away. But
Which is a crazy thing to say, really.
Unfortunately, I think that we're always going to be fighting for some reasons. So the last 30 or 40 years, all these forever wars, we were fighting over energy. Effectively.
This is my one bright spot that I think about with AI as well. So everyone's terrified of the open border situation, criminals coming across the border. And wouldn't the solution be not have a place like a desperate third world country where people are trying to escape on foot with their families? If we were living next door to another United States and you could just travel freely back and forth between the two of them because it really didn't matter. Both of them are equally safe. Both of them have equal economic prosperity. Both of them are, equally democratically governed. No problem. Just go over there. Go over here. I mean, it kind of used to be like that with Canada. With Canada, you used to go over there with a driver's license. You used to be able to go back and forth between the United States. I mean, I think the first time I went to Canada, I did not have a passport. I had a driver's license. And it was kind of the same sort of deal. So just accepted. Oh, that place is cool. We're cool. We're next to each other. If the whole world was like that,
It'd be incredible.
Right, it would be incredible. And I think AI makes that possible.
I think so too.
I think it makes that possible, and we're going to have to deal with a few very uncomfortable factors. One of them being the illegal drug trade, and another one being the consequences of prohibition and forcing people into doing things of drugs. Yes, which is I'm not comfortable with that, but I feel like the only way to disempower illegal drug manufacturing is to have legal drug manufacturing that's regulated. The only way to stop fentanyl overdoses is to have cocaine become legal. But the problem with that is you get a bunch of people that are addicted to cocaine.
So, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I don't do drugs, so I don't understand. But what's the step before it? Like, what causes you to want to do fentanyl?
They don't do fentanyl on purpose.
Okay.
Most
they started
people,
because of a prescription.
No. Most fentanyl overdoses is fentanyl that's cut into other drugs, particularly party drugs like Molly and ecstasy, cocaine, even heroin, things along those lines where people think that they're getting a pure thing. They're getting it from the cartel, and
it's laced with this.
Yes, it's cheap. It's very small amounts of fentanyl do incredible damage. Like the amount of fentanyl that can kill you is like the head of a nail. It's very small. Have you seen it in relationship to a penny?
I've seen it.
It's crazy. So the problem is if you have a drug and you cut it with a bunch of other things because you want to sell as much of it as possible, you add a bunch of things into it, and it increases the potency they add fentanyl. And because of that, it's all done illegally, it's unregulated, so a lot of people die. And the numbers in the United States, I think there are upwards of 100,000 people.
Is there something to do to motivate folks to not do the party drugs?
Well, I think you're going to have a massive education campaign, and people are going to have to understand it the same way they understand cigarettes. Like cigarette smoking in young people is down quite a bit from the 80s, right? And I think that's because of people understanding the consequences of it. But you're always going to have people that want to smoke cigarettes. And my belief is that they should be able to smoke cigarettes. I don't think you should do Adderall all day. But if you get a prescription, you can do it. But at least in my mind, you're getting Adderall from the pharmacy, and that pharmacy is going to give you actual Adderall and not some fentanyl-laced thing that's going to kill you. And you have no idea. You think you're taking the same thing you've always taken, and then one day you're dead. And that's the case with a lot of people today, especially with party drugs. I don't think you should do heroin. I don't think you should do cocaine. I don't think you should fuck your life up. And I know too many people would fuck their life up, but I also don't think that I should be able to tell you what you can do, especially when there's all these drugs that are readily available, particularly alcohol, which is one of the most destructive drugs to your health, to relationships and families, to society. How many alcoholics, how many drunk driving accidents, how many drunk people murdered other people. There's just horrible consequences of alcohol, but I completely support alcohol being legal. We have learned how to consume alcohol as a culture.
What about what happened in Oregon? You know, like Oregon,
yes.
They passed, they legalized it, and now they
first of all, they were already off the rails. Okay, this is not like legalizing drugs in it's not like legalizing drug in San Francisco in the year 2000. It's a completely different scenario. So you have these people that are really, they're accustomed to tents and subsidizing drug addicts, and they're accustomed to this very bizarre breakdown of civil society where you're seeing open air drug markets and everyone's fine with it, and it's somehow or another kind and compassionate to allow this to take place. And that's what you have in Portland, right? Portland is probably one of the most liberal cities that we have, one of the most leftist cities that we have. So for Oregon to do it that way, I think it's an awesome libertarian notion. So you know what? We shouldn't make any of these things a crime. These are personal choices, and you can make good personal choices or bad ones. We'll have everything. The problem is the fabric of society, the encouragement of discipline and of hard work and of accomplishment had been eroded to the point where accomplishment meant that there was something wrong with you.
Right.
Like if you were a person that was eat the rich, tax the rich. If you were a person that had accomplished something great, it wasn't because of some extraordinary effort you put in, even if it was. It was you did something to fuck over other people. That's the only way you get rich in this world. And it's just bizarre.
It's bizarre.
And it permeated Portland. Right. So when you introduce free heroin to that, like you're gonna get more problems. It's just, and you're subsidizing people for living on the streets, which they do. I mean, I watched this interview where they were talking to these people in the Pacific Northwest where they moved there specifically so they could be homeless because they knew that they get money. And there's no incentive to get out of those tents. There's no incentive. There's free food and free drugs, and they give you money. And they're like, okay.
Right, so that didn't fail because of the actual drug policy,
right? But
more of the other social policy.
I think. Have you ever heard of Dr. Carl Hart? No. He's a professor at Columbia. I believe he's at Columbia. Carl Hart was a straight chemist, like a guy studying chemistry and studying these substances at Columbia, and he was a clinical researcher. And along the way, he started realizing that our understanding of these drugs and the pros and cons of them had been flavored by propaganda heavily, particularly the sweeping act of 1970 that made almost everything illegal, which was really to target civil rights groups and anti-war people. And so this was during the Nixon administration. They made a bunch of things that were psychedelics.
MK Ultra, is that being that?
Well, MK Ultra was actually before that. It was when they were experimenting with people, particularly with LSD. So when they started doing this, they made everything illegal. And now the only way you can get any of these things is through illegal sources. So you're getting them through the cartels. So if we don't have the ability to legalize things, and the problem with legalization, there's no good answer here. So to keep things illegal, you're going to have fentanyl overdoses. I know people have lost their children. I know people have lost their brothers and sisters to this. It's a horrible thing that happens. You're also going to get heroin overdoses if it's legal. So Jesus Christ, and you're going to get more people to try it because it's legal. But it's just like prohibition during the 1920s or the 1930s, rather. When they had that, what they did was they enabled the mob and they enabled organized crime, and that was the rise of Al Capone, and that was the rise of the moonshiners. And you always had a demand, and the people that were willing to supply that demand were criminals. And they were criminals in this country. We're empowering criminals that are essentially running Mexico, which is bizarre. I know during the latest election, how many assassinations were there? Was it 37 or 35? During their latest elections in Mexico, there was at least 35 assassinations. Wow.
Are there European countries that do this well?
Portugal has decriminalized everything. And they saw a massive decrease in HIV, a massive decrease in drug addiction, and all sorts of other things. I don't know what the long-term study is on that. 37 assassinated candidates. I mean, you have to play ball with the cartel over there. Just like you had to play ball with the mob in the 1930s. You have to play ball. They have the guns, and they're really mean, and they'll do whatever the fuck they want to you. The 2021 midterms, when 36 candidates were killed. Jeez. Yeah, it's wild down there. That is a direct result of having trillions of dollars being made by selling illegal drugs, and made most of them to sell to America. I'm sure they sell them to other places as well.
And it's all fentanyl, or is it
it's all kinds of things. No, I don't think there's a lot of money in that. The real money's in meth, cocaine. They have a problem with illegal marijuana that's grown in the United States on national forest land, because what happened is, especially in California, my friend John Norris, he wrote a book called The Hidden War, and he was a fish and game officer. And, basically wanted to be the guy that like checks your fishing license. Like, great job, you're out in the outdoors. And one day,
It's the beginning of a movie.
It is the beginning of a movie. I'm sure they're probably doing a movie on it. But in one day, they find this creek that is dried up, and they think that perhaps
they diverted the water.
Someone's diverted the water. They thought it was a farmer that had done something inappropriate or whatever. So they follow the creek up, and they find this illegal grow off that's run by the cartel. And this is and then they become a tactical unit, and they have Belgian Malinois and bulletproof vests and machine guns. The whole thing's crazy, and they get in shootouts with the cartel in national forest land because it's a misdemeanor to grow pot illegally in a state where pot is legal. So California has legal marijuana. You could go to any store, anywhere, use credit cards. It's open, free market. If you follow the rules, you can open up a store. But if you don't follow the rules, you can sell it illegally, and it's just a misdemeanor.
I wanted to learn about marijuana, the market. But you can't process the money, I think, right?
In some states. Like, I know in Colorado, it was a real problem. And in Colorado, they had to do everything in cash.
Yeah, it's like Breaking Bad, like bricks of cash.
Well, they were using mercenaries. They're essentially using, military contractors to run the money back and forth to the bank because you had to bring the bank money in bulk. Right, so you'd have $1 million in an armored car and a bunch of guys like tailing the car and in front of the car, and they're driving into the bank, and everyone knows there's $1 million in that car. So you have to like really be fortified, and so it was very sketchy for a lot of people. I don't know what the current condition in Colorado is now. I don't know if they still have to do it that way.
A couple of companies, I remember the reason I know this is like, a guy came and pitched me on some business, and he was like the software for all that. And, I think the company went public, and I just realized it just went sideways because like nobody wanted to touch it because they didn't want to build rails for that economy.
Yeah.
Which didn't make much sense, seeing as, to me at least, just because if the laws say it's legal, then it should all be treated equally. But then the problem, I think I remember them telling me, was that federally it's still gray.
Yeah, it's gray, and they're trying to diminish that. The latest steps during the Biden administration is to change it to a Schedule 3, and that's a proposal that's going. That would help, but really it should be just like alcohol. It should be something that you have to be 21 years old to buy. You should have to have an ID, and we should educate people how to use it responsibly. And we should also pay attention to whoever the fuck is growing it and make sure you're not going wacky. Like there's people that are botanists that are out of their mind, potheads that are just 24/7 hitting thongs, and they're making stuff that'll put you on Mars, like without Elon Musk.
I remember the problem that somebody raised, I read this in an article, was you need to make it more than more legal than it is today, so that you can get folks to put like some version of a nutritional label on the thing and show intensity, right? Because the intensity is not regulated.
Right. Well, they do regulate it in California. If you go to good places in California, let's say this is 39% THC, which is very high. This is 37. This is, But then there's also the problem with one thing that marijuana seems to do to some people that alcohol doesn't necessarily. Some people have a propensity for alcoholism, and it seems to be genetic. But there's a thing that happens with marijuana where people who have a tendency towards schizophrenia, marijuana can push them over the edge. And Alex Berenson wrote a great book about this called Tell Your Kids. And I personally witnessed people who've lost their marbles. And I think it's people that have this propensity. Because one of the things that I think is beneficial about marijuana in particular, and this is one of the things that freaks people out, is the paranoia. Right? Well, paranoia is, I feel like what it is a hyper awareness. And I think it pushes down all these boundaries that you've set up, all these walls and all these blinders, so that you see the world for what it really is. And a lot of people, it freaks out. But what I think it does is it ultimately makes you more compassionate and kinder and nicer. And you realize, like,
in the moment or
afterwards. I think it's a tool for recognizing things that you are conveniently ignoring. And, my friend Eddie told me about this once. He was saying, if you're having a bad time and you smoke marijuana, you're going to have a worse time. because you're already freaking out. You're already freaking out about something. You know, if you're going through a horrible breakup and you get high, like, oh, no one loves me. You know, but if you're having a great time with your friends, you'll probably just laugh and be silly, right? Because you're not freaking out about something. You're in a good place mentally, which we should all strive to be in a good place.
I had this weird psychosomatic guard that developed. My father was an alcoholic, and I didn't drink at all in my teens and my 20s, mostly in my 30s. And then in my mid-30s, I started drinking wine, and I love wine, and I think I can handle it. I really enjoy it. I love it.
I do too.
But I cannot drink hard alcohol. The minute that it touches my lips, I get severe hiccups. I mean, like debilitatingly bad hiccups.
Really?
Any kind of alcohol.
So you think it's psychosomatic?
I think it's completely psychosomatic because it makes no logical sense. If the tequila touches my lip, I just start hiccuping like crazy. And it's like this weird protective thing that I think my brain has developed because my dad used to drink some stuff that would like, make you blind. Like, it was like 150% proof the guy would just chug it. I mean, it was.
Well, I think there are whiskey connoisseurs, and there is like Scotch, like old Scotch does have a fantastic taste. It's got an interesting sort of an acquired taste. But there's real wine connoisseurs. Wine is a different animal. The flavor of wine is spectacular. It's the most delicious of all alcohols without being sweet.
Completely.
Yeah, it's a different thing. Like the people that say they're tequila connoisseurs, like, shut up. It all tastes like shit. Some of it just tastes less like shit. The great tequila tastes alcohol. Less shitty.
It's alcohol.
Yeah.
And it's like, then there's some flavor around the alcohol.
Yeah, I drink a glass of wine with a steak, and it's like, this wine's fucking great.
I totally agree.
And it puts you in a calm. It relaxes me. You don't like want to go drive fucking wild and get crazy and get in a fight when you're drinking wine.
Exactly. And the amazing thing about wine is you can go on these journeys where, like, when I first started to buy wine, I did what every knucklehead does, which is like, if it's expensive, it must be good.
Right.
And you start down that road, and it's just so dumb because the amount of money that I spent on stuff that was marginal, but it had a good label and it had a good pedigree. And then when you discover and you learn, like, I remember, like, my wife's Italian, so we spent a lot of time in Italy in the summer with our kids. And when we were there, you find these incredible Italian white Chardonnays. Okay? In the summer, I'm just going to be honest with you, there is nothing better to drink in the world. It's better than water. If you were like, it's cold, it's refreshing, it's got a great bouquet. But these bottles are 40, 50, 60, 80, maybe maximum 100 euros, max. And then you'll spend $1,000 on some stupid white Burgundy from France, and it tastes like half of it. You know, the other great example of this is like Chateau Petrus. And, you know, I don't want to get in trouble with the Chateau Petrus guys, but I'll just be honest. Those bottles cost, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000. You see some in restaurants, 19,000. I've never bought them. I've tasted it once because in Vegas I had a host, and once he gave me the thing, he says, Chamath, you can use this for, you know, like your dinner. And I'm like, well, is there a cap? You know, and he's like, this time, no cap. And first I was like, God, I must have lost a lot of money. when they say no cap, I was like, $19,000. So then I said, fuck it, I'm just going to try this. So I went to Caesars, and it was like $4,000 or $5,000. I mean, I would never buy this in the north, but I got it because it was free. Joe's okay. All this buildup in my mind. This is, oh my God, this is going to be ethereal. It's going to be ambrosia. It was not ambrosia.
Yeah.
Whereas you can find these other ones that are made by, you know, folks that just put their entire lives into it. You taste the whole story. I just think it's incredible.
It's a weird status thing, the expensive wine. It's just like Cuban cigars.
It's really dumb.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
The real skill is being able to know price value. And when you know it, it's so satisfying because it's like, oh, this is just delicious. And then when your friends enjoy it, they're like, oh my God, this is delicious. And I'm like, yeah, that's $80.
Yeah.
But how? And I'm like, well, it's very hard to find. So then the skill is like, it's funny, I'll tell you, this is how bad wine has gotten for me. Meaning, like, I love the story. I love the people. I want to support the industry, so I went and I registered for an alcohol license at the APC in California.
Really?
Because I was tired and frustrated of trying to buy retail, because you have to go through folks that have their own point of view. And I was like, well, if we just become, we as in like me and a friend of mine. And so we set up a thing. We set up a little LLC. I filed the paperwork. And it's called CJ Wine LLC, my friend, me and Joshua. And we're able to.
Where's the bitch? What's that? Where's the it's so hard. It works. Hell yeah, bitch. Oh. Do I have a rep? Was it after the clicks, bitch? I think well done clips, bitch. Yeah, you know, your stream sucks.
West.
No steps we cannot walk. Bye-bye.
Welcome, welcome. Look who it is. Arnold. Long time no see. How you living, big dog? Hell no, I got more friends than I've ever had. How you doing, big man? How are you? I'm living the dream every day. How they miss me. You want to play a game? All right. What do you want to play? Did you download? Do you want to play? Okay, no one knows what that is. Any normal person game, like chess. Okay, well that's all right. You gotta learn somewhere. So I'm gonna start the game, and you're gonna play it. Just a moment. It's in Discord. In 3, 2, 1. We are about to have the most amazing round of chess ever history. Let's start the game in 3, 2, 1. That's in the park. Ready? Hell yeah, big dog. You want to join the game? All right, let's see what you got. Everybody's ready for you. Everybody's excited for you. Do you have any questions? Bingo. Let's see what you got, man. Everybody's waiting. Everybody's ready. Now that pawn can take your knight. There you go. That move that I just did is known as castle. It's where my rook and my king switch. You can only do it under some limited rules. You can only do it under some limited rules. Neither can be in check. you can't have moved them previously. There's some other things too. But I just want to make you aware. That's how it's done. You're in check. Oh shit. I saw what you were setting up there, which is really nice. Word. You could have done some major damage. Oh, you're gonna win. I think you have the lead right now. You have the lead. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You also have 10 pieces. I know I have a queen, but you can easily make a queen by getting one of your pawns on the other side. That was a good move. I was not expecting. Wow, I'm kind of fucked, dog.
Yeah, I know exactly what to do.
You're very good at it. I think so. Yeah. I think you're very good. Yeah, it's just not as passive. It's just the only random rule that's out. Everything else is the same. I was not expecting that. Very good move. Dude, this is going to be a fucking shootout. Welcome, welcome. Hey, H-Bit, you're up next. Ooh, I was expecting. You're all right. Interesting. Very interesting. Whoa. It's not expected. Great group. I know, I see that. I'm just jealous. I don't know. Wow. What a fucking tough win. can. I wouldn't know. Great job. You're much better. You're much better than you come off to be. Excellent, man. Thank you. Come back whenever you want. Come back whenever you want. This was a lot of fun, man. Yeah. Oh, sure, Doug. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're watching Joe Rogan.
We have less need to go and fight with
That was an
external
amazing
parties.
fucking. I'm drained.
So
after
I
that.
do think you're right. Like this reduces it down to
man.
we need to
my
find
brain.
ways of allocating this abundance more broadly to more countries. Meanwhile, that one crazy thing that you can't unwind and go back from, you can just never go. And you just have to make sure nobody believes that it is justified.
I let that happen to myself.
Because in a nuclear
It's
event,
all downhill.
I think that that's not what happens.
Clearly. Oh, I saw this brilliant discussion that you had where you were explaining that Trump is the wrong messenger, but many of the things that he did actually were very positive.
Well,
And I think that is it's a very difficult thing to describe. It's a very difficult thing to express to people because we're so polarized, and particularly with a character like Trump that's so polarizing. It's very difficult to attribute anything to him that is positive, especially if you're a progressive or if you're on the left, if you've been a lifelong Democrat, or if you're involved in tech, or if you, I mean, it's this bizarre denial of basic reality, the reality of what can you see based on what was put in place, what actions were taken, what were the net benefits.
when I've always been a liberal, and I think I should define what liberalism used to mean. It used to mean absolutely no war, and it used to mean free speech, and it used to mean supportive a government that was supportive of private industry. Try your best, go out there, we'll look out for you. Come back to us if things go wrong. That's an incredible view of the world. And I think what happened was when I was given a choice, I would vote Democrat or I would support Democrats because I thought that that's what they stood for. And I didn't really understand Trump. And so what happened was I got too caught up in the messenger and I didn't focus enough on the message. And I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize it in 2016, but I don't think many people did. And then in 2020, I got lost in it. But probably by 21 or 22, I started to see all this data, and I said, hold on, I am not being a responsible adult the way that I define responsibility. I am not looking at this data from first principles, and I need to do it. And when I did, what
Did you know more people died from football a year than yeah, not a lot of people died that much injured. Not that they're not dangerous, but it just goes to show you football is actually more dangerous. Head injuries, concussions, and I'm talking about the American football fans topic. Essentially, going up for a header, two heads collide, one person can have brain bleeding. I've never seen so many people in one Twitter event ever. 2.8 million people are live streaming from Butler, Pennsylvania. They're I've never seen so many people in one live stream before on Kick, or I mean on Twitter. They have 2.8 million people at once are watching this on X. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. When Trump was on kick, they got 500,000. This has 2.8 million, but it's an X. Trump. Maybe, but not necessarily. He's on kick. That's wild shit, dog. That's fantastic. Right. Elon Musk was supposed to be at this event. Oh yeah. We're done. 3.1 million people watching this pitch.
What does he have to say?
I mean, just watch it. Down the kick, right? Maybe it's he hasn't even spoken. Yeah, other people don't talk. That could happen.
want to play again? You can pick that. Have you seen the Harry Potter chart? Like that? Okay. All right. You're very good. If you ever win, I let you win.
But my innovation already says, like, okay, you work with I'm always paying money for fucking dollars. So that's what I always do.
You can enjoy it.
But the have to press tab or something.
You can come back.
How was the shit? What the hell?
Press the little square, then press the red, then come back. Whatever, like wherever I'm talking. Do you see where I'm talking? Or just press. Okay. Or just close the whole app and then come back. There you go. Are you ready?
Yeah. Let's get it.
Thank you. We're so careful. We're like being very careful. Like no one's taking anybody's pieces. Very careful. In fact, I don't know if I can play it. Interesting. That's really cool. Good night, Rabbi. Yes, I have to. So, there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do with this. Well, I know what I have to do with this. I need to do. I can just go on the road and sit and just brush my teeth so that you can stay hydrated and then you go over here. But there's a but. You will get lots of road. That's just one side of it. So I'm just supposed to fix her. Very nice. Very nice. When you do what a person perhaps that was an amazing food. That was one of the best meals I've had food ever. Oh man, was that a good meal. Amazing food. I think your horse finally has to die.
Yes. There's the way.
That horse did so well.
Yeah.
Can't do it for this. Not that I see. I mean, maybe there's something. But I have a good benefit.
You are just good. Access.
It's that because I think it's rock and roll, baby. It's rock and roll. It's up. It's up. Great move. Really great move, dude. That was so strong. It's sad. All right. Pressure. I know these make it, baby. Amazing. Work out. Put me out of my misery. Put me out of my misery. Give me a chance again. Hey, I fucking hate. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is good. No time, I just go. So I just kind of come together. Just go with. That's interesting.
the table back up. What is this? You know, the black card?
watch this movie. Excellent movie. Wow. We might do a stalemate. I think we probably do both. Stalemate. Congratulations, Doug. Oh, good game. Damn, I can't believe I didn't use it. Yes. That's cool, though. That's really good position we lost the first game. Good job.
Like, you have no idea. You've lived absolutely no experiences. You have no like perspective on the world or anything. Maybe you understand how to tell a joke, but it's kind of yeah.
Oh, that's what it does. Now you want to make someone famous on America's Got Talent, something like that. And you're, what do you do?
I became friends with Chappelle when he was 19. I saw Chappelle when he was 19. He's doing like.
He was a savant, though.
He was, but he also did a thing that was really interesting where he would do outside shows. He would just throw a hat down and start doing stand up on the street. No, anywhere.
Oh yeah.
He did it in Montreal. He did it right in front of the Club Soda. We did a show, and then Chappelle goes outside and fucking does stand up to people in the street, and they all gathered round, and he was doing stand up in the street in Montreal. Crush it.
And this was him at 19.
Yeah.
So no, he's not famous at all.
Maybe he's a couple years older by then. Maybe he
was 19. He got his first
So this was 94, I want to say. I did the Montreal Comedy Festival with him, and I met him in like 91, somewhere around then. So how old was Dave in 1991? That will.
He did Robin Hood Men in Tights when he was 19. I believe.
Dude, it was crazy. Like he would do this thing where he would just do stand up out to people. He was 19. He would just do stand up on the street. It was the craziest thing you'd ever seen, man.
If anybody did that now and put it on video, we would all mock them.
But he learned how to do it from Charlie Barnett. And Charlie Barnett was like a famous New York comic that got on Saturday Night Live but couldn't read.
So that's Audie Murphy got the gig.
Wow. That's why he lost the gig, because he couldn't read the scripts.
Yeah, he was pretty popular. Charlie Barnett was in DC Cab, right? A couple things like.
He was a hilarious comic.
He was popping, and then he couldn't read the cue cards, so they had to hire Eddie Murphy.
And I think he influenced Dave a lot in that too. That like he saw Charlie doing those.
Better learn how to read, Dave. You won't make it in this business.
That poor guy, man, because he was super talented, supposedly.
The early influence of
Tony Woods.
Oh yeah, for sure. Tony Wood still is hilarious.
He's great. He's doing the festival this year, right?
He was there last year.
Yeah. He's awesome.
He did my podcast, and then we went to the Vulcan and did a show, and he murdered, man.
He's a killer, dude. Really good. Low energy and levels.
Charismatic, though. He's just so good at engaging.
He's very good. As some comedians just have that gift of like luring you into their world. Like Nate Bargatze's very like that. Like when you watch him, you're just like you slow down and you just kind of like sink into his speed.
Kill unless I'm yelling at the audience. If I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, there's no chance to turn
But isn't that your personality? That's more of your personality.
This is true.
Like imagine if you were forced to do Stephen Wright's act. You'd be like, God. This is not me. But for Stephen Wright, it's perfect.
Yep.
For Stephen Wright, it's the fucking best act ever.
Jay, you're very low energy. You kind of bring them into you, but it's very like you sit down, which is like
that's by design though, because
you're lazy.
Like I said, I watched that. I'm very lazy. No, I watched Patrice. Like it's a complete like mimic of Patrice's things. I was watching him go from standing to sitting and seeing that the crowd, some of the people that took him in is very like he's like looming over them and saying these like crazy things, like being like turned off by that, to seeing when he was laying back and letting them come into him. You could say like much more people like embraced that. They were leaning into him.
That makes sense.
And when you're a big guy, so that's why I felt as a big presence. I'm gonna say it was kind of crazy shit. Like when I'm down over them, it looks like I'm like pointing down at them,
right.
Instead of letting them kind of like come into the stage.
That actually does make sense. And also, they're sitting down too. Why are you standing up? Well, you're not moving around. Unless you have some activity in your act. If you've got some activity, if you've got some things you got to act out a little bit.
When I started the Black Comedy Clubs, man, I was doing a straight Chris Rock pace, nonstop. A lot of direct finger point. You know what I'm talking about. Just I know what I'm saying.
Those are good. Those juicy old act up. Yeah, man. It's interesting now too, because Kill Tony's sort of a similar situation as getting interviewed by Charlie Kirk. So these fucking dudes, for their first time ever, they do stand up, and it's at Madison Square Garden. And they're just like, what the fuck? And they go out there and they just frozen in the eyes of 16,000 people, and that's going to be them forever. Everybody at work's like, look at Mikey Bauman. Look at Mikey Bauman. This fucking idiot thought he was funny. And then the comments, all your neighbors.
The guy right before me just got booed. I couldn't even hear what he got booed for. I just know he followed a handicapped guy who gave a sweet emotional speech about being handicapable, and then he walked off. And I said the other guys got there, and they were like, "Fuck this biped."
No, he was. I remember he was like, whatever it is, dude. A show like Kill Tony, if you're good looking, it's held against you pretty quickly. The audience like, yo, fuck you, dude. Where are your burn scars?
Like the rest of Earth. The audience represents the rest of Earth. When you see someone that's good looking and they're got a spotlight on them, fuck you. It's like a natural
No, I think
inclination.
there's a subconscious thing, though. I think we good-looking people, we want to grease the wheels for a little bit. Good-looking people have it pretty easy in life. Yeah, comedy is just a weird thing. It's just you almost give them a little bit.
Humor is the weapon of the not good-looking person.
Right.
So like counteract this. So you're immediately going like, "You're hot. You don't have a fucking personality. Like, get out of here."
Fuck yourself.
Even though there are good-looking people who are hilarious and have good personalities, but generally speaking,
Well, you
It's
learn,
not-
you learn to
generally
be funny.
speaking, it's not likely.
Schumer had a thing one time. She said, I saw on stage at the cellar once, and it was about her and her boyfriend meeting Kate Upton, and like she walked away to go get something to drink or whatever. When he came back, he was like, her husband said to Amy, he was like, "She's great, man. She said the funniest story." Like, fuck you, dude. Like, really is the idea of like, come on, man, don't.
Yeah, you learn to
That's what
be
people tell me,
funny.
like, people are like, dude, George Clooney, that prankster, he's the best. That guy is the funniest dude. They're like, he's fine at best, I'm sure. Relax.
Yeah, it's a personality trait to get laid. We all learn to be funny when we're kids because we're not good looking enough to get laid without it.
it's like, look, I either got to get funny or do donuts in the streets of Philadelphia.
Yeah,
It's easier to get funny.
I love when really good-looking actors tell you who to vote for. They're my favorite. They're my favorite. These are the guys with all the wisdom, and then they're going to tell you the same. They're the same guys who told you to get vaccinated too. By the way,
Well, the best
same guys.
The best was like early in it, like in March and April, when they would all take videos from their mansion and be like,
yeah.
"We're all in this together."
Yes,
Let's
again.
stay home.
I could also stay home with $30 million in the bank.
Imagine, you're twirling a Tom Collins with your finger on a raft.
Living from the future, if we go into apocalyptic times, do you think they'll look back on like the shutting down of the country for a year and a half as like the trigger that made society begin to collapse?
I don't think they will. They'll never acknowledge they were wrong.
Do you think, but like historians, objective historians, you think they'll look back at this time and be like, "This is the fall of Rome"?
Dude, there's going to be a lot of books written about this period in time.
I think it's the internet. The internet is the beginning of the end for everything.
But is it the beginning?
Yeah, but it's not. Because the internet didn't shut the fucking country down for a year and a half. The internet didn't
That's
do
the way they
that.
shared the ideas that quickly.
Yeah, but it's a very specific group of people who decided that was a good idea.
Nah, you wouldn't have had anyone even fighting back against it if it wasn't for the internet. It would have all just been the
Without
CNN
the internet,
guys.
they would have pulled that off so much easier. They would have scared the shit out of you.
But
You would
they
never
pulled it
know.
off.
You would, yeah, but if this happened in the 1980s, you would never know how many people died on respirators. You would never know about any of that shit. You wouldn't know about a goddamn thing they didn't want you to know about. That's what's so scary about the media today.
When you hear about the Spanish flu, you're like, how do you know how many people died? There was no internet. There was no, there's no way.
Yeah, by the time you got your horse to the next place with the information, more people have died.
Bro, living back then, you were fucked. If you lived in the city, the hygiene was insanely bad. People had shit in these outhouses that were set up for the block.
They
There was
never
all sorts of diseases.
They never
no
present
food.
that. I think that always when I watch like Tombstone and stuff, and like
Right.
Kurt Russell and a girl were off into the woods to go kiss, and like, I bet her armpits smell like shit. Like everything,
She's gum disease.
Everybody smelled like shit. You had a shit in a hole in the ground. They hadn't even invented toilet paper back then.
What
Who
did they
knows
use?
how they even
Dude,
wiped
you
their
had to be
ass?
so horny in the 1600s to just power through all of
Oh
that
my
to have
God.
sex.
This big hairy bush. It stinks.
Yeah.
I guess
I'm
you'd
gonna-
just be like a
I'm gonna put
dog.
my chin in your
Like,
shit-covered ass cheeks and eat your disgusting, smelly, hairy pussy.
dogs don't give a shit what anything smells like, and I guess you just get used to stuff.
I guess so. It was probably hot, dude. Dude, a stinky pussy was probably hot in the 1600s.
By 1880, horses in New York City deposited 4 million pounds of manure on city streets every day. In dry weather, it would turn to fecal dust and choke pedestrians. Vacant lots were filled with the waste. These manure piles would rise up to 60 feet high.
Now it's called Staten Island.
60 feet high. Dude, if you
Yeah, so
fell
save
from
me.
60 feet, you're dead.
Yeah, save me all that shit about carbon emissions, by the way. We're doing great. This is way better than what it used to be.
Oh my God, you're breathing shit air.
By the way,
Everyone was sick.
I'll tell you who just right now nodding their head. He goes, "Yeah, that's why I'm the guy who invented that bag that goes behind the horses' asses."
Isn't it amazing, though, that the invention of the internal combustion engine and the adoption of cars by everybody and the abandonment of driving horses literally stopped there from being shit air throughout every city street? Shit air.
You've never been to Newark, Joe.
I was born in Newark. I've been there.
It's not much better smelling in Newark.
I lived there in the 1990s.
There's like
was
it bad?
It was horrible.
Yeah, that's.
I
I'd
lived with
imagine
my grandfather to save enough money to get an apartment. When I first moved to New York, I didn't have enough money for an apartment, and my grandfather lived on North 9th Street in Newark. And he was there from the blockbusting days. So he bought a house there like in the 1940s or 50s. And then in the 60s, they came by and they said, black people are moving into your neighborhood, sell now. And it was like a real estate scam. And then they would try to sell to black people and just like get money out of all these houses. My grandfather it was an Italian community. My grandfather was like, I love black people. I don't give a fuck. Get out of here. This is my house. And he wasn't moving. And so all these
Your grandfather's
people,
old enough also that he's like, I was the black person 5 minutes ago.
Exactly.
Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, when he moved here, he came here straight from Italy. And he told me it was horrific. Like the term WAP, I always think it's funny. If you say around him, he would get angry.
Yeah.
Like if someone called somebody a guinea, he would get angry.
Classic WAP behavior, am I right?
He was a peaceful guy, but he would just get like, that was a terrible thing that they used to call us when we were kids. But, that's how long ago that?
No,
that's
it's
really crazy.
All the basically across the country, even like California, but like all the like areas that you think of as like the hood, it's like Oakland or Compton or Newark or Crown Heights or any of those were all white areas up until like the 60s, and then like a bunch of black people from the South came up, and then all the white people left.
And they did do these scams. It was like a lot of it was like pushed by these real estate guys. They would like purposely fuck up a neighborhood to make money off of it. And then there was redlining, where like they wouldn't sell to black people outside certain lines, and like that was a Baltimore issue too.
Well, my grandmother, it was funny. The neighborhood I grew up in, like, was Jewish and black, and then down the next neighborhood was Italian. It became predominantly black by the time I moved up. My grandmother, till like 2 years before she died, was in a nursing home, stayed in that house, and it did not scare the old people at all. It didn't, like, as it changed around them, it didn't scare. There would be literally people like on her front step, like her neighbors, like a bunch of like teenagers, like rapping with a loud stereo, and she would just be like, "Oh, they're nice.
But at least they're not trans."
But they call me Miss Jeanette, and so whatever.
My grandma was delightfully racist. I mean, she didn't give a fuck. My grandma was in her mind,
the only brown person at the table had the most racist.
My grandma was like openly racist. She didn't give a shit. My Aunt Emily, to this day, she's a little racist.
The penalty of being a Puerto Rican that's racist is less.
No, but she was white. She was Italian. She was Italian. I'm half Italian Irish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, they would literally. I'd be at the dinner table, and I remember one Thanksgiving my grandma said, because I was getting picked on by white kids in the neighborhood because it was like a white trash neighborhood, and I was the only brown kid. And my grandma was like, it's not his fault that he's an N-word.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And she was right. She was right. It's not your fault. You don't choose it. It's not my fault.
Yeah, that's what the original Good Will Hunting was.
Not you, Grandma. Not you.
I just go hunt black people and Good Will Hunting them. It's not your fault. That's not my fault. It's not your fault. Not you, Jay. Don't you do this, Jay.
Have you guys seen that Matt Walsh movie? Am I racist?
I watched the trailer today. Is it what's it out?
It's really funny.
I've heard great things about it.
It's a top 10 movie in the country right now.
Yeah.
I think it's what number is it?
Well, the first one was
great. Which is crazy, dude. It's got no press reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, but customer reviews is 99%, which is wild.
Yeah.
Like no one will review it.
Why?
Because it's funny. He's not being sanctimonious. He's not like talking down to people or preaching to them. He's just showing how nutty all these fucking people on these struggle sessions with white people.
The other one was great.
Dude, it's just like, I think it's better. It's better than that because this one's really funny. What is a woman at certain times?
Well, the trailer says it's a comedy.
Yeah.
He calls it a comedy.
It is a comedy.
I don't think the other one particularly was pushed as that.
But he's essentially doing like a right-wing version of one of those like Sacha Baron Cohen type shows.
Yep.
He's essentially doing that. He's sitting down with these people and he's pretending that he is with them and he wants to know, how he can do better. Number 7 in the fucking country with no press.
They made $2.5 million this weekend.
Do you know how nutty that is to have no press and have a show take off and become a top 10 movie in the country? That's pretty wild. And no press reviews at all. It's an interesting time, man. It's interesting.
And it is like the thing that was real interesting about the first one, and I think probably is true about this, although I haven't seen it yet, is that even though he's obviously like a real right winger, it's not like that's the movie. Like the movie isn't even making a right wing argument or anything like that. It's just like letting these crazy left wingers showcase how crazy they are.
Exactly.
Like, okay, you tell them. Like it was nuts. He just went up to these in the first one that I did see. He just went up to these gender experts and just kept asking them what a woman is.
It's crazy.
And they all just collapse into themselves. Like, this is the toughest question they've ever thought
The
of.
trans woman he asked outside was the best because he's like, well, what is a woman? And she's, I think I want to go.
They've made it. They've tried to boil it down. I think I saw somebody do this the other day too. Like tried to come up with a logical explanation. It was something really ridiculous. Like, although recognizing that there are biological differences, a woman is anybody who tells you they're a woman. While recognizing so this is like the loophole. While recognizing that Harry probably can't get pregnant, he is now Harrietta. And that's just it. That's just it. There's no conversation that can be had here. And in some countries, they're talking about jailing people. Was it Scotland that had something about the proposal about literally jailing people for misgendering people?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's like a big discussion always. Yeah, but it's fun.
But what they were talking about putting people in a fucking cage. Like,
Yeah,
find out where that was.
Isn't it the thing that happened in Canada? In Canada, a guy got sent to jail for misgender. He wouldn't agree to call his like son or daughter or vice versa.
I mean, how many people are actually legitimately trans? It's like 0.001% of people are actually trans.
Now it's way higher than that with young people because there's not a real thing to being trans anymore.
Dude. I was 3 steps away from racing my cars and doing donuts, and also 3 steps away from becoming trans.
Yeah, they're next door neighbors. They're just like Moonies. Join up, man. Join up.
I just wanted to
everybody would love you.
Yes, ironically, if you were Asian, you would have been better at both things.
Maybe, possibly.
Well, you would have been a tough sale as a chick.
No, dude, I would try to check. First of all, me and Dave dressed up as chicks years ago to make fun of the guys we fucked podcasts. We mocked them. We did a sketch dressing up as them, and I looked fucking good.
I'm sure you did, but there's not a lot of dudes who are going to want to climb you.
I'm telling you, you're an intimidating lady.
You're a big lady, man. You're a scary lady.
Yeah, if I decided
Claim
to
that new Scottish law would jail people for misgendering is false. And look at the Elon's picture.
Why did he get brought into
What is
it?
the actual truth? What is the actual truth?
If I became a woman, I already know what I thought. Skinny black dude.
Is misgendering a crime?
Jay, you're going to move.
According to Adam Tompkins, one guy. I'll trust him. Misgendering could only be considered a hate crime if it was done in a way that a reasonable person would consider to be threatening or abusive. Wait a minute. That's subjective. That means yes. That doesn't mean no. That doesn't mean it's false. That means you just if that's how you're going to write it out, that in quotes a reasonable person would consider to be threatening or abusive. Who the fuck is reasonable? How many people do you know that are reasonable?
And also,
they're going to be able to decide whether or not you should be jailed.
Yeah, well, threatening is a little bit more concrete than abusive. Abusive is really vague. Like, what do you mean? Verbally abusive?
If you're a 100-pound man and Lewis calls you a man name and you want to be called a woman's name, that could be threatening.
Right.
That could be threatening. He's a big guy.
I also would have been threatening to be honest.
Why are you being a woman?
But
that's a weird thing. Misgendering would only be considered a hate crime if it's done. Okay, what does it say below that? According to Adam Tompkins, a law professor and former conservative MSP, asserting that sex is a biological fact or that it is not changed just by virtue of the gender by which someone chooses to identify is not and never can be a hate crime under this legislation. Okay, so he's saying that like dead naming someone will never be a crime.
Well, no, but see, even this is in a kind of a little bit vague way because he's saying asserting that sex is a biological fact. So if I just say men are men and women are women, that can't be a crime. But calling an individual like could be like, no, you're not a woman, you're a man. Could that be considered abusive or whatever? Like, it's all the interpretation. Like, what is that? You know,
that's a very good point because this is just step one, right?
That's what it seems like to me.
Right. So this is not saying, no, argue with them, that you're a man. It says it's not changed by virtue of the gender by which someone chooses to identify is not and never can be a hate crime. But yeah, that is weird because like asserting that it's a biological fact, like what if you're arguing? What if you're saying you're a man? Is that harassment now? Fuck you, I'm a woman. You're a fucking man. And if you're getting in one of those exchanges, what's that then? You know what I mean? Like that.
Well, if I call somebody an asshole, they're not literally an asshole, right? So, like, technically, isn't it all just sort of like deciding what words have power and what words don't?
100%. Because if you're not swearing and this person's swearing back at you that wants to be called a woman, fuck you, you fucking cocksucker. I am a woman. Yeah. And you're like, no, you're not. You're a dude. Like you're like standing your ground in that situation. Right? That could also be the case.
What if you don't threaten them, but like if you hypothetically, like if that dude was like, I am a woman, and I was like, if you were a woman, I'd slap the shit out of you right now. But you're a man, so I'm afraid you might beat my ass. So like I didn't actually threaten them.
That's a good balance because you're putting yourself in the, you're not saying I beat your ass. You're saying I'm going to get fucked up. So that's
like, I don't know. Do you train?
What's to be said?
That's very well phrased.
What's to be said for feeling how you feel and also just not giving a shit? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like, as I said before, I think they should not give hormones or any kind of operations to children to, change their gender.
Imagine that being a radical idea.
But I'm saying, but I don't. But also, if they're like, they're not making it illegal, they're doing it. I'm like, well, now I want to see a 5-year-old with tits. Like, now I want to see it. Like, I'm against it. I just want to go. They already did it. So go,
say that.
Let me see.
No, you're not allowed to say that.
To say what?
But it's a boy's tits. That's the thing that's weird. It's like with the nipple thing is odd, right? Didn't New York City? Didn't they free the nipple? We can walk around with your tits out.
So, yeah.
Do you ever see it?
Yeah, once in a while.
Do you? Like really?
Is it ever a pair that you're really looking forward to seeing?
Rarely, but once in a while in a park you'll see nice pair of tits. In
Wait,
Boston,
just fully
what's
topless?
what's the Sprinkle Barton Springs? So it's tops are optional.
Oh my goodness!
I brought my son there, dude. He was 10 years old, and I just saw him staring at this girl's tits, and it's all hot chicks. It's all like hot, awesome
chicks.
Of
course, they're being free. They do ketamine. Yay!
I remember James was just fucking keyed in on this girl's tits, and I was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" He was like, "Oh, it's natural, Dad. Mom says the body's natural, so."
Mom says. The fuck is she talking to you about?
Yeah.
Bro, imagine what people like before they had clothes. Just like chimps, just fucking every chance they could, just the trees and shit. Imagine before people figured out clothes, how wild it was.
I think we figured them out pretty early on in the game.
Clothes?
Yeah,
No.
It was a leaf you put over.
Yeah, no. It was millions of years of being subhuman hominids.
What I should say is I think pretty early in the game of being humans. So like whenever they're like they trace like the genetic to like this is when we consider you like a modern Homo sapien.
Especially when we came out of the water, our
hormones.
dicks were so small.
Honestly,
You threw something on quick.
I don't know if that's true. I think it was all climate based. I think in Africa, like, I mean, how much they probably covered their dicks.
Well,
if you go to like some places in the Amazon that are totally buck naked.
Well, in Africa, they have to cover their dicks, otherwise it's dangerous.
You don't need
tie it back like a hair bun.
Like they didn't need to stay warm, right? So I think it was only when people started moving.
Yeah,
so
you might be right about that.
I think it's a migration thing. Because where human life evolved is the same area where like a lot of different primates evolved besides us.
Yet human beings got to
None of
Europe.
them got close.
They got to Europe and they went, all right, let's cover our dicks and build some shit.
When did we start, I know in the Bible it says it was like, God gave us embarrassment at one point or whatever. When did we really start getting embarrassed?
It was cold.
Who was the first guy that was like, oh, my dick is small. I don't want people to see this.
I hope we don't find out or Sebastian's not going to have anything to talk about.
Aren't you embarrassed? I think it's as soon as we started moving to places where it was cold, and then we don't see people's dicks and pussies all day long, like it kind of changes your behavior. And it probably led to us like saying, listen, we need a city and we need a wall. we need to figure out how to block all these wild motherfuckers, these bare dick motherfuckers from coming over the hills. That's probably what happened. Probably people started getting really shy because they were covering themselves up with animal skins to stay warm.
But why was it having a small dick? I need to get to the bottom of this. What was the problem with having a small dick that everyone was like, you need to cover that little dick up? You know?
Well, the Romans thought that having a big dick was gross. The big dick was a sign of a barbarian. That's why they had little dicks on all those giant dudes. Like the odds of if you look at some of Michelangelo's statues, the odds of those guys not having a massive hog are very small. That is a dude built like Francis Ngannou.
What's funny is all of those kings and all of those important people, they literally commissioned them to build them like they were gods, and they would build the statues bigger than the statues of gods, right? And you would think that they would give them a big fat hog.
Nope. They all have little tiny dicks. because
There
they
you go. That's
thought
just the artist's signature.
some person, just like the same people that are tricking people into thinking that can be non-binary. Somebody back then tricked them and thinking the big dicks are bad. And it's probably some conniving little dick thing, some little motherfucker who figured out a way to.
He's like, oh, so there was
Ew, get your
brilliant-
biggest dick out here. Oh, look at the hog on that guy, though. What's that one from? Oh my God!
Yes,
Look
he
at
is.
his fucking dong. Look at his dong. And look at all the extra skin he's got at the front of his dong.
That guy must be libertarian.
It looks like a fucking hawk's face.
By the way, that's the only one that's uncircumcised of all these.
Well, once they're hard, it pops out. You know. Look at these animals. Jesus, what is that from?
My bedroom.
Yeah, that's why I keep my bracelets on.
But look at that one right there. The guy has a tiny dick. The one in the right there. Look at that tiny dick.
I would say average
Insane.
size, Joe.
It's
Bro,
that's
for
the
that
thing.
guy's body.
Yeah, but everybody can't stay fucking boned up for them while they're posing for the fucking statue.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Joe. Leave the man alone. It's not a bad dick.
That's
I
a
think it's
tiny
weirder
dick.
that guy was so hard.
Yeah.
No, that's normal. That's normal.
That's
He was
normal.
walking around Heil Hitler and with a giant rod.
He goes,
Go back to that.
Michelangelo, hate this.
Go back to that.
Sculpt this,
Bro,
bro.
I don't care what your excuse is. If anybody ever gets a picture of you, Heil Hitler, and go back to that
With
picture
a big cock.
with a giant hog. The one that you just had with the guy Heil Hitler, and
His hand was upside down. It was,
it was clearly a Heil Hitler to me, bro. Is it the white one? Yeah, that one right there. Click on that, bro. That's Heil Hitler.
No, he's
That's not the
walking-
one though.
he's
Though.
walking like an
That's not the one you had. That one's freakier. This
Oh,
one
this
looks
guy's-
like more modern.
This guy's playing music to his dick.
That last one looked like she was wearing high heels. What was the one you just had up, Jim?
it is.
Oh, that one right
It's
there.
right there.
That one right there. To the left of that. To the left. No. In the middle.
Middle
The
second
gray
row.
one.
Up
Middle
one
second
row.
row.
Up
Mid
one
floor.
row.
Up one row. To the right. That's it. Bam. Bro, that guy's
Yeah.
Heil Hitler. In.
The arm's upside down.
That's how it started. It started like
He's
this,
going
and then
this-
they flipped it over. It's like how you turn over a punch.
Yeah.
That was
Heil
it. That was
Hitler.
he was getting ready to give a fucking strong one. Look, the guy's got a giant heart on. He's very excited.
He's Nazi on the left side and gay on the right side.
I was gonna say they really are. They make them sort of flamboyant too.
Jamie, go back to that one and give us a description. What does that mean?
Same guy.
Is this one?
that's it.
Yeah,
Who is the guy?
I think it's a guy with a big dick.
Don Lucas.
Like some kind of a job. Oh, okay. What's his name?
Ricotta for tonight.
Oh, that's right. Let's go. Let's go, champ.
He's the only guy with a big dick in any of that
Oh,
art.
there's so many different versions of him, though. Sometimes his dick is reasonable. You know, really big but reasonable.
Different shit. Maybe he just it looks like sometimes he just fucks. Sometimes he just got out of the shower.
But like the Steve Howe one, he looked pretty reasonable, right? It was a reasonable dick. It was a big dick, but some of them are like, hey, come on, come on. I mean, there's no way.
I've just gotten to an age now where I just go around the locker.
Jesus,
I go around the locker room completely naked now for the first time in my life. Like, I think it's funny.
the men's locker, right?
The men's locker room,
Okay.
yeah, of course, yeah. Men's, women, children, it doesn't matter. This is in there. But I think it's so funny to just be naked amongst men.
I don't like it.
With my little dick. It's hilarious. It makes them uncomfortable.
I don't like it at all. I'm taking a little bouncy dick walk to a shower.
Nuts.
My little bird.
Yeah.
No, fuck
Did you guys
that.
hear about that Canadian guy who was 50 years old who identified as a teenage girl? He wanted to do a swim meet with teenage girls, and they were
It is the
letting him.
next step.
I believe there was like an argument. Let's see if it's true. If they let him actually into the locker room, I want to make sure that this is true. Like the girls' locker room. Can you imagine you have a teenager
What a dream.
who's going to do a swimming event?
Oh,
This is like attached to a school.
50-year-old trans swimmer shared locker room while competing against teens.
yeah, it's awesome.
And this is how crazy Canada's gotten. They're just like the Moonies, they're just like the Juggalos. Like they're in a cult. They don't realize they're in a cult. But if you think this is a good idea to let a 50-year-old guy who decides to identify as a woman change in a locker room with teenage girls because he identifies as a teenage girl, you're out of your fucking mind.
Ladies.
Does it
It's
say that
just a
this
bunch
person?
of us gals in here.
I mean,
Let me be clear that does this person say they identify as a teenage girl?
This was
See
a
if
plan
that's-
that I would have drummed up when I was 12 years old.
I don't think that it was an event that teenage girls could be in 16 and older.
I think it's just a locker. She's going to go a women's locker room in general.
Okay, 16 and older. This person's competing as 16 and older. So you could be any age. Okay. So is there any evidence that this person identifies as a teenage girl, or is that just the internet?
I don't know.
Google that just in case. I would like to know. Because that makes it extra crazy and fun.
I'd be weirded out by
It does. It doesn't make it extra crazy and fun that people are like, okay. It's the same way I feel about all the other things we talked about. Like, the odds of you not being out of your fucking mind are really low. They're really low. Super low. And the fact that everyone's like, yeah, inclusivity, like,
Well, also,
how did we get to this Mooney point?
there's also you should be allowed to say that some things are weird and crazy, and that doesn't necessarily mean you have to hate them or be against them. Comedians are weird and crazy. We're all weird and crazy.
Okay,
But
see, this is apparently, that means Weishart was swimming with young girls because of how fast or slow a swimmer is, not because she identifies as a young girl. But the competition is presumably separated by gender, so there's an issue where Weishart is competing against females while being biologically male. And also, I think, intact.
Oh.
So, which is also the weird one, right? Like, you could be a woman, but you don't even have to try that hard.
no, you don't have to do
Sorry,
much.
turn around real quick and hit you with my pussy on your back.
And you can go back and forth anytime
if
you
you-
want. You
if
don't have
you-
to choose.
I'll call you your name if you cut your dick off.
Does anybody ever
If you don't cut your dick off, I'm not gonna call you, or maybe I will call your name, but I might fuck it up. But I think that's okay.
Either way, he's gonna check. And we'll figure out. We'll go from there.
It's just so nuts, man, that you're just giving up this pervert pass. But like
I got you.
allows, because there's real trans people that are like, this happened for all eternity. There's something wiring, you feel female. But there's also crazy people. There's also real perverts. And you give a pervert a Willy Wonka golden ticket.
I've gotten real good at calling people the gender they want. If they, like, I still will fuck it up, but I find I'm pretty good at it. If they look like a girl, if it's a guy transitioning to a girl, and they look like a girl, I say, I'm pretty good at all this shit. But if I fuck it up, look at yourself. Yeah. That means that you're not shaving enough, or you haven't done whatever it is to make me call you. So I'm pretty good at calling trans girls.
But that's also a weird thing to get stuck on, because you have to agree to this thing. And you have to agree to it. Especially like if you knew the person as one thing at one point in time, and then they decided to change their name and gender, and you're like, this seems like you need a lot of attention. Like, what's going on here? This is strange. This is strange, and you're getting mad if I fuck it up and call you Harry?
Well, that's the weirdest part of all of it, is like, you can't like be mad at someone, especially if it's an honest mistake.
Right.
Like,
That's why I was saying,
spam.
that's what I'm saying. The internet is such a bad place for it, because everyone has such balls. Everyone's a keyboard warrior on the internet. Even people that are like, bleeding heart liberals, and people that are looking to, they find a place to go and have this voice. Back in the day, if you were trans and you were like a man that was dressing up as a woman, and you wanted to get mad at somebody about it, you had to get in their fucking face. It wasn't going to happen.
And if you went to the Village in New York City, they did. They did get in your face.
You get
They were
beat up.
aggressive
You would
back
get
then.
beat up in the West Village by a trans chick.
But what's the one? That's what I loved. That was the GameStop video, right?
Yeah.
The one that was the famous one, right? Where like, it's ma'am.
Yeah,
Support me, sir. And then it's like
that's not how ma'ams talk.
A GameStop nerd just going like, okay, sir. This is like kicking over PlayStation.
See, that's the problem that women are having, is that these men who decide that they're women are now they're entering into these places that are just women's only, and women's events and women's things. They're dominating like men do.
It was one of the very few points that I've had like